Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of Adams County Deputies versus Afroman. This is a civil trial out of Ohio. We are in day 3. It is let me just check my audio. I'm the Squeegee of Justice. All right, sounds good. All right, let's get to it. All right, good morning, everybody. Court has started, but I just want to welcome in everybody. Let's see, who is with us? Kimbers, Richard in the kitchen. Anthony, good morning to you. Hell Rider, good to see you. Shirley Roth, good morning. Tammy Inks, Anthony, good morning. Selena, good to see you guys. Thank you for joining us. Downey Lynn, cold in Iowa. Walking Ghost, good morning. Teresa. Yeah, I was wondering about his glasses. I'm surprised that Judge Hine didn't make him take his glasses off, but he could say they're prescription, I suppose. I was wondering about that as well. But hey, Colleen, good morning to you. Joy, good morning to you. Colleen's going to make some lemon pound cake later. Nice. Radioactive, good morning. Sky, good to see you. Welcome in, Shore Life. Bring on the pound cake. Fanny, good morning to you. Richard in the kitchen. Denisha, hello. Welcome in. Stand for the truth. Good vibes. You missed yesterday? Yeah. If yesterday was any indication of what today is going to be like, expect more fireworks. Amy, good morning to you. Lisa, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Barry, Green-Eyed Cat. Aussie Gardner, good to see you guys. Thank you for joining us. Colleen, can someone please call you in sick? Rev Green, good to see you. Let's go, Fro. Blue Star, Lynn Guff, this trial is so important for anyone who cares about our First Amendment. It's very disappointing to see the bias from the judge, but it doesn't surprise me one bit. You are from the area. Yeah, Lynn, let us know if you're going to go to the trial. We'd love to have you call in and talk to us. Lisa, this is about to get nuts. I agree. Lemon pound cake, anyone? Fanny's passing around some lemon pound cake. All right. Edward, good to see you. Blue Star saying good morning. Bite Me, good morning to you. Clairview, we are enjoying the chaos. Jill, good morning to you. Joanne Jedi Platypus, hello, welcome in. Bizano and Betsy, good to see you guys. Amy P, good morning, good morning. All right, Alice, good morning to you. And Alex, you're not too far from, you're from the area too. Hey, yeah, anybody, if you guys are going to go to the trial, let us know. Let us know, and if you're going to go to the trial, let us know, and you can call in and let us know what's going on inside the courtroom. All right, so they did start, and let's get ourselves over. Let's get ourselves over to the feed. So this is day three of Adams County Sheriffs versus Afroman.
You've worked with kids for how long?
30 years.
You've got into the mind of kids pretty well.
Yes.
When they would play Mr. Foreman's song Lemon Poundcake, did they take that as a literal fact from your observations?
No.
Were they laughing and joking about it?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Are you familiar with the song WAP?
I think I've heard
Sorry,
it.
no, strike that. I'm going to give you the complete song and then summarize it because I only want to say it once. Are you familiar with the song Wet Ass Pussy?
Yes.
Is that a rap song?
It is.
Has your students played it in class?
Once, and I asked them to please turn it off.
When they were listening to it, did they think that was fact?
No.
So they didn't think that was depicting anything in real life?
No.
So you didn't have to teach them that wasn't real?
Right. No, I did not.
You've heard the song, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do you believe it's a literal interpretation?
No.
Would you agree it's derogatory towards women?
No.
Even though it says nasty things about them?
Yeah. No. I mean, it's the artist's opinion, I guess. That's the way I feel.
Maybe not an opinion you like, but...
Yeah.
Your Honor, if I may have one.
Go ahead.
So, Ms. Grooms, has Mr. Foreman's posts about Sean or any of the general posts about the Adams County Sheriff's Department as a whole affected your life any at all?
No.
Would you believe it would have affected your life while you were married to Sean?
If it had any effect, I guess that would be the time it would have an effect.
But as his spouse, you would have expected it?
Yes.
Okay. And I don't want you to go into too many details, but is it fair to say that Mr. Foreman, the posts about the police department and everything had not a damn thing to do with your relationship between you and Sean and why it came to an end?
No, it did not.
So the posts never affected your life, never affected your marriage?
No.
Okay. So any statement to the contrary would be false?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you.
Morning, Ms. Grooms.
Good morning.
I'm sorry you have to be here.
I am too.
Thanks for coming. Where to start? You never sought a protective order against your ex-husband, did you?
Yes, I did when we divorced. The divorce, yes. I had a restraining order.
Did you got a restraining order?
Yes, I did.
were you aware of the posts that were coming out after 2022 about the sheriff's deputies and calling them thieves and that sort of thing? Did you ever see any or hear any of the songs?
Some of my students referred to it, and they would say, "I saw your husband in the video," and I would say, "Yeah, that was him," and turn around and walk away. I didn't elaborate on any of that, no. And
Why?
they didn't either,
Why didn't you elaborate on it?
because I didn't think it was the student's business.
Okay, so they had seen your husband in videos?
Yes.
And did you tell your husband about that?
About,
That your kids had mentioned it?
no, it was just a mention, and that was it.
Okay. And did you ever, you saw the posts yourselves or videos yourself, or did you just hear about it from kids?
I saw part of it, and then I heard about it.
Okay. And did anyone else in the community ever say anything to you about these videos or posts?
No.
Just your kids?
Just my students in the school.
Students? Okay. The song that Mr. Osborne asked you about, does that song refer to a specific identifiable person?
I don't think so.
Those are all my questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Rhonda, Mr. Klingler asked you about your students. Your students saw the posts
Yes.
and they articulated to you?
Yeah. Just say, "Hey, I saw your husband in this video."
Students can, would it be a fair statement to say children can be mean?
Absolutely.
You've seen instances of them being cruel?
Absolutely.
Are they cruel to both other students and teachers?
Yes.
I don't like bringing up sensitive subjects, but has any of your students ever been cruel to you in the past?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Would it be fair to say they've said some pretty mean things?
Yes.
You see, I'm trying not to ask you what they are, but are they shocking names?
Coming from my students, I mean, in all honesty, it's, when they're mad at me because they didn't receive an A, yeah, they get mad.
And they
And-
lash out.
Yes.
But they're not calling names a fact or anything to
No. No.
And they've seen these posts.
Yes.
Did your students treat you any differently?
No.
So, could you point to any instance where a student treated you differently due to the posts?
No.
I'm going to ask this question. You said you're sorry to be here. Why are you sorry to be here?
Because from my recollection, my ex-husband had said that this was part of the reason we got divorced.
No further questions, John.
Klinger? No further questions. Mr. Osborne, am I right to understand this witness was a lay witness?
Pardon?
This was a lay witness, not an expert, right?
She's a lay witness to testify to what she would have experienced in this.
Right. And the only reason I did that is to explain to the jury that people sometimes have training experience and can make opinions as experts. If a doctor comes in a medical malpractice case, they're an expert. This is a lay person, the same as any other. Some of the questions spoke generally about society and public perceptions, which would seem like more of an expert opinion, when in fact, as a lay witness, she can only testify about what she experienced herself. So you have to understand the scope. She's just what happened to her, lay, average person, not educated expert. Thanks for being here. You can go ahead and be excused. Go ahead, Mr. Osborne.
Your Honor, I'd ask for a short 10-minute break so I can talk with Mr. Foreman. Based upon the ruling in the Rule 50, I want to juggle some of my witnesses, make some corrections to that, as I had anticipated a different verdict due to the evidence, or different ruling due to the evidence, so I'm going to need to shift for that. I'd like 10 minutes to consult with my client to strategize on that.
Comments, Mr. Blanco?
No, I have no objection to that, Judge.
If you're doing well managing your time, I think that's a good idea. I would like to know how I am with like, getting the jury on schedule.
Your Honor, that's why I want to strategize, see how we can hopefully...
Yeah, no, I appreciate what you're saying. Take a break, go back to the jury room, stay there if you would please. Short break will be helpful.
All right, so because this feed, this is what these guys do. This feed gives us, they just jump right in. They don't tell us, like we missed who that woman was. Sounds like she was the ex-wife of one of the police officers. So I'm not sure who. I didn't catch that. If I do ever find out who that was, I will let you guys know. But for now, we're just going to go with she was... Yeah, then they just come right back in. Then they just come right back in. So I don't know exactly who that was, but that was, she was married to one of the police officers. That's all I know right now. So we are in day 3, Ohio versus Afroman. And we just heard that the defense wants to, or the defendant had 3 witnesses, or they had 3 witnesses ready to call. So now they're juggling around, I guess, some of the witnesses. So Decades of Darkness. It was Sean. There's a couple of Seans, though. Let me see. There's so was that Sean Grooms or Sean Cooley? Was that Sean Grooms? Decades, was that Sean Grooms? There's 2 Seans. Sean Grooms or Sean Cooley? If you guys know who that is. Officer Poundcake? Okay, so that's Sean Cooley. All right, did we catch her name? She was a teacher, I take it. Did we catch her first name? There's Justin and Sean Cooley, and then there's Sean Cooley and Sean Grooms. So we got her. So that's Miss Cooley. Do we know which one? I'm sorry. We know it was, okay, so you're saying it was Sean Cooley's wife, ex-wife. Do we know her? Yeah, the Cooleys are Justin is the son of Sean, the defendant, right? All right, so do we know? Thanks. All right, so these are the defendants. I'm sorry, these are the plaintiffs. These are the plaintiffs. So there's Sean Cooley, Justin Cooley. That's father and son. And Sean is the lemon officer Poundcake, as Aaron showed there. And then there's Sean Cooley and Sean Grooms. So yeah. I think I'm just trying to figure out what her name was. If you guys defendant, do we objection, grounds, justice, what's it, what do you say, grounds, subject matter jurisdiction. Subject matter jurisdiction. All right, well, if you guys find out what her name was, we'll just put her down as she's the ex-wife. We'll just put her down as ex-wife of Sean Cooley. All right, we'll just go with that. And then she was a teacher as well. All right, we'll just go with that for now. All right. All right, let's get us back down here. And let's move on. If you guys find out what her first name is, let me know. But we'll just go with Miss, we'll just go with, because I think they said it sounded like Robinson or something. I don't know. All right, here we go.
Without objection. Rebuttal, please.
No rebuttal, Judge, no further witnesses.
Okay, thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving forward to the point where you get the case handed to you. What comes next is closing arguments and instructions of law. So closing arguments are meant to be the opportunity for the lawyers to tell you what they think the evidence means. If you want to take notes, do so, but like draw a line on your paper and say argument, not fact. Like, I don't know how you keep notes, but I have to keep them organized so I can realize who's talking. You've seen me do it a couple of times. Lawyers aren't evidence. The witnesses are. It's the same thing here. I don't think you would get confused or misunderstood. The plaintiff goes first because the burden of proof is on the plaintiff. The plaintiff also, because of that burden of proof, gets a privilege. So they get not only the first word, but they get the last word. So Mr. Klingler would start, Mr. Osborne would go second, and then Mr. Klingler would get the last word. Not because of favoritism or anything else, but because of the burden of proof. Then at that particular point in time, we'll give you jury instructions. And I'm going to take a break after their arguments because I need to make a few copies for the lawyers to read while I read. We give the instructions to you in writing, but I always like it when they can read over my shoulder because sometimes I put two words in different order and it changes the meaning. So then we have like three people reading to make sure it comes out to you right. So we'll hear their closing arguments, take a short break, you'll get the instructions, and then we'll turn you loose. Go ahead, Mr. Klingler.
Your Honor, if I may, procedurally, I'd like to renew my motion for the record.
Thank you. Very appropriate. With regard to the false light claims, the court overrules the motion. Outside the presence of the jury, I can give you a little bit more of the why, but when I give deference to the evidence and construe it in favor, especially with regard to highly offensive and reasonable juror, reasonable public perception, like those clearly become fact issues to weigh, which I shouldn't do. So as a matter of law, I couldn't dismiss the claims. There's at least enough evidence when I construe the plaintiff's evidence in their favor to get past the Rule 50 motion. But you are spot on to remind me to do that.
Your Honor, there's also another matter we need to clean up. We probably should do at the sidebar before we go into oral arguments.
Okay. I like cleaning things up.
All right, so yeah, Brenda, this is Judge Hine. He's doing the Billy Wagner trial when that ever gets to trial. So bummer. So we're not going to hear more from Afroman. I guess he spoke his piece yesterday. The defense said that they were going to have 3 witnesses today. So that stinks. That stinks. So we're going to hear closing arguments, and then the jury's going to deliberate. So I can fast forward a little bit here. Yeah, kind of a bummer. All right, here we go.
By a vote of 3-0, the lawyers all being unanimous, they want to see like this last draft of instructions because often they use the instructions in their argument. So like the chicken scratching stuff that we've been doing in the past is distracting. So we're going to let me do my work. It's 30 minutes that we need. So we'll go take a coffee break, just stay back there. Instead of me doing it the other way, we'll just take the break now for the jury instructions.
You can't smoke. Can we smoke?
Bailiff doesn't like irritable jurors, so you should go
Great.
smoke. Do you like irritable jurors?
I prefer not to have them.
Okay, I thought, yeah, go take a break.
All right.
You're pretty high maintenance as a bailiff.
I figured we'll just like zigzag. Yeah, like you're supposed to.
Everything you need to know is right here. Just that print.
All right, so a juror wants to go smoke. Don't want irritable jurors. So we don't want irritable jurors. Well, that's a bummer. So, hey, Becky B. Smoke break. Yep. Smoke them if you got them. Let's see. Green-eyed cat. I don't know. I don't know why they pivoted. That kind of stinks. Undercover Angel. Yeah, pretty much. Well, while they're deliberating, we'll play Afroman's testimony from yesterday. So you won't have missed. We'll play when the jury starts to deliberate. We'll go back and we'll play Afroman's testimony from yesterday. Hey, Sean, I think defense is on the ropes. Just a feeling, trying to cut losses. Tammy, why do you feel he's mansplaining to the jury? When we were watching some of the Billy Wagner pretrial motions and hearings, this is what Judge Hine does, and he explains himself like that. He's like, he wants to educate his lawyers, right? The lawyers that are the parties that are involved. He wants to educate them. So he said that, and he sparred with the state prosecutor in the Billy Wagner hearings. I don't know if you guys were with us and you were watching that, but he definitely would spar with them. And so he likes to be an educator. That's what he has said multiple times. So it doesn't surprise me that he's doing this with the jury, because this is what he does. This is what he does. So, Angelique, good morning to you. Good to see you. Kimbers, yeah, we'll go ahead and we'll replay his testimony. We'll replay his testimony. Red Pen, hey, how are you? What's going on? Good to see you. Carol, love his suit. Yeah, he did a new video, and new song, new video based on the case, of course. And then he every time he's appeared in public now, this is what he wears. Barry, educator or thumber of scales? Maybe a little bit of both. Jenny, I don't like it. Judge should only be calling balls and strikes. Yeah, it's just what he does. Terry, I cannot wait to see this judge in the Wagner trial. Sean, I think defense knows judge is bent and will take the loss and do it on appeal if granted. What's our next trial, Teresa asks. Well, we have Shanda Gardner on, Shanda Vander Ark on Friday. There's a Davion Murphy hearing tomorrow. He's part of the Julio Fulio Charles Jones case, so we may cover that. If they come back with a verdict today, we'll pick up on that. Then Shanda Vander Ark is Friday, so we're going to do that. And then next week we'll see what next week is. We have a hearing for Raul Valley next week. We also have Carlos Dominguez hearing next Thursday. So, Red Pen, you have no idea. Are you familiar with this case at all? Have you guys been following this? I think Scott was trial hopping yesterday, right? Yeah, this one's a little out of left field, that's for sure. Poppy, never heard of this case. Seems to have been entertaining. Oh, it was very entertaining. Very entertaining. Hell writer, is he educating how to be biased? Dove, good to see you. Living Ghost, I'm not seeing you. Where are you? I see people saying hello to you, but I do not see you. But anyway, Living Ghost, good to see you. Welcome in. Let's see. Sean says, love this channel. We don't have this stuff in the UK. I know. I wish that other countries would broadcast their trials. I really do. Misty Bates, Afroman has become Afroman internationally because of this case, or since this case. Scent Bunny, lots happening next week. I would agree with that, Blue Star. I think this one might be a little too much for our good friends over there. Living Ghost, good to see you. Welcome in. Hey, Amy. Thank you for joining us. Selena says, Red Pen, you missed a classic here. We're going to replay Afroman's testimony from yesterday. So whenever the jury starts to deliberate, hopefully they'll take at least an hour. Hopefully they'll take at least an hour, and then we'll replay his testimony, because it's worth it. It's definitely worth it. So hopefully they will come back in time for us to see it, because a lot of times this channel just pops right into the middle of testimony. They've done that to me before, a couple times actually on this trial. So hopefully they will turn it on at the right time. Becky B, here in Northern Ireland, we don't have live trials either. We can go and sit in the gallery, although UK has started to show live sentencings. Let's see. Beck, good morning. Not sure how much you will catch today. All right, no worries. Lazy Boys, if you haven't already watched Lemon Poundcake, the link is in the description. Let's see. It was yesterday. I got to put it in today. Yeah, let me put it in today for you guys. Let me go ahead and do that for you right now. Yeah, we put a couple links in the description for yesterday. Let me go ahead and do that for you guys now. Let's see. We've got, which ones? Why you disconnected my video camera? Will you help repair my door? Lemon Poundcake and Battle Ram Hymn of the Police Whistleblower. So those are the four that are in our description. Let me go ahead and pop those in here now, if YouTube allows me to access this. Come on, YouTube. God, YouTube has been so weird lately. Okay, here we go. Is it in here? No, it is not. All right, I'm going to put it in the description right now. And all right. Oh, I'm over the limit. Hold on a sec. Let's see. I got to cut out a few here. Okay, let me save that. All right, if you guys refresh now, you should see in the description. If you go into our description and scroll down right before the hashtags, right before Afroman, Lemon Poundcake, Adams County, and Child TV Live in Ohio trials, and right below, so between the hashtags and a jury trial has been requested, you'll see why you disconnecting my video camera. I woke up with that song in my head. Why you disconnecting my video camera? Then will you help me repair my door? Lemon Poundcake is to Under the Boardwalk. Battle Ram Hymn of the Police Whistleblower is My Eyes Have Seen the Glory. He took that music. So yeah, if you guys want to go check those out, their videos are there. Let's see. Decades of Darkness. I think the woman that testified was Sean Cooley's wife, and I think her name was Suzanne. I agree. I think we have determined that it is Sean Cooley's wife. You think it was Suzanne? We'll go with that. All right. I'll put that down. So everybody, you can blame, if that's incorrect, you can blame Decades of Darkness. Sorry. All right. We're going to go with Sean. Suzanne, and I don't think she has her name anymore, her last name. So yeah, so it's definitely Sean's ex. But we'll go with Suzanne. Suzanne question mark. We'll do that. Suzanne question mark. We're not 100% sure. But thank you for that, Decades of Darkness. Appreciate that. All right, let's see. Stand for truth. You were a career woman all your life and have been around all kinds, but my dad always said people will treat you the way you allow them to. I hate offensive language, just you. And that's totally acceptable and okay. Coal miner's daughter, Tennessee in the house. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate that. Want some coffee? The video of Lisa. The Lisa video was disgusting. Yeah, so good vibes. Thank you. Miss Debate, you got a gifted membership from Good Vibes Only. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate that, you guys. Thank you for your support. Rock and roll. I wonder if there's an increase in lemon pound cake sales. Yeah, there might be. So let's see. How spicy do you think today? Well, I'm going to end that poll. Let's end that poll and let's start a new one, because a lot of you are debating if he went too far. So let's talk about that. How far is too far? All right, how far is too far? Because I always go back to like Elvis Presley, right? Elvis Presley, when Elvis came out in the mid 50s, a lot of people thought that he was too much. A lot of people said, "Oh my gosh, there goes everything. There goes the morals of our country." You know, a lot of people were very, very offended by Elvis. And then a lot of people were offended by the Stones. And then a lot of people were offended by the Sex Pistols. And then a lot of people were offended by Two Live Crew. And then a lot of people were offended by Eminem. You know, it just goes on and on and on. So what's that threshold for you guys? So let's get a poll going. Let me think about this for a second. And we'll have it specific to Afroman. What video / song did Afroman? Ozzy. You know, remember how people hated Ozzy? They called him a devil worshiper and all that stuff. What video song did Afroman go too far with? All right. Lemon Pound Cake, of course. We'll put up Lisa because I think a lot of you are going to probably pick that one. What's the other one? How about none of them, or both of those songs? Both of those songs and more. All right. Lemon Pound Cake, Lisa, none of them, both of those songs and more. All right. So let me hear your opinions. Tell me what you guys think. Did he go too far? All right. Got a new poll for you guys. All right. Let me know. And keep in mind, nobody lost their job. Keep in mind, nobody was demoted. Keep in mind, nobody was suspended. Everybody involved continued to make money, continued to have their job. The only thing this suit is about, now keep this in mind, the only thing this lawsuit is about is them being called a thief. That's the only thing that this is being. Hey, Cuda girl. This is the only thing, and Carrie, this is the only thing that this case is about. All right, keep that in mind. This isn't about him saying Lisa is gay. This isn't about him saying Mr. Cooley likes to eat pound cake. This isn't him saying, anything other. That Brian Newland's brother as a PDF file. It has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with him saying that they're thieves and that they stole his money. So keep that in mind. Shelley, well, the money is missing. Sherry, didn't they take 400 of his and didn't get it back? Well, that was what we found out yesterday, Sherry, that they miscounted, and the woman at the police station, who was the evidence handler of the evidence, she was in control of the evidence room. As they're counting it, there was a discrepancy of like $390, and she's like, "Oh, I have no idea how that happened. Something must have happened." But then when we had Mr. Robinson on the stand yesterday, he said that there were 7 instances of discrepancies in 66 bags, and 4 of them were positive, 3 of them were negative. So then there's that. So think about that for a second as well. Here, this is what he found. Let me pull this out. This is what the internal review showed. Let me just say. This is what the internal review. Now, this was apparently an independent internal review by Mr. Robinson, Michael Robinson. So this is what he said he found in his reporting, that there were 7 bags out of 66 had discrepancies. So bag 1 was a penny, because apparently they're counting change as well. So bag 1 was a penny, bag 2 was $2, bag 3 was $5. Then bag 4 was positive $2.40. Bag 5 was positive 50 cents. Bag 6 was positive 10 cents. And bag 7 was positive 50 cents. Now, we showed yesterday at the end of the stream, we showed them counting. Afroman called his lawyer and called Channel 19. And they went there and they counted, I think 3 or 4 times they counted. And they miscounted. They miscounted. Let me see if I can find that again. Oh yeah, I have it right here. All right, let's see if we can play it while we wait. We'll go ahead and we'll play this again because it seems like sorry guys, advertisement. All right, hold on. All right. Sorry about that. Yep, it was an ad. Sorry. All right, here we go.
Video when the Adams County deputies raided the home of a hip-hop artist, Afroman.
A warrant accused the rapper of kidnapping and drug trafficking.
Ken Baker's live in Adams County. So today police gave the rapper the cash back, Ken. So what's the problem?
Well, Trish, we were invited here to the Adams County Sheriff's Office as that cash was given back. We watched it being counted out of sealed evidence bags, and $400 in cash was missing. Only Fox 19 now caught this on camera.
It was back in August. We showed you the Adams County Sheriff's Office kicking down doors and raiding the home of Joseph Foreman with guns drawn. A warrant listed kidnapping, possession of drugs, and trafficking drugs as probable causes. Foreman, whose rap alias is Afroman, talked to us shortly after it happened and said the Sheriff's Office removed a small quantity of marijuana and cash. The Sheriff's Office also confirmed the seizure. Months later, the Sheriff's Office is now giving back that cash.
So when the prosecutor said that there was no crime, no conviction, or no charge, he then released the funds to the Sheriff's Department.
Afroman took his lawyer with him to collect the cash that was taken during the seizure.
I always videotape it.
Yeah.
This is the moment the Adams County Sheriff's Office brought in the cash that was taken from Afroman's home late August. You can see both bags were sealed.
It's not been opened since he. So that's the 641, and this is $43.90.
Multiple people counted the cash, and the numbers didn't add up. The cash seized by officers that day was $400 short.
I don't have an answer for you.
So that makes me think that somebody took that amount specifically. That's not a accidental amount.
Afroman says the missing cash is just the icing on the cake when it comes to how negatively his life has been impacted since his home was raided in August. The rapper says this raid stopped him from being able to book shows.
I need all the clubs that heard the cops say, oh, you know, we have a warrant for kidnapping. I need all those clubs to see and hear that those charges have been dropped.
It's because of that loss and other reasons Afroman and his attorney said they will be filing a defamation suit against the county.
Sometimes I have to talk myself into going to sleep because it's like, wow, man, you know, what if they come back in here, you know, popping around, sweeping around.
So a lot of you might be wondering how evidence is given back. So we were taken into a small interview room, and then the evidence handler, she came in with those sealed bags with cash inside. She talked about some legalese, how we were being recorded, and just legal laws that she ran through, and then they started counting, and when they counted, 3 people, I watched 3 people count that cash, and it came up short. I did, of course, call the sheriff's office tonight. They said they're going to be looking into that first thing in the morning. Live here in Adams County, I'm Ken Baker, Fox 19 Now.
Ken, thank you. New tonight as well. One person's
All right, so there's a couple things there that are really important. A, he's missing money, of course, but B, he's losing money. So he's losing money because they were saying there was a warrant that there were people that were kidnapped on his property. There were narcotics on his property. So he's stating that he's losing money. So he went to sue them, and that was thrown out by Judge Hine. Right? So that was thrown out by Judge Hine, same judge. So then the law enforcement goes ahead and they're suing him for defamation, and that case goes to trial. So it's interesting that his lawsuit was thrown out by the same judge, but now this one we're watching it. So again, it's really important. I think he's the one, meaning Afroman, Joseph, he is losing money because clubs are saying, no, we don't want you to play. We don't want you to play. So I think that's really interesting. All right, let's see. Yeah, this is in Adams County. It's in Ohio. It's southwest Ohio, and it's near Cincinnati. It's to the east of Cincinnati. So that's where this is. Let me see if I can. And it's Winchester. If you guys know Winchester, let me see. I have his address. Let's check out. Oh, I thought I had his address. I know I have his address somewhere. Let's see. All right. I had his address. All right. So here's Winchester, Ohio. All right. Yes, we're at 19,875 subscribers. If you guys would take a minute and hit the like button for sure, and help us get to 19,900. We need 25 subscribers. That would be awesome. So definitely hit the like button. Please take a moment and hit the like button. Let YouTube know that you're a human being. All right. So we'd appreciate that. All right. So here is. All right, this is where it happened. I'll find his exact address. I know it's out there. I just don't have it handy. All right, so there's Cincinnati. All right, so here's Cincinnati over here to the far left. If I scroll out a little bit more, you'll see Ohio, there's Columbus, and of course Cleveland is up there. There's Lake Erie. Just kind of get you guys Chicago. So that'll sort of help orient you guys. And for those that are not familiar with the United States, this is where it is. So there's Ohio. So it's in the southwest corner of Ohio, and it's southeast of Cincinnati. So yeah, 125 short of, oh, we got one more sub. Thanks, guys. Yeah, and hit the like button for sure. Ohio's a small state, smaller than the UK. So that kind of shows you where it is. So there's Columbus, which is where the Tepe murder took place, and we're going to be following that for sure. I have friends in the area, so we're going to try and get some. I don't know if they're going to be able to go, but we'll definitely get some inside information there. Of course, Cleveland is up here, where those two young girls were buried in the suitcase. And Kimbers, we have some things to show you soon. We're gonna get on that. Kimbers was able to go to their site, so we're gonna release that soon. And then here's Winchester. So in Cincinnati's over here, of course. All right, so that kind of gives you an idea. And then if you look at it, it's very rural, right? So it's so rural. Oh, and there's the Serpent Mound. So natives, they think that the Serpent Mound State Memorial, that natives created these, what they call serpent mounds. They're like these raised beds. All right, and here's Winchester over here. So Winchester is right here. So it's pretty small, right? It's pretty small. It's got a population of 987. All right, so 987. So here's Winchester. Pretty tiny, right? Pretty rural, lots of farms. So he's in here somewhere. Let's see if we can find out. Betsy used to live in Grove City. Walking Ghost, Dayton in the house. Yeah, Dayton is north here. Let's find Dayton for you guys. Let's see, there's Cincinnati. Let's see, where's Dayton's right there. So there's Dayton, which has Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. And if you guys are familiar with Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, apparently there's some aliens there. Toots, awesome. 8 months. Awesome, fantastic. Thank you for 8 months. So, all right. So, yeah, there's... Oh, somebody's calling me. About to start again. All right. Let's get ourselves... All right. Well, we're waiting for them to kick in. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. Your brother lived in Lima? Is it Lima or Lima? I think it's Lima. I think we pronounce it Lima. It's been a while since I've had to say that name. Is it Lima? I think we pronounce it Lima. Right? Kimbers, one of your offices that you work at is in Cincinnati? Debbie, thank you so much for your $3. Really appreciate that, Debbie. Oh, and they are starting. Okay, here we go. Yeah, they just cut right in. Man, they just cut right in. All right, hold on, you guys. They are back and just cut right in. All right, here we go.
Figures because Deputy Wright decided that. So in the instructions, I've taken prior decisions of law where necessary and put them in. And you didn't deal with that, but sometimes I have to tell the jury how we got to where we are. And that becomes instruction of law. The law of the case goes into the instructions. So I don't explain it to them. I'm just saying to the record, I took prior judicial law of the case findings and slotted it in where necessary, because that's what we always do. Sound right, Mr. Osborne?
Your Honor, I had no objection.
No objection, Judge.
Okay.
Yes.
Off the record, you want to start?
I would love it.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir. We're off the record.
Well, we have the two housekeeping things. I have to renew my verdict, and then we have to also discuss the music company.
Okay. Back on the record.
We're back on the record.
Okay, so 2 points came up. You wanted to renew your motion for Rule 50
Yes,
dismissal, which the court will overrule. Mr. Klingler responded to your inquiry about the Access Incorporated.
Yes, Your Honor. Just for the sake of the record, we had a telephone conference on this. We had discussed this issue. They had not pled. They are technically in default of the answer. During that telephone conference, which was not on the record, we discussed what would happen with that. Mr. Klingler said he would evaluate it. We are now about ready to do closing statements. No evidence has been presented against him. Mr. Klingler has not asked for a default judgment. He seems to be wanting to put everything on my client, which is very strange why when he has a default he wants to make a motion for such. But we would ask that the record be cleaned up in that issue.
Yeah, I'm going to clean up the record, and we are willing to dismiss that party from the case.
Media Access Incorporated.
Yes.
We've registered an objection to him not doing a directed verdict, doing a default verdict on that, and therefore increasing damages upon my client if they should be found.
No, I think he gets to own his own complaint, so I just have to follow his lead. But I get what you're saying. And
I can argue for mitigation of attorney fees and stuff that he has done.
No, if it gets to that, if it gets to that, that's not a part of the jury's deliberation.
I just have to, I'm trying to think a step ahead.
I like that. Off the record, please. Go get him. You with Mr. Bigelow?
All right, more off the record. Let's see. Maybe we can pick up a hot mic.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. Have a seat. Actually, it was about 45 minutes, so I didn't gauge my time very well, but thank you for your patience. We are moving ahead, as you know, so most people don't growl about that, but I try to at least respect your time and tell you what we're doing. We made it through, like, the corrections to the jury instructions. Like I've been trying to educate you all the way through. The jury instructions are the textbook at the end. So the lawyers had a chance to drill those down. As I said before, closing arguments are the attorney's argument about what they think the evidence means and how you should do whatever it is they think you should do. So they go first, Mr. Klingler, then Mr. Osborne, then Mr. Klingler. There's like a total of 35 minutes. So I'm going to think 20, 35, 15. But Mr. Klingler can kind of manipulate his time depending on how he wants to do it. So in an hour, you'll be talking to me for about 30 minutes of instructions before you start your deliberations. That's what's ahead of you. If you take notes, just write down argument, not evidence. Go ahead, Mr. Klingler.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, folks. When this trial started, I told you it was about intentional lies that are designed to hurt people. It's not about freedom of speech. It's about defamation. It's about false light defamation, intentional lies designed to hurt people. You've heard all the evidence. You've seen the witnesses. I'm not going to go over it. But I will say a few things to underscore what I think is most important for you to keep in mind as this case is turned over to you. From me, from the plaintiffs, to you. Mr. Foreman perpetuated lies intentionally, repeatedly, over 3.5 years on the internet about these 7 brave deputy sheriffs who've lived in this county for years, risked their lives for this county for years, done their job, been in the community for many, many years. Mr. Foreman did it intentionally. Mr. Foreman knew that what he posted on the internet were lies. He knew there was no theft. He knew there was no sex with Randy Walters' wife. And he certainly knew all of the stuff he's repeatedly posted about Lisa Phillips up until Friday and probably later were lies too. What are we going to do about that? Mr. Foreman told you from the witness stand there's nothing we can do to stop him because he has freedom of speech to lie about people intentionally. During jury selection, we talked about that. And you all agreed that it's not okay to tell an intentional lie about someone that hurts them. We all agreed. And the judge is going to tell you that in the law that he gives you. So Mr. Foreman is legally wrong when he says he has free speech to tell harmful lies about people and get away with it. That's just legally wrong. You also told me in jury selection that even if somebody does something to you that hurts you, that you think is wrong, like a search warrant execution that you think was unfair, even if somebody does that to you, you told me, we all agreed, that that doesn't justify telling intentional lies designed to hurt people. That's what you think. That's what the community thinks. That's what decent people think. But Mr. Foreman thinks it's okay to do what he's done over 3.5 years because they executed a search warrant that broke down his door and disconnected his cameras. You heard from the witness stand from Mr. Foreman the callous indifference that he showed to what he's done, the harm he's done. It's imprinted in your minds, I'm sure, like it is in mine, the tears, the agony from some of these witnesses. Don't forget that when you're back in the jury room. That's what this case is about. You are here because you agreed to be here. You showed up on the first day. Not everybody does. A lot of people don't respond to their summons. You did. I asked you, do you want to be on this jury? And you all said, yes, I agreed to be on this jury. You're all here now in this place, in this courtroom, for a reason. And I believe There's a power higher than us that brought you here today to do this job, and that you are the chosen people to do it. Nobody else is going to do it. There's not going to be another trial. There's not going to be a second chance. This is the day to decide whether Mr. Foreman gets away with what he's done, and whether these plaintiffs deserve something to make up for what they've been through, and whether the community is told that what he did is unacceptable. It's not okay. We talked about different kinds of damages. There's not going to be economic damages in this case. There's no doctor bills. There's no damaged property. There's damage to reputation. There's pain and suffering. There's public humiliation. There's everything you saw and heard from these detectives from the witness stand. And the only thing you can do as a jury to decide this case is to render a verdict of money that somehow stands in, somehow represents the harm that these deputy sheriffs have been put through over 3.5 years. That's all you can do. You can't issue an order that says stop. You can't issue an order that says, say you're sorry. All you can do is issue a verdict for an amount that fairly stands in, represents what they've been through, what they've lost. No one else is going to do it. The judge isn't going to do it. Court of Appeals isn't going to do it. It's your job. And you're the people meant to do it. Now, I told you in jury selection, if we got to this point, I'd try to give you some ideas about how to evaluate what kind of verdict might make sense in this case. I told you then, and I'll tell you now, there's no formula. There's no easy answer. But there is an answer. And it's the answer that you folks decide among yourselves fairly represents the injuries that these deputies have suffered. And I'll start by posing this question. Do you think that if there had been an advertisement in some newspaper that said, we will give you $2 million if you are willing to go through what Lisa Phillips has been through for the last 3.5 years? Would you take that deal? Do you think she would have taken that deal? Yeah, $2 million, that's a, maybe I'll go through that. Of course not. Do you think Randy Walters, do you think Brian Newland, do you think any of these deputies would have accepted some amount of money in order to go through, in exchange for going through what they've been through? I don't think so. And I think you know nothing is worth going through what they've been through. And, of course, He says he's not going to stop. He says nothing can stop him. Maybe something can stop him if you tell him through your verdict that he needs to stop. I'm going to tell you what I believe is a fair verdict for these plaintiffs. And it's up to you, of course, again, to make the decision. But I would ask you, I'm going to ask you, and there's a verdict form which, excuse me 1 minute. Folks, I'm going to show you these forms that you're going to be filling out, just so you're familiar with them. This is just an example. You're going to have a different form for each of these plaintiffs, okay? This one happens to be a verdict form for Lisa Phillips. And I believe the evidence is overwhelming that you'll find in favor of Lisa Phillips. This happens to be her false light claim. There's a separate claim for defamation, a separate form for defamation, and you'll see the jury instructions. Judge Hine has already talked some about that with you. So this is just an example of the verdict form that I'm going to ask you all to sign in favor of Lisa Phillips and all of the plaintiffs on their false light and their defamation claims. Now, there's another form called an interrogatory, and I'm just showing you Lisa Phillips's form. And it says, we, the jury, find damages for plaintiff as follows. And then it gives a little description of the kind of damages. And there's a line for your decision, and there's signature lines for each of you to sign. For Lisa Phillips, I'm not going to show you every form. For Lisa Phillips, folks, I'm asking you to put $1.5 million in that verdict form. $1.5 million for Lisa Phillips from what she's been through for 3.5 years. May be going through for who knows how long. For Brian Newland, I'm asking you to issue a verdict for $1 million for what he's been through with his family, the loss of his dream job here in Adams County. For Randy Walters, I'm asking you for a verdict of $1 million for what he's been through with the allegations and vile videos about his wife. For the other 4 plaintiffs, Sean Grooms, Sean Cooley, Justin Cooley, and Mike Estep. I'm asking you for a total for all four of them of $400,000 divided among them however you see fit based on their testimony. You, of course, can award less. You can issue a verdict for more. That's what I'm asking you to say in your verdict form based on this testimony. Now, let me close my remarks by looking into the future here and looking at the future if there's a verdict for the plaintiffs and you award the plaintiffs a fair amount of money. What happens? The plaintiffs are vindicated. The court of public opinion out there, the press, which I know you haven't been looking at, they don't know the facts. You know the facts. And a verdict for the plaintiff will say they were wronged, he was wrong. A verdict for the plaintiffs will make up in some way for what they've been through. A verdict for the plaintiffs will say that we don't condone, we don't approve, you can't get away with what Mr. Foreman's done. Not in this community, not in this country. That's not freedom of speech where we live. That's what a verdict for the plaintiffs will say. Let's look at another possible future if there were to be a verdict for the defendant, or if there were to be a verdict with a small amount of money attached to it. In that case, in that world, in that future, the world is told what he did is okay. What they went through is no big deal. We don't really care. We think it's fine. That's what a verdict for the defendant or a small verdict would say. They would go home subject to even more ridicule. Yeah, you took him on and you lost. See, what he did was fine. I don't have to tell you, you know, that's not the message we want to send. It's not the message you want to send. Folks, I'm done. I've done all I can. These folks called me 3 years ago now and asked, what can we do to stop this? And here we are today. I've done what I can. They've done what they can. They've suffered through the publicity. They could have stopped this case at any time if they would have kowtowed to the pressure, public humiliation that Mr. Foreman continued to put them through, but they didn't. They bravely stood behind their case and their right not to be dragged through the mud with lies in the media. They've done all they can. And now I am giving their case and this decision to you. It's out of my hands. You have to decide what to say to Mr. Foreman and what to say to the community about what he's done and the effects that it's had on these folks. I have full confidence, I fully trust you to make the right decision, to make a fair decision, and to come back with a verdict that's fair for each one of these plaintiffs and that tells the community what you really think about this case. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Clinton. You have 11 minutes after that. Final. Go ahead, Mr. Osborne.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. This has been a long 3 days. It took a second for me to even count the number. It's been so long. A lot's happened. You've done your duty as jurors. You've paid attention to the evidence. I'm proud of that. What makes our country great is you have the right to have a jury trial. You have the right to people in the community to see this, weigh the evidence, and make a decision. And I'm proud that you guys are here and doing that. We started this time, I talked about this case was about freedom of speech. But let's talk about what it's also about. It's also about music. Not all music is tasteful. Not everybody likes all music. There's some songs I hate. I think we can find plenty of people that find songs they do not like. But Mr. Foreman, Joe, is a rapper and comedian. It's what he's done his whole life is rap, make songs. We got to think of what rap is, because music does not exist in a vacuum. Music evolves over time. Take a look at jazz. It's evolved. At one time, it was distinct in a certain subculture, and it has now expanded. Rap is the same. Rap started out as a means for people to express social commentary, opinions through entertainment. Look at the song by NWA. What are they called? Fuck the Police. I think I said that right. It's a social commentary on what was going on in their lives. Their personal effect, the personal things happening to them, combined with entertainment, which unfortunately is exaggeration. Opinion, nothing of fact in that song. It's a commentary on society. And so when you look at rap, you see that over and over again. I had my secretary print me a couple songs, rap songs, while I was pouring a cup of coffee. And the first one is Carly B, WAP. I find it bad to say what WAP means, but it's a popular song. I think it's somewhat derogatory. But then again, I'm not the audience for that song, and I know that. I know nothing in that song. Nothing talking about is true. I know it's entertainment. I know it's social commentary. Miss Grooms testified even her students knew that at a young age. The same thing I knew when I was watching Johnny Carson, The Late Night Show, and SNL, Saturday Night Live, with my grandfather when I was a kid. That's all entertainment. They make fun of everybody for entertainment. And some of it is a social commentary. But it is not fact. And everybody knows that. Nobody looks at Lil Wayne's song Pussy Monster and says there's a monster in that song. Everybody knows it's exaggeration for entertainment. Is he commenting on something? Sure. But it's not fact. And I can keep going. Megan Thee Stallion with Sex Talk. I mean, It just goes on. They use derogatory language. It's designed to entertain. Drew Hastings, former mayor of Hillsborough, was a comedian. I got to go to one of his stand-ups. Some of it was funny, some of it wasn't. Some of his jokes, like those of Eddie Murphy and Richard Pryor, some of them are not tasteful, but they're still jokes. They're not facts. And we know that. That's what a reasonable person listening to that would understand. And that's the point. This is not a vacuum. We don't live in a vacuum. Let's face it, if we lived in a vacuum, we'd all be dead because we couldn't breathe. So we live in a world full of everything, where we see things. We watch SNL. We know it's entertainment. We know it's going to pick on people. We understand that they're picking on public officials. Hell, they picked on Joe. They pick on Donald Trump all the time, Sleepy Joe. I mean, go down the list, even Teflon Ron was made fun of. So as you go back, nobody thinks that's fact. Nobody's going to take it that way. When they post their clips on YouTube, when they post their clips on Facebook, people don't look at it and go, that's the truth. No, they understand it's comedy. They understand they're going to talk about it going forward. And if you look at his posts, you see the little signs of that too. Iteration. Things that you see in a song. I mean, because after all, you know, a song's catchy, right? It has a beat, song, you know, words rhyme. You know, she thinks my tractor's sexy, and, you know, sticks with you. When we listen to Lemon Poundcake, you heard the iteration. You heard how it came together as entertainment. So we don't exist in a vacuum, and a reasonable person doesn't exist in a vacuum. As the judge has said, you are a reasonable people. You get to decide what's reasonable, which means you get to use your experience. You get to use your understanding of what those are, of your understanding of Joe, of your understanding of rap music, music in general. I'm not going to sit here and say that these 7 people were happy about what happened to them. I'm not going to say that. That'd be stupid. But what I am going to say is they are public officials. We see it on the news all the time, public officials made fun of. Let's go back to voir dire. During my voir dire, we talked about, with the one juror that's gone, we talked about that, yes, I ran for public office. She agreed I put myself out as a public official. She agreed that it was an opinion when someone called me a baby killer. Even our witnesses on the stand, I asked that question. They said a crooked defense attorney is not a vine, it's a matter of opinion. Crooked cops, dirty defense attorneys. Oh wait, one witness did want to say I might not have taken a shower. But those are all opinions, exaggerations, not statements of fact. And we know that. And that's why public officials are held to a higher standard, because that standard is what is expected of them as subjecting themselves to public scrutiny. They all testified that people have criticized their work. I mean, after all, we look at the search. There is, even Mr. Newland admitted it wasn't perfect. I think we can see from how the money was handled, the investigation. I would have liked to have seen a more thorough job myself. I mean, we have a chain of custody, the money that just leaves it laying there. Mr. Newland didn't know that. We have an unsealed evidence bag. We have 10% of all evidence, money evidence in the Adams County evidence locker miscounted. And then keep in mind that that miscount on those is less than what is alleged to miss here. We got people saying we had a miscount, yet they can't even bother to notify the court in an official document that they made a mistake. Just let it ride. As far as the public record knows, which they never corrected, Mr. Foreman never got back all of his money. They want to talk about an investigation, but they can't even put in a single piece of paper to correct his mistake. I don't know if I'd call that lazy or what. But I think it goes to what you consider a fact. Because what is a fact? We can't always know what a fact is. A fact is something you can disprove, right? But can we truly disprove that? Looking at all the evidence, there is questions. If there's questions, it's not a fact. Now, people will form opinions based on that. I formed an opinion. I imagine everybody here's formed an opinion. We know that they formed an opinion because they didn't like being called a thief. So that was their opinion. But people are allowed to have opinions. People are allowed to express them. What people are expressing when they call them a thief is not a literal statement. It is not a fact. It is a social commentary on the fact that they didn't do things correctly. And they can't even articulate how they could fix it. That is a social commentary if I ever heard one. They don't like it? That's not their choice to like it or not. They're public officials. They're going to be held to higher standards. Their work's going to be criticized. I mean, that's just what happens when you're a public official. No reasonable person would expect a police officer not to be criticized. They've all been called names before. Has it affected them personally? Yes. Miss Grooms testified it made no difference in her life. Her kids didn't take it seriously. And she's taught for damn near 30 years. But they seem to take it seriously. And I come back to Mr. Grooms. He's worried about going out on a call and being shot. Now, maybe I'm old-fashioned. But if I'm going out on a call, I'm worried about getting shot, I'm going to call my wife and tell her to be safe. Not sit here and go, I'm worried about me. That's not what you do. You take care of your family. Mr. Walters wanted to point that out. That just goes to show us he didn't take it seriously. Now, I'm not going to say they're not afraid. Anytime they go on a call, the highway patrol will tell you scariest thing's a traffic stop. You know nothing about the person. You're there by yourself, and things can change in an instant. Is that scary? Fuck yeah. I'd be scared. But if you're truly scared, you take the steps for it. You start having your family do stuff. You start doing that. If you believe what you're saying, you take the steps towards it. You didn't take the steps. No one else talked about how they took the steps either, did they? And why does that matter? Because a reasonable person is going to look at that. After all, let's go back to me not taking a shower. How would you know I didn't take a shower? Hair clumpy, probably matted, probably got dirt all over me. That's how you would see. That's how you would prove if that's an opinion or fact. Now, even then you might say Dave just fell in the mud. But no reasonable person would take it in the vacuum. And I want you to think about everything in context. What rap is music, how it's entertainment, how the language works on it, how jokes are made. I want you to think back to that, because that colors how you see it. I love picking on Joe. He's a good sport for it. Look at that suit. Does this look like a man who thinks that everybody's going to assume that everything he's saying is fact? I mean, he's like a comedian. He exaggerates for the sake of entertainment. That's who he is. I'm not going to say it's tasteful to everyone, but some people do find it entertaining. I asked an important question about them. I said, do you believe everything in the newspaper? No. Do you believe everything you read on the internet? No. We all know that to be true. A reasonable person knows that. People can post opinions, social commentary, and hurtful things all over the internet. And it is just to be expected. That's why we are supposed to use our own filter, use our common sense, use our experiences in life. So while hurtful, it was not fact. It was music, entertainment. Stuff that no reasonable person would understand. Especially not a public official. Because we see it on TV all the time. We see it on the internet. You see it on Facebook. Sometimes people want to turn off Facebook because there's so much political commentary and stuff. But that's expected. Do I expect everything I read is fact? I don't even think most of it's fact. I think it's everybody's opinion, and opinions are like assholes. Everybody has one and it stinks. But that doesn't mean they can't have them. That doesn't mean they can't express them, and that doesn't mean they can't make a song about it. Truth is a defense. That's why we talked about the theft. That's why we showed all that.
because I wanted you to see how the money was handled. There's a lot of confusion around it, and for that reason. Before I get to another point, I want to address something that's bouncing around my head. Bob says, what does this message send if you find for Mr. Foreman? I rephrase that question a little differently. What does this message send if we find that music and social commentary, while maybe not the most tasteful thing in the world, is silenced because a public official, while hurt by it, yes, unhappy by it, yes, pissed off, yes, emotional, yes. What opinion does that sound? I mean, if you can sue people, music artists, comedians, to shut them down, that's what we're looking at here. I'm sorry they feel the way they do. But there's a certain amount that you have to take as a public official. It's part of the duties as a job. As we talked about during voir dire, as I've talked about them being called a baby killer, there's certain things you take and you move on. It's part of the job. The plaintiffs, or I should say Bob, talks about how they wanted it to stop. Where was the certified cease and desist letter? Where was all this done? None of that was done until after they started the lawsuit. Until after they brought it to court to make it stop. That's what they wanted to make it stop. Yet they asked for money. The commentary on them is nebulous at best. You can see that when you look at it. We have Beetle Bailey, Gomer Pyle, Colonel King Kong Bundy. Some of these names are not as bad as others, yes, but they're all for artistic purpose. They're all for jokes. They're all for entertainment. This is not to paint them in a real life. No reasonable person would think that. It's kind of interesting because even Mr. Newland agreed that when he was called a pedophile by Mr. Foreman, yes, that is a horrible thing to call a person. But even he said it was Mr. Foreman's opinion. So he didn't believe it was a fact. If your own witness doesn't believe it's a fact, how can a reasonable person find it's a fact? Bob went to great lengths to say nothing will stop him. Shows us where we're at. We got to stop his expression. We got to stop entertainment. We got to stop exaggeration. That's what Bob's talking about. What chilling effect does that have on the world we live in? Think about it. You don't like what a commissioner does. You don't like what our prosecutor does. You don't like what any public official does, and you make a joke. And you're drugging the court. It may not have been a tasteful joke. May have been a bad joke. May have been the greatest joke ever. But what we're saying is if they don't like it, we're back here. What does that say to freedom of speech? What does that say to the world we live in? That's what this case is about. And Bob knows that. That's why he mentions it. That's why when you look at defamation and the jury instructions, you'll see that the first element of it is a statement. Portrayal of fact. Has to be portrayed as fact. No music video portrays as a fact. I don't watch Fuck Those Police and turn around and say, you know what, that's a fact. No. I say that's a song and it's entertainment and move on. Sometimes I try to figure out what the words mean, what kind they're getting at, but I don't expect them to present a fact.
Fourth element is the proximate cause. It's an interesting question there, because you'll get the definition of causation in proximate. And we never talked about that really during the trial, and it's going to be something that I want to discuss. They talked about getting phone calls. None of those posts. Joe never said, call them and tell them this. Mr. Cooley testified that they mailed pound cakes to the office. Joe never said send them a lemon pound cake. These are things that other people have done. Joe never directed them to do it. He didn't cause it. He made a joke. He cannot control how people take it. What they do, he's not that. All he can do is make a joke, make a song. So that's something to consider. Was he the proximate cause, or was it someone else? I want you to understand, when they get to the question of malice, if you get that far, it has to be actual malice. Public officials, it's a higher standard. Why? Because we hold public officials to a high standard. Let's talk about the false light. That's their second cause of action. That says that a reasonable person would be justified in the eyes of the community feeling seriously offended and aggrieved. I want you to go in on the eyes of the community. They want to say people's humiliating them, calling them names. The reality is a reasonable person in the eyes of the community is going to say, it's a song. It's a joke. I was flabbergasted to hear it myself, that they even thought it was a joke before they brought the lawsuit. Go to a Halloween party and bring a lemon pound cake. That, I almost have no words for that, honestly, because I get, we're hurt, but it's a joke. Which one is it? So a reasonable person in the eyes of the community would understand it's a joke. Mr. Estep testified about the joke of the shirt. We got the pound cake joke. There's various jokes for this. This was not as negative. This has not changed their view in the eyes of the community, because your reputation, which is what they claim is hurt, your reputation is like a shirt. You eat a hot dog, you drop mustard on it, you get stains on your shirt. Nobody's reputation's clean. Everything you do affects your reputation. The way you perform your job affects your reputation. They all admitted to that on the stand, because I asked that question. They all said it does. How they counted that money affects their reputation. People can form opinions based on how they did their job and criticize them on it. That's a right we have. You have to forgive me, I have to flip through these, son. We didn't have a lot of time to prepare as things change on the fly. I think as you go back and deliberate, take a look at all the exhibits, analyze it in the context of music, entertainment, opinion, social commentary. It's not a fact. And if you look at it, you can see that. Like I said, it may not be tasteful, may not be nice, but even SNL's not nice. South Park's not nice. These things are social commentaries, jokes, entertainment, and some of them are not nice. But you don't have to like everything. You don't have to like everything said about you, and you don't have the right to tell everybody that everything said about you should be sued for, especially if you're a public official. As such, I ask you to deliver a verdict in Joe's favor on all claims. I ask that because when you look at it, no reasonable person could see it as a fact. No reasonable person could see it as even false light. The community, if people called them, that's because the social commentary resonated with someone, resonated with what people experienced in the world. We've lived through a turbulent year. So we've all seen on the news what people are experiencing all over the country.
social commentary resonates because of that. That doesn't make him the proximate cause. That shows a deeper concern in our country that we should be addressing, not sitting here trying to decide if a music video is a fact or not. That's what's at issue here. And I'm confident as you go back in deliberations, you'll come to that conclusion too. And with that, I thank you again for your service, because it is not easy, and what you're about to do is not easy. It takes time and deliberation. It takes hard work. And I appreciate that you guys are willing to do it. And I reiterate again, that's what makes us a great country. Thank you very much.
Mr. Osborne? Go ahead, Mr. Clayton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing Mr. Osborne said about sexually explicit songs out in society refer to specific people in the community like the songs that are at issue here. It's not the same thing. We all know that. These weren't opinions. Mr. Foreman didn't say, in my opinion, Brian Newland is a pedophile. In my opinion, they're all thieves. In my opinion, I fucked his wife doggy style. He said it like they were facts. And I think Judge Hine is going to instruct you, based on everything that's happened so far, that these were not opinions, they were stated as fact, and your job is to decide whether those facts were true or not. And we know they're not. The case isn't about lemon pound cake. It's about intentional lies designed to hurt people, and they hurt people. If somebody in the jury room says, well, what about his First Amendment rights? You know, and the law tells you, that doesn't allow lies that hurt people. If someone tells you it's just artistic expression, he ought to be free to say what he wants, the answer is he's not allowed to wrap up harmful lies into songs, so-called art, put them out there and get away with it. The packaging of the lie doesn't make it okay. The message was clear. And Mr. Foreman doesn't get to wrap himself in the American flag and say, you can't touch me, I can say what I want, no matter how untrue it is, no matter how much pain it causes people, no matter for how long, because I have freedom of speech. He can't do that. I'm confident you'll tell him he can't do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clayton. Let me acknowledge Mr. Osborne.
Your Honor, I didn't mean to interrupt you. My thing is, I was going to ask before we read the jury instructions if I could if we could have a restroom break for that, because I know it's going to take some time to read them.
Everybody's going to stand in their seat and stretch. Nobody's going to leave the room but you. Because you're pretty prompt with that, so go for it.
Thank you.
I'll just stand up. Blood flowing.
That was true.
Well, you're on my team. Get that out of there. This is what happens after 8 at night.
All right, while they take a break, we will review what was said in closings. Go ahead and put that up just in case they throw something up there. All right, so talks about relations with Randy Walters' wife. Now, I thought they were only suing for the theft comment. I didn't know about the Randy Walters' wife. We'll have to wait and see what the jury instructions are and what the actual verdict forms are before we get into that. But I thought it was yesterday. I thought it was just about the theft. I didn't realize he was going after. Well, we'll wait and see. So he's saying he knows he lied, and then he says you have been called by a higher power. So he's bringing some religion into it. Render a verdict of money that somehow represents the harm that they've been put through. You can't issue an order that says stop or say you're sorry. And if there was an ad out there, he talks about if there was an ad out there, we'll give you $2 million if you go through what Lisa went through for the past 3 years. Would you take it? He points and he glares at Mr. Foreman there. He says nothing can stop him unless you tell him to stop. And then he brings out Lisa Phillips's form, false light claim, defamation, separate verdict form. So that's what the judge is going to give them. Those are, the judge is going to give them another opportunity to give more money, but he's asking for $1.5 million for Lisa Phillips, $1 million for Brian Newland, $1 million for Randy Walters, and $4,500 to be split 4 ways between Sean Grooms, Mike Estep, Sean Cooley, and Justin Cooley. So they're both asking for $100,000. I thought that they were looking for $25,000 each. So these amounts are like way more than what I thought from what I heard before. He says you can award more or less, but he's asking for the above. Now that one really shocked me. I'm like, wait a minute. You can award more or less? So the jury can go back and they can be like, yeah, no, we're going to give them $20 million each. What if the jury comes back and says Lisa Phillips gets $100 million? I mean, we all know that it's going to be appealed straight away and all of that. But what if they come back and say, yeah, give her $1 billion. That'll send a message. I mean, what if they do that? I'm shocked that they can award whatever they feel necessary. I didn't realize that. He says this isn't freedom of speech. If a small amount of money verdict. So if you choose. So then here's where he kind of browbeats the guilt shames, I guess, guilts them. Now if you go with a small amount of money, like say $1, in that world, that future, you're telling the world that it's okay what he did, that what they went through is okay, that we think it's fine. They would be subject to ridicule. What can we do to stop this? Here we are today. They've suffered through publicity and public humiliation. They bravely stood behind their case. We're trusting you to make the right and fair decision. And then Mr. Osborne gets up and says, hold on, shoot. All right, hold on, let me get back here. Oop, they're back. All right. Hold on a sec.
Often the lawyers start with the jury instructions when the case comes in the door. And then the court refines the instructions to account for the conduct of the trial. So to the extent that they might have gotten the instructions very quickly this morning, it's not that they didn't know it, it's the refinements, the little tweaks along the way. That's what they're talking about. But I want to thank them because they did good work making it possible for me to get to the point where I can give these instructions to you. The court has the legal duty to prepare the instructions to you on the law. And then you have a legal obligation to accept the instructions the way they're given to you. It's your sworn duty to do that. You cannot apply what you think the law ought to be. You're obedient, as I am obedient, to the rules of the law. a person who claims that certain facts exist, in this case the plaintiffs have to prove them, in this case by what's called the preponderance of the evidence. You've heard me say this before. I'm going to try to go over things you know, but the obligation is called the burden of proof. Plaintiffs have to prove their facts by a preponderance of the evidence. Preponderance is more evidence in favor of their position than opposed to their position, tilting the scales in their favor. There's one element that has a different burden of proof. Clear and convincing evidence, a higher amount, a greater weight of evidence has to be proven with regard to the knowledge or the motive for publishing. But generally think, okay, can the plaintiffs prove their case by slightly more evidence in their favor than evidence opposed to them? There's two claims, what we've called defamation, and secondly, false light, invasion of privacy. In your deliberations, each of those claims is deliberated separately because there's separate rules for each. I'll give you more. But there's separate law for each of those separate claims. There's 7 plaintiffs, each of whom is entitled to their own deliberation. So when I refer to plaintiff or plaintiffs, what I'm saying to you is that side of the room, but you always have to apply these facts individually and separately deliberate each person's claims. If you rule in favor of one plaintiff, it doesn't mean you have to rule for all the rest of them. And if you rule against one plaintiff, it doesn't mean you have to rule against all of them. So it's not like an all or nothing verdict. It's 7 deliberations. And I'll use plaintiff and plaintiffs interchangeably, just understand the analysis and what I'm trying to communicate to you. So to go back to burden of proof, preponderance is the greater weight of the evidence that you believe outweighs or is overbalanced by the evidence opposed to it. A preponderance of the evidence is evidence which is more probative, more probable, more persuasive. It has greater evidence value to you. Look at the quality of the evidence, not simply the quantity. If it was only about quantity, there would be more plaintiff witnesses than defendant witnesses, so you'd think, oh, just because of the number of witnesses, someone must prevail, when in fact you look at the quality of the evidence. Don't get hung up on which side called the witnesses. Think about the quality of the testimony, what you took from it, regardless of numbers, regardless of where it came from. If it would turn out in your mind that there's an equal balancing, the evidence opposed to it and in favor are equal, then the plaintiffs have not met their burden of proof because they didn't tip the scale slightly in their favor. If you could decide a fact or an item in 2 different ways, you have to decide it based upon the facts, not guesswork or coin flips or I don't care. So in those areas where it's hard or it's difficult to resolve, you have to resolve it. You can't leave it up to I don't care and I'll just flip a coin or it doesn't matter. Guesswork's not what you're expected to do. The heavy work of sorting out the facts and deciding which side of the scale they go on is the role of the jury. Now, when we talk about preponderance, slightly shifting, we also have to talk about clear and convincing evidence, a different standard for that one element of motive to publish. Clear and convincing evidence is a higher or greater amount of evidence. You have to be more convinced. Clear and convincing means the evidence produces in your mind a firm belief or a firm conviction that that item is true. So preponderance might be, by example, slightly tipping the scales. Firmly convinced is more convinced, greater evidence offered by the plaintiffs with regard to the motive or the knowledge of publication. What's the evidence of trial? Evidence is testimony and exhibits. Evidence is direct and circumstantial. People scratch their heads on this, but it makes sense later. Direct evidence is when a witness has an opportunity to see or hear those things about which they testify. I sat here, I watched the jury take their notebooks and write in their notebooks. Direct evidence, an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is different. Circumstantial evidence is when you look at the facts and circumstances surrounding something you saw, and then you make a conclusion that something else actually occurred. I saw the jury box empty, I saw the pencils, I saw the notebooks, I saw the end of the day. The notebooks were all open, there were words written there. So it's circumstantial evidence that the jury took notes. I didn't see you take notes. But from the facts and circumstances that I did see, it's a reasonable conclusion of fact that you did take notes. Why do I tell you that? Most evidence came at you both directly and circumstantially. Things that I personally saw, and then things that happened as a result of what I saw. Circumstantial evidence is fair game as much as direct evidence. Direct evidence isn't better. You might think it's better when in fact it's not always better, because the witness didn't tell you that they were blind when you thought they saw something, or it was foggy, or the lights were bad. So when you think about the evidence and how to weigh the quality of it, what a person saw, what they heard, what they personally experienced is good evidence, direct evidence. But so is the circumstances around that testimony. They're both fair game. Often people infer that something exists based upon the circumstances and inferences. I inferred it's a reasonable circumstantial evidence that you wrote in your notebooks. That's fair. But I'm not allowed to infer, because you took notes, therefore you also did something else. You can't stack an inference that something else occurred on top of something else you thought occurred, on top of something else that could have occurred. The idea here is what we call remoteness. It gets more and more unreliable the more remote you get from the first circumstantial evidence. If you want to say the circumstantial evidence is reliable, great. If you want to infer that that's reasonable, great. But don't stack another, well, now I suppose something else happened, and if that happened, then something else should have happened. It's stacking, it's called remoteness. Then it gets unreliable. With regard to the exhibits, you saw exhibits, there was testimony related to them. Consider whether the exhibits are in fact what they're portrayed to be. You decide what weight, if any, the exhibits have to have when thinking about the testimony involving them. Exhibits in video can speak themselves, but sometimes paper and other exhibits don't. So you have to consider what the witness said in light of how the exhibit was portrayed. Don't make inferences or conclusions based upon the number of exhibits. Remember, I want you to look at the quality, not just simply the number. Like theoretically, the plaintiffs had more number of exhibits than the defendant. Don't count numbers. Look at the quality, make the content important. You'll have like physical, tangible paper exhibits back there. When you get to the video or the data-driven exhibits, you'll have a computer back there so you can use that to look at the exhibits. So if it never works that way, so I always offer the bailiff services that he can come back and, as you saw, make the technology work. So if you struggle back there with plugging in a thumb drive and finding the drive and then turning it on, we would expect that. I'll tell you how to communicate with us, but just ask for help. We'll send back a very capable bailiff and he'll save the day. Evidence is not what the lawyers say. You heard opening statements, closing arguments. That's not evidence. It's helpful, it's necessary, it's built into the system, but it's not evidence. If a statement was asked and the question was not answered, there's no evidence from the question. I did that once or twice to show you how it works. Just, you might have thought the answer was going to be yes because the witness was just shaking their head yes. The witness is, yeah, I understand the question, and the answer is no. So you can't use body language to get an answer that wasn't spoken from the record. I don't think that happened too often. But remember where the evidence is. It's the exhibits and the witness statement, not the lawyering side of the case. There was times where I sustained objections and handled the lawyers the way I thought was necessary. I always ask people to apologize or accept it's like I always try to make sure I'm neutral in my facial expressions and my voice tone, but sometimes I just don't get that done. An important role for the jurors is to weigh credibility. Credibility is assigning believability, assigning weight to the evidence, assigning weight to the witness testimony, assigning weight to the exhibits. When you weigh evidence, you're basically deciding truthfulness, and as odd as it sounds, it's what we do all the time. We weigh credibility continuously each day. In weighing credibility, you should consider the appearance of the witness on the stand. Consider the manner in which they testified. Did it seem straightforward? Did it seem honest? Did it seem evasive? What did it seem to you? So you're using your eyes and you're using your ears to weigh credibility. Think about how reasonable their testimony was in light of the subject matter of the trial. Consider education, interest, bias. Consider if they were frank with you or not. We use these tests every day to decide whether we want to rely upon or find a person believable or not. As I told you before, every witness took an oath to be honest in their testimony. The oath does not bind you that just because they're talking, I have to believe it. In fact, you have to parse it out, because people could very honestly get up and say, I believe this to be true, when in fact they're misunderstood and wrong, not lying. So recognize you can parse the evidence. You can believe everything a witness said. You can believe nothing a witness said. You can pull out the pieces you think are credible and ignore those that you think are not credible. And then you shuffle that entire deck with every witness along the way. As a rule, we want people only to testify, general rule, about things they heard and experienced and saw, firsthand testimony. So that's the general rule. But then we violate that general rule because we let people express their opinions about what the facts or circumstances mean that they experienced. So in deciding what their opinion means and how you weigh their opinion, you do the same thing. You're allowed to hear their opinion. It's evidence. But you have to, again, parse it out in terms of the credibility test. A person can give you an opinion, and you might go, I don't believe that because that's not in their subject matter. Or they don't have enough knowledge. Or their emotions got the better of them. Or they have an interest or a bias or whatever. And you might go, no, it's a completely valid opinion because of whatever credibility factors you have. So we give you direct testimony, we give you circumstantial, we give you opinions, and then tell you to weigh out those things that you find believable, credible, and otherwise. In this process, the jury sits around as a committee. And it might be that you find a person credible, the other person finds somewhat credible, and the other person finds not credible. Expect that to happen. And then resolve those differences back there. There's more about that later, but in this whole deliberation process, that's normal. Somebody said while they were here, yeah, I'd served on jury. No, it wasn't easy. It's not meant to be easy, it's important. I just have to explain the rules enough and then tell you don't get your feelings hurt when you get back there and begin the discussion. The instructions I gave you so far would be relatively common in most trials, because those are general rules for how to do the job as a juror. The next set of instructions in the middle I call substantive instructions. These are the law that applies, the rules that apply to this set of facts, these claims. You'll have sets of these instructions to go back over, so I have to read them to you in the party's presence, but you're not expected to remember all this. You'll have your opportunities to go back over it and get schooled later. So these are the substantive instructions. Again, two claims. One's called defamation, That is called invasion of privacy based upon this false light publicity. They have separate instructions. I put them right next to each other, but the rules for the one claim are not the same as the other. There's overlap, but they are a separate set of rules. So don't apply the rules for defamation to the false light publicity claim, because you went across the line of their two separate causes of action. With regard to defamation, each plaintiff claims the defendant defamed him or her that then caused them damages. To establish defamation, each plaintiff must show that a statement, that could be oral, written, video, was portrayed a fact that was published. So the statement was made, or statement of fact was portrayed and published. Second, that the statement was untrue. Third, that the defendant acted with malice, actual malice, or reckless regard for knowledge of the truthfulness, and that they suffered injury. I'm going to break those four apart. Okay, so again, the statement was portrayed as a fact. It has to be published, so that's all rolls together. That the statement was untrue. The defendant acted with either actual malice or reckless regard about the truthfulness of it, and then that caused injury. Plaintiffs are considered public officials. You heard a lot of that. So that's where the clear and convincing evidence standard applies. So what you're doing is taking on the element of the defendant acted with malice or a reckless disregard about the truthfulness of it. That's the higher clear and convincing proof. So on that element, it's not just a preponderance. On that third element, it's thoroughly convinced about his motive for publication. Clear and convincing evidence means you're thoroughly convinced about the truthfulness of motive for making or publishing the statement. What's actual malice? This knowledge in the publication. Actual malice occurs when the defendant makes a false statement with knowledge it's false. The second part of that test, it's either published with actual malice or published with a reckless disregard about the truthfulness or not. So reckless disregard means that a defendant acted while aware that the statement was probably false, or that the defendant entertained serious doubts about the truthfulness and didn't inquire. The defendant's failure to investigate may be considered evidence of reckless disregard or evidence of falsity when the defendant had serious doubt about whether it was truthful or not. So actual knowledge of falseness or reckless disregard about something that's probably false. Those elements have to be proven by the higher amount of evidence. A statement is false when it's not substantially true. It's substantially true when the essence of the statement is true, when you think about the statement as a whole. The defendant's statements or portrayals must be given their ordinary meaning in that context, in that circumstance. So you can't just pull a line out. You have to look at the whole portrayal of the statement. In deciding whether the statement is false, you're not to consider the defendant's subjective belief. You consider whether it's true or false from an objectively reasonable perspective. So it's your perspective about truthfulness, not what the defendant thought at the time, because we can all think of things that are unreasonably thought. So we apply an outside standard, an objective standard, not the defendant's subjective belief. Now, this idea about the concept of truthfulness is where we find the fact that truth is a defense. So if the statement is true, then there can be no defamation. Plaintiffs also have to prove that the statements were published, portrayed, made. Published means that the statement was read or heard by another person other than the plaintiffs. From the testimony, as a matter of law, the courts just determined that publishing or portrayal is not an issue. Nobody pushed back. It's not anything you have to decide. I'm telling you as a matter of law, that element is uncontroverted, that the defendant published, the defendant portrayed the statement. So of those four, one's been resolved by the court because there's no contrary evidence. Now you're down to analyzing those three statements, elements, if you will. You need to know how to differentiate between facts and opinion. In a defamation claim, this is important. This is over on this side of the first claim, fact versus opinion. The distinction between portraying a statement of fact and portraying a statement as opinion is crucial. It's an important distinction. Portraying a fact or portraying an opinion. Only statements of fact can be the basis for a defamation claim. Statements of fact could be untrue, which is the nature of a defamation claim. If I'm expressing an opinion, there's no way to decide whether it's true or untrue, so you can't defame someone in expressing an opinion because there's nothing verifiable about it. It's an opinion. So a defamation claim has to involve an untrue fact. To determine whether a statement is fact or opinion, you apply these four factors in their whole text. You look at the specific statement, the language in the statement. Consider, importantly, whether that statement is verifiable or not. Then apply the general context of the statement, and then think about not only the context of the statement, but then the broader, how the statement could be received or heard. Start with the statement, is it verifiable? Consider the circumstances of the statement in its context, and then go farther out to the statement's circumstances in general. Look at the precise wording. Determine whether a reasonable hearer or listener would view the words as portraying fact or portraying opinion. If a statement is made and it's considered an opinion because it's not verifiable, there could be no defamation. If a statement is made and it contains verifiable information, then it can be the subject of a defamation claim if the verifiable statement is untrue. If you find that the statement was portrayed to the public as a fact, that the portrayal was false, it's a fact and it's false, plaintiffs have proven their case. If you find that it's not a fact, or that the fact was true, then the defendant prevails. This is why I give it to you in writing.
Okay, I forgot about that.
General instructions for defamation are done. Those rules apply to that claim. These rules apply to the invasion of privacy false light claim. There's only one place where I'm going to tell you to overlap the instructions. So don't overlap all the first instructions in the second bucket, separate set of rules. The person who invades the right of privacy of another person can be subject to liability and the harm that comes from invading that other person's right of privacy. The right of privacy is the right of a person to be left alone. It's the right to be free from the unwarranted appropriation or the exploitation of a person's personality or their private affairs in such a manner as to outrage or cause mental suffering, some sort of shame or humiliation to the person. Each plaintiff claims the defendant violated his or her right to privacy by publicizing false information that places them in a false light in the public. Each plaintiff must prove that the false light in which they were placed would be highly offensive. It's a highly offensive place to a reasonable person. Not their subjective, but would a reasonable person find that they were put in a highly offensive place. And the defendant had knowledge of or acted with reckless disregard to the falsity of the publicized matter. Reckless disregard, falsity, and actual knowledge are the same definitions from the first section. So that part of the first instructions you can carry over. Actual knowledge, reckless disregard, and falsity, I'm not going to redefine. That part you would read over. But it's a different test. Was the particular plaintiff put in a false light by the false information? False light means the defendants know that the plaintiff, as a reasonable person, would be justified in feeling seriously offended and aggrieved by the publicity. Seriously offended and aggrieved by the publicity. The plaintiff's privacy is not invaded when it's an unimportant statement that's made. It's only when there's such a major misrepresentation of the plaintiff's character, history, activity, some fact, that it might be reasonably expected that a reasonable person would be highly offended. Determine whether the statements made by the defendant would place a reasonable person in a position of false light, not merely whether the plaintiff believed they were in a false light. So this is the objective perspective that we use for juries. You're the outside public looking in. Do you consider it reasonable or not that they would be highly offended? It's not their subjective belief, it's the public's perception. To be highly offensive, the plaintiff must be justified in the eyes of the community as feeling seriously offended and aggrieved by the publicity. The statement must be such a major misrepresentation of their character, of their history, of their activities, of their beliefs or facts about them, that they would be seriously offended in the eyes of a reasonable person of the public. False has the same definitions I gave you, not substantially untrue. The fact versus opinion distinction doesn't apply from that, so you don't have to do the fact versus opinion analysis. If you find that any one or more of the plaintiffs proved all the elements of false light, invasion of privacy, then you would enter a verdict in their favor. If you find that any one or more of the plaintiffs did not prove all the elements of false light, invasion of privacy, then you would rule in the defendant's favor. I'll say it again, there's 7 determinations on false light, there's 7 determinations on defamation, and you make them separately. If you find for a plaintiff on either one or both of their claims, then you go to the question of whether the defamation or the invasion of privacy caused damages. There always has to be a connection between the false statement and the damage, or the false light offensive position they were put into and the damages. A person who seeks to recover damages must prove not only that the other party caused the harm, but also that the conduct proximately caused them injury. Proximate cause is an act that in its natural and logical sequence caused the injury. There was an example of the defendant could have caused, but was something else actually the cause. You have to sort out whether the person's injury came from the defendant's conduct or came from somewhere else. With regard to damages, the purposes of damages are to compensate a plaintiff for injury, to their reputation, for any kind of monetary loss, for emotional distress, so it's compensation, to vindicate the plaintiff, which helps restore their reputation, and to dissuade others from publishing defamation statements or false light statements. If you find that any one or more of the plaintiffs' claims should be ruled in their favor, then you have to have the greater weight of the evidence, a preponderance of the evidence about the amount, not clear and convincing proof about damages, but in your deliberations, slightly more evidence in favor of the amount to award is the test, the burden of proof. Take into consideration all the facts and circumstances and evidence, decide what amount of compensation should be awarded to each particular defendant or plaintiff. These are the kind of types or examples for which you can award money. Harm to their reputation, including exposure to public hatred, public contempt, ridicule, or public scorn, and or loss of professional income and or out-of-pocket expenses, and or physical, mental anguish, pain, and suffering, loss of society, companionship, and friendship. Those are all eligible factors or categories by which to compare or measure damages. It could be that the award of damages is not easily determinable and you can't put an amount on it. You can still order what's called nominal, or I'm going to use the word token, damages. So if you find in favor of the plaintiff, then you have essentially the opportunity to go from 1 to wherever. Nominal or token would be the 1 or 10 or some low amount as a statement that they prevailed and entitled to damages, but you're not bound by anything more than 1 in your deliberations. But if you find for a plaintiff, then there has to be an award for damages, assuming there's a causal link between the defamation or the false light and injury or harm to reputation, emotions, etc. As a matter of law, the court determined previously that the claimed damage to the defendant's home was permitted under the circumstances of serving the search warrant. Therefore, you do not make a reduction for any damage that the defendant said happened to his home during the search warrant. The court previously found, as a matter of law, that that's expected or permitted as a result of serving the search warrant. So you don't subtract based upon whatever you think happened to his home. In your deliberations, a plaintiff cannot have double recovery. If you find defamation and invasion of false light privacy, you don't issue an award under each category. You can't award pain and suffering, say this, emotional distress once and then emotional distress twice. You would issue one order as long as there's either a claim for defamation or a claim for false light, invasion of privacy. Don't double up if a plaintiff prevailed on both claims. Your verdict form doesn't really make that possible. You'll get there, we're getting close. Another concept that came up earlier was something called punitive damages. You are advised that punitive damages are not a part of the deliberations given to you right now. I haven't talked about punitive damages. Punitive damages are meant to be punishment damages for conduct. That's not a part of your deliberations. You're deliberating what we call compensatory injury-related damages. An award of punitive damages can only be given if there is a compensatory damage award. If a compensatory damage award is given, then you come back with a different set of instructions and you have arguably a second deliberation about punitive damage. You don't have to award it, but they aren't all lumped in. So don't think in this first phase, oh, the punishers are really mad. That's not where we are. If you find any plaintiff prevails on either claim and it caused injury, compensatory, actual repair damages, if you will, are what we're here for, not punishment. That's a second deliberation. The verdict forms aren't that hard to understand once you know what you're doing. Each plaintiff has 3 pages. Page 1 is the claim for defamation. We, the jury, being duly impaneled, find in favor of, and then it says Sean Cooley or defendant, circle 1. So you have to circle whether the defendant prevailed on Sean Cooley's claim for defamation. Then there's signature lines. Regardless of that verdict, you go to the second claim. So the next form is, we the jury find in favor of Sean Cooley or defendant for the false light claim. The instructions at the bottom of each page say, now go to the next page. If you find for the plaintiff on either of the first two forms, then you go to form number 3, which is damages. Damages is one line where you put a number in. You can take notes and you can split it out, and you can do calculations, and you can decide how you get to it, but there's one line. So that would be for Sean Cooley, and it says Sean Cooley on the first 3 pages. And then the next 3 pages say Justin Cooley, same 3 pages. So on the first 2 pages, find in favor of that plaintiff or the defendant, circle 1. Next one, in favor of that plaintiff or defendant on the second claim, circle 1 of those options. And then you go to the damages form only if the plaintiff prevailed on one of the first 2. They're all numbered, they all have names on it, they should be easy to follow. You can tell me later. What do you do when you go back there? The first thing you officially need to do is pick a foreperson. Now the foreperson is not the shop foreman, they're not the boss. They don't tell you what to do. The foreperson job is to organize the discussion, engage people, keep track of the exhibits, be the committee chairman. But the foreperson doesn't convince you to do what they want, they organize the discussion. There's no way to pick a foreperson. You can arm wrestle, throw fingers, draw names out of a hat. Don't go to the bathroom first, because you very well could come out the foreperson. I don't care. I've heard people say that. They pick them because they weren't there. It doesn't matter. I can't tell you how to pick one. Just get one. Throwing fingers is fine. It takes too long. You probably already know who's willing to do it, or maybe you've talked to each other enough, or you just say, sorry, you lose, you're it. But it's just organizing discussion. That's all it is. Just organize the discussion. Make sure nothing leaves. You'll have in your possession the verdict forms, the exhibits. You'll have copies of these instructions. Keep all that back there. When you come out, the only thing left to bring back out here should be all these verdict forms. Leave your notebooks back there. Everything else in the foreperson should make sure that that goes on. How do you deliberate? Generally, the advice to you is to go back there and start talking about the case, replay the witnesses, but don't just say, I think something ought to happen. Because when you come out with your first opinion and then start discussing it, a lot of people realize their first opinion is not their best opinion. But once you threw it out there, then you got to figure out, how do I get my pride back and retool? So generally, don't go back there and just say, here's what we ought to do. What do you think about this witness, and how did this one come across, and do you understand the rules? And start into this discussion process, however you can do it. But eventually, then you're going to need to start getting to the point where you see a consensus is being built. If you immediately express an opinion, changing is sometimes hard, so work together to build a consensus. Consult with one another in the jury room, deliberate with a view of reaching an agreement. You can do so as a group, but without surrendering your own conviction. Each of you ultimately has to decide this case for themselves in this deliberation process. You might find somebody leaning on you to change your opinion. That's good, unless you feel pressured against your will to change your opinion. If they come at you with good arguments, maybe you should rethink your position, because their arguments really are good. So a certain amount of give and take and tension is usually the sign of a good deliberation. Just don't take it personally. Never surrender your own personal convictions just to get along. Don't be influenced by considerations of sympathy or prejudice. The law does not expect us to be robots and have no sympathy, no emotions, no prejudice, or no biases. That happens all the time. You have to set those aside. You're required to disregard them to make your verdict carefully, to weigh the evidence, consider disputed questions of fact, apply the law to try to reach a verdict which the parties would be considering fair to both sides. Fairness is a big thing. Is this verdict fair to both the parties? Consider all the evidence regardless of who brought it forward. Do so with intelligence, impartiality, without bias, without sympathy, without prejudice. During the deliberations, if you have questions, you're welcome to write them down, which then comes to me, which goes to the lawyers to get you an answer. It's like a magic doorbell. Knock on the door. Okay? The bailiff's like within earshot. He doesn't have his cup up against the door. So like pound on the door enough to get his attention. He'll come back, get the question, give it to me, I'll huddle with the lawyers, get you an answer. So when you get back there and there's a problem, you don't understand something, you want more information, you can get more information. Like we'll try to make sure you're not starving, like creature comforts will be provided, like we're gonna run into the lunch hour, so there's a way of taking care of it. I heard it yesterday, they'll do it today. So like we're gonna wanna cover all those bases. The clock is yours when the deliberations start. You watch me pay attention to the clock, right? I don't have a clock because you do. So how much time you need is up to you, not up to our expectations or our time commitment. We got to make sure that when you deliberate, you don't do so out of like human denial or fatigue. So yeah, we're going to watch to see how that goes. Like you might have me send you a question saying, is everybody fine? Are you awake? Do you need coffee? Do you need food? What do you need? One jury kept going, my personal record's 1:24 a.m. because that's what they wanted. If they didn't want to go home, they were not coming back tomorrow because they were locked in and doing a good job. But it wasn't my clock, it was theirs. Until the verdict is announced in open court, you cannot indicate to anybody what it is. When you knock on the door saying we have a verdict, the bailiff will come, he'll tell me that you have a verdict. The foreperson brings the forms out here, and you hold on to them till everybody's here, and then we open the verdicts in front of all the parties. Don't say, oh, so-and-so, and this is the outcome, because the bailiff doesn't want to know that, and he shouldn't know that, because it has to happen in this room. Up to this point, like I've told you, you'd like not to talk to people, that still applies. Anybody outside of the jury, that's off limits. If we deliberated today, you went home tonight, came back tomorrow, the rule's especially important. You can't tell anybody anything at all. Once the case is done, you can, in case I forget to say that. With regard to deliberations, I've got 10 of you and 2 extras. So the 2 on the end, 17 and 19, you're alternates. So you don't deliberate, but you're not done. You're what we call insurance. There's no guarantee in an hour somebody's not going to get a call that they have to go, or that they hit the floor, or somebody had an accident, or the baby came early, or whatever it is. So you're not done. You're charged to not talk and to just wait. It's a luxury to have extras. I understand what I just did to you. I get it. But the number of times the jurors slot back in is not the majority, but it's enough that we're glad to have you for a reason. These folks get locked down and something happens along the way. We can't lose 3 days of trial work because somebody went through a stop sign or had a flat tire on a curvy road. Then all of a sudden you're back, we start all over, and the case gets done. So make sure the bailiff has your phone number. If you can be within like 15 minutes of the courthouse, I don't know what that means. If you live farther, just make sure Chris doesn't have to drive far to get you. He's not going to anyway, right? But he's big enough that you don't want to cross him, kind of guy. Anything you want me to deal with in the instructions, Mr. Klingman?
I had 2 minor issues.
Okay, we'll talk over there. Okay. Mr. Osborne, you got anything?
I do have something, yes, sir.
Okay, we're just going to see what I didn't do right, but we're close.
All right, seems like they're wrapping it up. So now the defense just has a few things they want to go over. And we'll have our verdict clock. We will have our verdict clock. Colleen, you took a nap. This guy just rattles on and on. Yeah, I mean, yeah, yes and no. I mean, how long did he talk for? You guys, he only talked for like 45 minutes. I mean, that's not, in the grand scheme of things, that's really not that long. We've seen some jury instructions go on and on and on. So he's thorough. You know, when things like that happen, I just turn to chat. Just turn to your chat. All right, looks like they're coming back.
The vote is 6 out of 8, not 8 out of 8. It's the next paragraph down. So I've got 8 jurors. When you go back there, 6 and 2 is a vote in favor or opposed. So you always have to have 3/4. So if you take a vote and it's 6 this way and 2 that way, that's enough votes. It does not have to be unanimous to prove a case. In a civil case, it's 6 out of 8. That a big deal? Yeah. I forget it. Yes. It's 6 out of 8. So you can have 2 people say, I don't agree, and if 6 people do, that's a verdict. And then the emphasis for the 2 alternates is not only not talking is important, but not talking to the media is important. So if you get hounded, it's anybody in the universe. Because you're still in the panel, and then if the jury reached a verdict without you, you're going to get a call saying, you're done, and now if you want to talk about it, you can. Anything else, Mr. Klinger?
Nothing from us, Judge. Thank
Mr.
you.
Osborne?
Your Honor, I just renew any objections for the record, but nothing else other than that.
Fair enough. Overruled. Or ruled, depending on what it did. There's a few typos. It'll be like 5-10 minutes before it gets you some sets of instructions. When you look at the instructions, if you have a question about something, read the whole paragraph, not just the one sentence. Like you always think, I want to know more about something. The answer might be 3 words, but read the whole paragraph to do it. So you start your deliberations. We'll get the exhibits back to you, cleaned up sets of instructions. And thank you for your attention so far.
When's lunch?
Yeah, are you taking our lunch order?
I sure am. Shirley, will you get their phone numbers?
Yes, I will. I think you can just leave that way right there.
Leave this letter?
Yeah, and then if you would have to come back and deliberate, you'll have to notice that. We don't look at them or anything, even afterwards, we just tear them out.
You wouldn't be able to follow them anyway.
Remember, dear.
Judge Hine. Sorry.
So they're asking when is lunch? I like that jury. I like when a jury asks when lunch is. All right, so they're going to take 10 minutes. There's some typos, so they're not deliberating yet. No jury. Hey, Crazy Mary Joe. No jury. No, they're not deliberating yet. Or are they going to cut the feed on me? Ooh, they may cut the feed. Hold on a sec. Oh, we're not going to have a feed during verdict. I have a feeling they're going to cut the feed, you guys. Let's see. Yeah, looks like they're going to cut the feed, so we're not going to know. Oh man, this feed is slightly annoying. So we don't know when they're going to come back. They're supposed to come back in 10 minutes. Looks like they're ending this feed. So I have a feeling that they're going to just randomly come back. Yeah, they cut the feed. Dang it. All right, I don't know. All right, my hands are tied. I don't know if they're going to come back or if they're just going to start deliberating. This feed is not very stable, if you will. It's from the news station. Well, he said they were going to come back in 10 minutes. Says they're going to come back in 10 minutes, so... All right, I'll start it at... I don't think we're going to have a feed until they come back with a verdict, and then we may not even be live because that's what they do. They started and we just come in like right in the middle of testimony. I wish they would just keep the feed going. So annoying. So annoying. All right. So he said 10 minutes they were going to come back, so we'll give them 10 minutes. All right, I'm going to take a quick comfort break myself, and I'm going to get some water, so I'll be back in a second. All right, so I'm hoping that they come back at least and finalize their jury instructions. But let's see. We'll see. I can change this though. Let's see. We are in verdict watch. So what I'm going to do is when they officially go into verdict watch or verdict deliberation, and we are officially in verdict watch. Here, I can move this so you guys can see. Blink. We're in verdict watch. Lemon pound cake. When I'm going to replay his testimony because he was called by the plaintiff, so he's basically a hostile witness. So we'll give them. He said 10 minutes. That was 11:41. So let's see. I'll see what happens. Oh, you know what we can do though? We can. Okay, we get rid of jury instructions. We don't need those anymore. I'm going to end this poll, and we're going to get a new one. How long will it take? We'll get a new one. All right. Sparkling Princess, what did I do? What did I do? What are you laughing? What did I do? Tell me what I did. All right. So 602 votes. Appreciate that, you guys. So what video/song did Afroman go too far with? 68% of you said none of them. 19% of you said Lisa. 8% of you said both of those songs and more. And 5% of you said the lemon pound cake. So I agree. I think the Lisa he went too far, but caused her pain. I never want to see anybody in pain. That's not cool. But look at Two Live Crew, Lenny Bruce, like he said, Richard Pryor, Eddie Murphy, George Carlin with the FCC coming down on him with the 7 swear words, just goes on. And like I said earlier, when Elvis came out, people were like horrified. They're like, yeah. They were horrified by that. How dare he shake his hips? How dare he do that? He's sexualizing everything, blah, And I think every generation, my take on it, being in music, every generation wants to push the boundaries, right? Every generation from an artistic standpoint, whether you're a visual artist, right? Whether you're a actor or actress, whether you're a comedian, whether you're a musician, you always are pushing the boundary, right? Every generation pushes that boundary. Look at Milton Berle as a comedian, to Rodney Dangerfield, to you know, Richard Pryor, you know, look at how every generation just kind of pushes that boundary. And music is no different. Music is no different. You had the songs in the 20s and 30s that were very sexualized, you know, meaning not the jazz that, you know, not the jazz that was being played by Benny Goodman and those guys, but by other artists, you know, that was, you know, Hot Nuts, you know, all that stuff. Shake Your Moneymaker, Squeeze My Lemon Till the Juice Runs Down. You know, I mean, there's just, you know, that was back in the 30s and 40s, you know. But now every generation is pushing that boundary more and more and more. You know, you had the 60s, they were pushing the boundaries. The 70s with, you know, they were pushing the boundaries. 80s, 90s, every generation pushes the boundaries because they have to. You know, that they just have to. That's just the way it is, you know. That doesn't mean there still can't be really good music that's well, I don't know, what's offensive. That's what I get. I go back to, I may not agree with what you say, but I will defend your right to say it. You know, that's kind of where I stand. I can always turn it off. If you don't like what I'm saying right now, you can turn it off. You know, if you don't like what Afroman is saying, just turn it off. So, you know, but then it gets into, well, Afroman's not writing a song about me, and, you know, I'm walking out and somebody's saying, oh, you're a PDF file. I'm like, what are you talking about? No, I'm not. You know, I don't know how I would react if there was a song written about me that said that. And who knows, maybe somebody out there is going to write that song about me right now. I don't know. But how would you guys react if you were shopping or your kid came home, or if you were shopping and people were like, you know, whispering behind your back is one thing because then you become like this pariah, you know, but, you know, when people come up to you and they start, you know, saying things in your face, all right, that's going too far, but that's people reacting to something. You know, you can't control how people react to something. And again, we were talking about this yesterday, you know, people leave nasty comments to us, you know, happens all the time. You just, you know, you got to move on. But I'm not losing money over it. None of these people lost money over it. You know, not a single person lost money. Not a single person was demoted. Matter of fact, they were promoted. Not, you know, so that's kind of also where I draw the line. If you had lost money, if people were saying, you know, if you were fired for this, but they weren't. Nobody was fired, right? Nobody was fired for this. If anything, Afroman said he lost gigs because promoters were seeing that he had people, he was kidnapping people. So they said, no, you're not going to play here. You know, Gretchen, we will fight people making nasty comments to you. I know, it happens. It happens. Gimbers, fighting words. Sparkling, I mean, musicians constantly make fun of each other, make diss tracks. Hey, we're going to be following Charles Jones out of the, you know, Jacksonville beef. You know, they're writing songs literally about taking each other out, you know, shooting each other, you know, deleting each other. You know, they were not making any, they were not couching that in anything clever. They were like straight up, who I smoke, you know. They were straight up saying, you know, and their videos. We're going to be covering that in April. So you guys are going to get an education on the Jacksonville 600 and 1200 blocks, you know, and their beef. And we're you know, it's eye-opening, you know, the drill rap. It's pretty eye-opening. No Lazy Boys. That's a shooting. Charles Jones, Julio Fulio was taken out in Tampa Bay on his birthday by a rival group. So it's a Alicia Andrews was the beginning of that. If you guys remember when we were doing our Halloween special last year, Alicia Andrews' verdict came in Oh, you know what? Okay, I'm going to start the verdict clock. Well, theoretically they were supposed to come back, right? They're supposed to come back at. It's been 10 minutes. I'm just seeing if they're going to come back. Hold on. Let me just let me focus on this and see if we can get a feed. Shandy, your chat is acting funny. Yeah, Wizard is having problems too. Sparkling Princess had a problem yesterday. Something's going on with YouTube, I guess. Yeah, C. Gilmore, Frank Zappa. Yeah, I mean, Captain Beefheart, you know. Even Weird Al Yankovic. I mean, did he cross any lines? I don't know. It's a tough call. It's a tough call. I never want to see anybody hurt. You know, we never want to see anybody hurt. But look at politicians. Look at like races. Look at presidential races. Look at how nasty, or any political race, they are nasty to each other, like just straight up nasty. You know, are they saying lies? You know, do they get their feelings hurt because? I mean, I hate to say it, but some political races are seriously nasty. So do those politicians sue each other for saying something about each other? I don't know. Shandy, now your comment is disappearing. Well, we can see you. Wizard was having that problem, and Sparkling was having it yesterday. I don't know. Katie Cat says, a teacher coach at a local high school got arrested this week for socializing with a minor. He bonded out yesterday, and your town is losing it. Right. Debbie, we always find the good trials. Thank you for that. We try. How about waiting? Gretchen, how about waiting to start the verdict clock? Well, I'm going to start it at noon no matter what. I'm going to start it at noon. And, hey, you guys, we're 70 subs away. We are 70 subscribers away from 20,000 subscribers. We're at 19,930. If you guys could just get the word out and help us get over to 20,000 while we're watching this verdict, that would be awesome. We're at 19,930 subscribers. So please do whatever you can to get us over to 20,000 subscribers. That would be awesome. And if you are listening and you haven't subscribed, please take a moment to do so. Help us get to 20,000. Oh, we're at 932 now. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. Weird Al is annoying. Right, Brenda. What's annoying to you? Maybe high art to somebody else. I mean, Weird Al carved out a huge career for himself, right? So just because it's annoying to you is that art? Look at the world of visual art. You know, I mean, visual art is incredibly. Look at Banksy. You know, with his political art. You know, there's throughout history. You know, visual art has always been a lightning rod for people. So. Yes, Sherry, we're going to get to that. I'm just waiting to get confirmation that they've started to deliberate. I don't want to miss anything if something happens. I'll start at noon. We'll start at noon. One way or the other, I'm just going to start the verdict clock at noon, and if something happens, I'll let you guys know. But yeah, we're gonna replay his testimony from yesterday. So Allison, thank you. Oh, 936, 19,936, 937. Thank you, guys. We're getting there. Appreciate that. Please subscribe, Aussie says, and it's free. Joe Bai says, Weird Al is touring this summer, right? Yeah, he still has an audience. Lucy Lou, what does the probable cause for the warrant? I missed that. We never saw that warrant. I would love to get my hands on that warrant. I don't know who the tip came in from. It was just kidnapping and narcotics. And they said they found a couple of vapes, they found a couple of joints, and that was the extent of what they found. Oh, and money, which they thought was tied to the narcotics. So to answer your question, Don't know exactly what the probable cause was. Would love to see that warrant. Have not been able to get our hands on it. 9:39. All right. Keep it going, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you, Debbie. Really appreciate your support. Wizard says, this is my favorite live trial channel, watching channel, especially when chat is working properly. We see you. We definitely see you. Katie Cat, think it'll be quick? Oh, yeah, that's what I was going to do. I was going to get, let's get a new poll going. How long do you think they'll deliberate for? All right, let's start a new poll. How long will the jury take to come back? Remember, they don't have to be unanimous to come back with a verdict. All right, how long will the jury take to come back with a verdict? 0 to 1 hours. 2 to 3 hours. 3 to 4 hours, or 4 plus. We'll go with 4 plus. All right, 0 to 1, 2 to 0 to 1. No, sorry, that should be 1 to 2. I was okay. Sorry. 0 to 1. Come back here. 0 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3. Pammy, thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for your $20. Spurring on the numbers. Come on. Let's go subs. Thank you, Pammy. Really, really appreciate that. Let's see. 1 to 2. I'm sorry. 0 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 plus hours. All right. Got a new poll for you guys. New poll for you, chat. All right, and I'm just going to start the verdict clock. I'm just going to assume that they're deliberating right now. I hate to do that, but we're just going to go ahead. It's top of the hour. It's noon here. I'm just going to go ahead and do it. All right, we're just going to go ahead and start it and assume that they are deliberating. I'm just going to assume that they're deliberating. All right, and then we're going to find testimony from yesterday. Let's watch his testimony. And if something comes on live, I'll let you guys know. We'll jump back into that. There's no like feed from the court right now, so it's kind of hard. We're flying blind. Verdict watch replay. Joe Foreman on the stand.
Videos about Brian Newland. Correct, Judge?
Start stuff out.
All right. If we get to 20,000, do we get anything? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think 20,000 gets you anything. Hell, writer. Not that I don't think so. All right, so this is from yesterday. This is from yesterday, and this is Verdict Watch. This is Joe Foreman, who is, of course, Afroman. So here we go. Let's check this out.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Next. The plaintiffs called Joseph Foreman as if on cross-examination.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? As this, you shall answer unto God.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. And have a seat.
Go ahead, Mr. Franklin.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, would you give us your name, please?
My name is Joseph Edgar Foreman.
You are known under the stage name as Afroman, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you create music videos and do performances, is
Yes,
that
sir.
right? How many states of the United States have you performed in, do you think?
All of them.
All 50.
Yes, sir.
And how many countries have you performed in?
I don't remember, but not all of them, but I've been to a few.
How many live performances did you do last year, roughly?
I don't know, possibly 250. I don't know, but I don't know. It's a lot of days, but I don't know exactly.
And you have a residence here in Adams County, correct?
Yes, sir.
You've been performing for 20 or 30 years, is that right?
All my life.
All right. And is it fair to say that one of the first big hits you had was But Then I Got High?
Because I got high.
Because I Got High? And do you think it's accurate to say that that song has had over 300 million views on YouTube?
Sounds right.
You have a large presence on social media, obviously, correct?
Depends on your definition of large. There's bigger people than me, but I'm all right.
And on Instagram, is it fair to say that you have 247,000 followers?
Yeah, I just got some of them the other day.
You got new ones coming all the time?
Yes. Not all the time, just here lately.
Because the trial's coming up?
Yeah, all the publicity from the officer's lawsuit and me is running up my numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And on YouTube, you have almost 1 million followers, 983,000, is that right?
I haven't looked. It was 977 last time I looked.
And on TikTok, you have about 392,000 followers?
I haven't looked at it, but that sounds kind of right.
You know when you post something that a lot of people are going to see it, don't you?
Yes.
When this search happened back in August of 2022, Mr. Foreman, you weren't at home?
No.
You were driving home from Chicago?
Yes.
And you got an alert from a family member that the sheriffs were there searching your home, is that right?
Yes.
And you were able to turn on your phone and watch through your home security system what the deputies were doing for a period of time, weren't you?
Yes.
And is it fair to say you were angry and upset about this search?
I wasn't happy.
And is that why you posted the things we've seen this week, because you weren't happy?
No, I posted it because the sheriff's never supposed to raid my house in the first place. The whole raid was a mistake. All of this is their fault. If they hadn't wrongly raided my house, there would be no lawsuit. I would not know their names. They wouldn't be on my body. They wouldn't be on my home surveillance system. And there would be no songs, nothing. My money would still be intact, nothing. So all of this is their fault.
And because they executed a search warrant on your home, that gave you the right to post the things that we've seen this week on the internet?
Because
Is that right? Is that right, Mr. Foreman?
Yes, for tearing down my door, not paying for it, not being apologetic, me being a sport, doing something peaceful to raise the money to pay for their damages, me having the right of the freedom of speech as an American to talk to my family, friends, and fans about what the sheriffs did to my home. Yes, I had the right to my freedom of speech. After they left, I had the right to kick the can and to do what I had to do to repair the damage they brought to my house. Yes, I did.
That includes the right to post the videos that you've just been posting up until Friday and beyond, right?
Yes, I have freedom of speech. I'm a rapper. I entertain. I write fiction, comedy. Yes, I mean, I entertain for a living like you practice law for a living. So I have to go to work.
The deputies left a warrant return at your house, didn't they?
I think they left something with my ex-wife. I'm not sure.
Well, you saw, as soon as the search was over, as soon as you got home, you saw a document that showed exactly how much cash had been taken from the house, correct?
I know I got paid $5,000 for the show that suit was in. I forgot that money was in that suit. But, I heard, I don't know what piece of paper I heard. I knew they took some money. I just knew they took some money. I knew it was 4,000-ish. I knew they took some money and they seized some money and some weed and some, I don't know what else, just minor stuff.
You knew how much money was in that pocket when you came home and saw the warrant return, didn't you?
It was $5,000 from back when I did that show. I remember it was $5,000. But anyway.
So is it your testimony that they actually took $5,000 instead of $4,390?
No, I just know. I know when I did that show, it was with Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa at Red Rocks in Denver. The balance of that show, for me, they sent in a deposit, but the balance was $5,000. I put the $5,000 in my coat pocket. I got drunk, I got high, and I forgot to get that money, and I hung that suit back up. And that's where they got that money from.
So it was $5,000 they got?
Yes. It was $5,000 that was in my suit when I got paid in Red Rocks. Now, after all of this stuff, whatever, it's I don't really know the complete number. It's 46, it's 430, the number bounces up and down. But all I know is I got paid $5,000 at the Red Rocks with Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa when I played the Red Rocks in Denver.
And you got $4,000 returned, right?
I don't know the exact amount.
Well, you were there with the news when you got it.
Right, and the lady at the sheriff's station admitted that the sheriff was short. You can go watch the 19 News.
You knew when you saw the warrant returned, didn't you, that the amount that they were saying was taken was actually more money than was in that suit pocket?
I didn't warrant.
That's why you brought the news to the sheriff's office when you got the money back, because you knew that they had miscounted the money and the number on the evidence bag was actually more money.
I didn't know nothing. The lady at the sheriff department just volunteered the information. I was sitting there, if she had been, I might not even known I got ripped off. She admitted it live on Channel 19 News that the money wasn't right.
You remember in your deposition when I asked you why did you bring the news when you picked up the money?
Yeah, I didn't want to get beat up or Epstein at the sheriff's station after I seen him running around my house with AR-15s. So that's why I brought the news and my attorney. So to make sure I got out of that place with my money.
You brought the news to protect you physically?
Yeah.
Yeah. You didn't bring the news because you already knew there was a miscount and you were going to make
I didn't know nothing about the miscount. I didn't know. I figured they stole my money. They turned my cameras off. So if you turn my cameras off, you must have got something bad in mind. So, yeah, I'm accusing them of it. They turned my cameras off. I can't see what they're doing.
So your testimony under oath here today to these 10 jurors is that you brought the news when you picked up your money to protect you physically from being beat up or shot by the sheriffs, right?
Yes.
All right.
And they volunteered the information that the money wasn't right. That's just an extra something we found out. But I came with my attorney and the news to make sure the people running around my house with guns didn't take me into jail and do something.
You had a safe in your home, correct?
2 of them.
2 safes. Did the sheriffs look into those safes, to your knowledge?
Yes, they did.
The deputies?
Yes.
And how did they get the combination?
I gave it to my ex-wife so the sheriffs wouldn't pull my safe out the floor, take it to the station and put something in it and try to say that whatever they put in my safe was mine. So I went ahead and gave my ex-wife, who I didn't want to give my combination to, it was just safer. I went ahead and gave her my combination so they could open up the safe and realize that they just vandalized somebody that don't even have nothing in the safe.
And do you know what was in those safes?
It was absolutely nothing in the safes.
Don't you keep jewelry in those safes?
No.
Didn't you tell me that in your deposition, that you keep jewelry in those safes?
I do.
Was anything missing from the safes when you got home after the search?
I didn't put nothing in the safes.
Was anything missing from the safes when you got home?
Nothing was in them, so nothing was missing from the safe.
You talked to Randy Walters on the phone before you got home that evening during the search, or right afterwards, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
He told you that they were taking some money and some vape pens and a small amount of marijuana. He told you that?
Yes, sir.
You knew, didn't you, Mr. Foreman, that there had been an investigation by the Claremont County Sheriff's Office into the discrepancy about the cash that was missing from your home, correct? You knew there was an investigation.
Yeah, I knew the sheriffs was investigating themselves.
Oh, that's how you saw it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you ever ask for a report so you could see how bad this investigation of themselves really was?
Yes, I was trying to get involved any way I can. The investigation was going on without any of my participation.
Did you ask for a copy of the report?
I did. I asked for everything. I was trying to be involved. I didn't.
So you've seen the report?
No, I have not.
Okay.
I just saw it a few minutes ago.
Well, you had an attorney when you got the cash returned, correct?
At the station?
Yes.
I had attorney. Yeah, my attorney was present.
Did your attorney ask for a copy of this report?
It wasn't in it. When I got my cash back from the station, it wasn't an investigation until we realized money was missing.
Well, did you contact your attorney and say, hey, get me a copy of that report?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. While Mr. Klingler wants to talk about his client's attorney-client privilege and maybe waive it, Mr. Foreman does have attorney-client privilege with his attorney at that time. And we are going to assert that privilege because it's a privilege he has of right.
And so far, he hasn't asked anything privileged. So I appreciate the sensitivity, overrule the objection, and we'll pay attention. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Your testimony is you never saw a copy of Detective Robinson's report until today.
Yes, sir.
And that's because you didn't want to see a copy of the investigation.
I did want to see. You don't know what I want. I did want to see it.
You did.
I wanted everything that had something to do with my money coming.
And that was 3.5 years ago, correct? And you haven't seen a copy of that report that you wanted to see until this afternoon. Is that right?
That's right. I never had my money taken by cops. I didn't know how this go. I don't know about reports. All I know is live on Fox 19 News, the lady admits that her department is short $400 of my money. That's all I know. I don't know how to investigate police officers taking money.
That's all you know, and that's all you know today, isn't it? That's the whole basis of your claim that your money was stolen, is that the amount of money that was in the bags is different from the amount of money that was written on the bag.
Yeah, my whole thing is they never should have raided me in the first place.
That's your whole thing.
That's my whole thing.
That's the point,
isn't it? If they never would have showed up, there would be no songs about them. I wouldn't know who they are. Their faces would not be on my video cameras. None of this, we wouldn't be in this room right now if they hadn't raided my house and didn't press no charges, didn't even know what they was doing. This whole thing is their fault, and they're suing me for their mistake.
And so you don't really care if they stole your money or not. You're just mad about what they did.
I do care about if they stole one. Police officers shouldn't be stealing the civilians' money. So I do care. All of it is an outrage. This whole thing is an outrage.
You have no evidence that they took your money except for the amount on the bag isn't the same as the amount.
How about the lady admitting that she took?
Did you answer my
question? She admitted that she took my money on live Fox 19 News. Go argue with the film clip. Yeah. Go argue with her admitting that she took my money.
Nobody admitted that they took your money.
Well, whatever. Go look at her admitting that the bag is short because it stayed open all weekend long or 2 weeks after Brian and Officer Cooley just left it and just mishandled it and didn't do right.
Just so we're honest with the jury here, Mr. Foreman, nobody admitted that they took your money, did they?
They admitted it was short.
Yes. Nobody admitted that they took your money. Correct?
It was short. She admitted, she said that it was short. And usually it's 10, $5, $2 missing. How does $400 even come up missing? Odd.
You posted videos about Brian Newland doing hard drugs and snitching on his friend, and you posted those based on rumors, didn't you? We can look at your deposition, but before you argue with me, but isn't that a fact that you made those allegations based on rumors you said you heard?
It's a fact. William Newland is a convicted pedophile, and Brian Newland is his brother. After I zeroed in on Brian, I asked about him. Come to find out, he's a large statutory rapist that has sex with all kind of underage girls. He buys them beers and gets them drunk and all kind. That's probably the reason he had to leave the Adams County Sheriff Department, because he beats up his wife and he messed with underage girls, and he had to get out of town and go get a job in Norwood.
All right. You don't want to answer my question.
I do. Please ask another one.
Well, let me ask this one again so I can get an answer. Do you remember in your deposition when I asked you, you have no reason to think these rumors about Brian Newland are true, do you? And you said, well, it's more entertaining if it's true, and I can make some money. Do you remember that?
No, I don't. That's a however long that deposition was. You can read the deposition and it tells you what I said.
Do we have a copy, another copy of that? Because I'll show it to you, and I can show you my copy. Refresh your recollection.
You're going to refresh his recollection.
It's
trees. You then use the screen.
Thank you, Judge. If I can get it working here.
Your Honor, I would object to using the screen to refresh his recollection. That's publishing it to the jury. If he wants to refresh his recollection, he can show him it and then ask him a question, much how we would do in criminal law with a police report.
So
if an officer didn't remember, we wouldn't show the report. We would show it to the officer. He would refresh his memory by reading it, and then we'd re-ask the question.
Do it that way. Just make sure you think he reads it right. I'm just trying to get through the verbiage. Just make sure you think he reads it right. Otherwise, I have to wrestle with you about whether he read it right.
Sure.
So just read it. And then if we want to move it as an exhibit, you can do that.
Remember your deposition being taken, Mr. Foreman, in your attorney's office on September 3rd, 2024.
I remember the deposition.
And that deposition was taken in DJ Osborne's office?
Yes, sir.
That's the same office that you used to film that video that we saw last night with the actor playing Lieutenant Lisa Phillips, and that actor was sitting in the same chair that Lisa Phillips sat in during her deposition, wasn't she?
Yeah, the actor played Lisa Because like I wouldn't have known her if she hadn't came to my house and cut off my camera.
Yeah, right.
Right.
That's the office we're talking about, and that's the office where I took your deposition, right?
Yes, sir.
And in that deposition, I'm referring to page 84 of the deposition. I had asked you about...
Object, he's testifying.
No, he's using the deposition to refresh his memory. He's doing it right, so sit down, please. Go ahead.
Did I ask you this question, and did you give me these answers, Mr. Foreman? Question: would it be fair to say these are rumors? Answer: you know, Stephanie said it, and you know, some other people that don't remember, you know, I'd be in a hurry in Walmart or something, they shake my hand, yeah, Brian used to do this, used to do that. Then something, I didn't know him, but this is what I've heard. Question: you don't have any particular reason to think that it's true or not true, right? Answer: well, it's more entertaining if it is true, and I could probably make some money and capitalize on it if it's true.
What are the line numbers?
Starting with line 7 and ending with line 21.
All right.
Did I ask you those questions and you give me those answers?
I don't remember. That was a long time ago. But
But that's my question.
I've always
Thank you.
put Brian Newland next to his brother. So that's my basis, and I've always...
We noticed that.
Yeah.
And your attorney's going to be able to ask you whatever questions he wants. Right now, I'd like you to focus on my questions, Mr. Foreman. You have no evidence that Brian Newland ever molested little boys, do you?
If you look at the picture, he's holding the little boy butt. It's too much for me. So if you just use your eyeballs, and then his brother's a convicted pedophile.
That's your evidence for posting that pedophile stuff about little boys.
I'm trying to figure out what kind of guy is kicking on my door. What kind of guy is walking around my house reading my bank statements? It's a dude. It's a dude that's possibly a pedophile, got a convicted pedophile brother, deputized by the sheriff, walking around, possibly stealing my money. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on as I zoom in with my cameras. That's not the type of guy I don't think should be on the police force.
I'm going to refer you again to your deposition. If you don't trust my reading of it, I'm happy to give it to you, Mr. Foreman. But on page 98 of your deposition, on that same day, beginning at 9/11, did I ask you this question and did you give me this answer? And again, the only evidence, you don't have any evidence that Brian Newland is a pedophile or plays with little boys. Answer: no, sir. Did I ask you that question? Did you give me that answer?
I don't remember.
What are the line numbers?
Beginning with line 11, ending with line 14 on page 98. You have no evidence that Lisa Phillips stole your money, do you?
I know if she hadn't raided my house, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Nor a lawsuit or nothing. They never should have been at my house.
Since you're not going to answer my question, I'm going to go back to your deposition again, Mr. Foreman, page 102.
Your Honor, if I may, can I just enter a continuing objection so I don't have to object every time he does the deposition?
No, it's too important, so please be specific. Thank you.
So I would enter a notation of objection at this point. He is now testifying for the witness. He is no longer refreshing his recollection.
I'll be sensitive to that, so you can rephrase, I'll sustain that. You made the conclusion you didn't have memory, so you've got to go back and fix that.
All right, Judge, I will. Thank you. Do you remember telling me in your deposition, Mr. Foreman, that you don't have any evidence that Lisa Phillips stole your money?
Yeah, she cut off the cameras, but I didn't know who took them. I didn't know who took them. So, for as all the officers was a suspect at first, because I didn't know where. After the deposition, I realized that Brian Newland was in charge of the money, and I knew where to focus everything. But at first, all the cops was a suspect, especially after they cut off my cameras, and I couldn't see what they were doing.
All right. Well, so you don't remember? Is that what you're telling me?
I remember telling you that Lisa, probably didn't take my money, but I just didn't know. I just knew it was missing, and they cut off my cameras, so all of them were suspects until I figured it out.
So until you figured it out?
Until everybody figured it out, until it was solved of where the missing money was.
All right. So just to clear this up and move on, you admit that you don't have any evidence that Lisa Phillips stole your money?
No. But I know if she wasn't there in the first place, we wouldn't be having this conversation or be here.
And is it true that one of your big motivation, really, in making all of these posts is to make money?
To pay for the damage that they brought to my house under the circumstance that they shouldn't have even been there in the first place.
Okay. So the answer to my question is yes, your motivation was to make money?
To pay for the damages that they brought to my house under the circumstances that they shouldn't have been there in the first place.
Have you made enough yet to make up for it?
Not really, you know.
How much have you made on it?
I don't know exactly, but it wasn't hardly $24,000.
$24,000.
It wasn't that. It wasn't that.
You're still making money on today, right? With the new posts and advertisements and things.
It's publicity.
You're still selling merchandise, aren't you?
No, publicity. Just me. Just everybody. Thanks to them bringing publicity to this, it's just an opportunity to run numbers up and be an entertainer.
And the more lies, outrageous lies you tell about them, the more money you can make, right?
Fact, they never should have came to my house in the first place. Fact, if they hadn't have came to my house, they wouldn't have put themselves on the video camera and in my music career. All of this is their fact. All of this is their fault, and they have the audacity to sue me. These people and you are the predators and the victim at the same time.
So what they did, searching your house, gave you the right to do everything you
under the circumstance that I got freedom of speech. After they run around my house with guns and kick down my door, I got the right to kick a can in my backyard, use my freedom of speech, turn my bad times into a good time. Yes, I do. And I think I'm a sport for doing so, because I don't go to their house, kick down their doors, flip them off on their surveillance cameras, then try to play the victim and sue them.
You were at Lisa Phillips's deposition, correct?
Yes, sir.
In your lawyer's office?
Yes, sir.
Same office where you filmed part of that video last Friday?
Yes, sir.
And you saw how upset she was when she was answering your lawyer's questions about how this had affected her, right?
Yes, yes.
And you saw your attorney say, do we need to take a break?
Yes.
And you saw her say, no, let's go on and get this over with.
Yes, sir.
You saw all that.
Yes.
You knew she was upset.
Just like she knew I was upset when she was standing in front of my kids with an AR-15 with her hand around the trigger ready to shoot me. Just like she knew I was upset when she cut my cameras. But I'm not a person, she is. So I'm sorry for being a victim. Let's talk about the predators.
Okay. So you saw all that. You saw how upset she was. You heard the testimony about her children. You heard the testimony at the depositions about Randy Newland's daughter who came home upset. You heard all that. But you're still posting stuff about it.
Yeah, because I understand it was Randy's fault and all of their fault for coming in my house in the first place. So if they hadn't came to my house, their children wouldn't be saying nothing. None of this would be going home if they did their research and did things right. So all of this is their fault. And now they want to sue me for their mistake.
Is there anything that could change your mind about what you're doing to these deputies?
Is there anything that can change my mind about the fact that they shouldn't have been at my house in the first place? Is there anything that can change my mind about how my money shouldn't have been touched in the first place? No.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you want to continue, I'm sorry, Mr. Osborne, do you want to continue the direct examination of your client now?
Your Honor, I was going to actually ask for a sidebar so we can talk about that.
Okay, so let's just talk about it.
Okay, so I was actually going to not do cross with Mr. Foreman this time. I was going to hold off until our case in chief.
Yeah, I just offered you the chance to do that. So do you want to do your direct examination on your case in chief right now?
Not right now, Your Honor.
Like the pogo stick of witnesses up and down is what I was talking about. If he testifies on his own direct case, it could be now or it could be later. I just gave the lawyer a chance to do it now or later. He said later. So you'll likely see Mr. Foreman again. This was an examination on the plaintiff's case. You get a chance to hear his testimony on his case. There's your explanation. Thanks, Mr. Foreman. You can stand up. What are you going to do, Mr. Foreman?
Plaintiffs rest subject to the admission of all our exhibits, Judge.
Okay, thank you. We'll deal with the exhibits.
All right, so that's pretty much it. He was only on the stand for 30 minutes. Yeah, he was on the stand for literally like 30 minutes. Yeah, about 30 minutes he was on the stand. Hold on a sec. All right, so we don't have a live feed from court, but we're following them on Twitter, and I keep refreshing their homepage or their landing page on YouTube. So what I can do instead is check this out. All right, and we are at 19,949, so we're almost at 50. So if you guys help us get over the 50 hump, that would be awesome. Let's see. Sparkling Princess, thank you for keeping us updated. No problem. Frog Eat Frog, let him eat cake. Oh, give me the cake. All right, I'm going to read, what I want to do is I want to read the complaint. So, all right, here's the complaint. Let's check this out. So this was filed March 13th of 2023. Court of Common Pleas in Adams County, Ohio. And we see Sean Cooley, Justin Cooley, Michael Estep, Sean Grooms, Brian Newland. Complaint for damages and injunctive relief with jury demand endorsed hereon. And Lisa Phillips. Oh, and Randolph Walters versus Joseph Edgar Foreman, a.k.a. Afroman. Hungry Hustlers Records, Media Access, and defendant John Doe 1, John Doe 2, and John Doe 3. So interesting. So there's a lot of people that are here on the hook. It's not just Mr. Foreman there. It's a lot of other people that are on the hook. I thought it was just against him. I didn't realize that. All right. All right. For the complaint against Joseph Edgar Foreman, a.k.a. Afroman, Hungry Hustler, Media Access, John Doe 1, 2, and 3. Plaintiffs Sean Cooley, Justin Cooley, Michael Estep, Sean Grooms, Brian Newland, Lisa Phillips, and Randolph Walters Jr. state as follows. So the parties, Sean is a deputy at the Adams County Sheriff's Office. Justin is a deputy at the same office. Michael is a sergeant with the Adams County Sheriff's Office. Sean Grooms is a deputy. Brian Newland is a detective sergeant. Oh, I'm sorry, he had been. So he now is working in Norwood, which is, I guess, outside of Cincinnati. Lisa had been a deputy, so she's no longer a deputy. And Randy Walters, he had been a sergeant. All right, so that's that. All right, then we have Afroman. He's a resident. Then we have his Hungry Hustlers Records. It's owned by Afroman. It's used to sell music, videos, merchandise, and other products. Then we have Media Access. It's a Texas corporation in the business of full-service video and music distribution and royalty collection. So Afroman uses them to distribute his music and videos. All right, then we have these John Does. All right, so John Doe is owned and operated by Afroman to sell music, videos, merchandise, and other products. All right. So these 3 John Does help sell his music, videos, and merchandise and other products. All right, let me check in with this other. Let me check in. I'm going to check in like every 5 minutes just to make sure that we're not missing anything. All right, so factual background, Afroman, products and merchandise. Let's see. So he's a creator, producer, and performer of music and videos who goes by the stage name and commercial name of Afroman. So in addition to music and music videos, Afroman markets and sells a variety of products under the trade name Afroman. These products include beer, marijuana, t-shirts, and other merchandise. He sells his Afroman products online and at live events at which he performs. All right, now let's see, search of his residence. So on October 21st, 2022, law enforcement officials conducted a search pursuant to a lawfully issued search warrant. I would love to get my hands on that. I'd love to get my hands on that. Hey, Lena Ray, how are you? Good to see you. Oh, Jerry's going to have lunch first. Yeah, that's true. Well, if our verdict clock is off, it's off. It's hard to tell because we don't know when they went back. We don't know if they're eating lunch now. Yeah, they could be at lunch. It is what it is. This was not the most smooth verdict watch, that we've had. All right, let's see here. So I would love to get my hands on that search warrant. All right, so Afroman was not present at the time of the search, but his wife was in the home, observed the search, and recorded portions of the search on her camera phone, including the faces and bodies of many of the law enforcement officers involved. Now, I don't think that was entirely true. I think that his wife was down the street or down the road with his kids, so I don't think that she was there per se. His wife, what? Like, she came later. I think she came later. Well, they said that nobody was home when they first knocked on the door. So now they're saying that she was home? Not sure about that. Afroman's residence was equipped with several security video cameras, which also recorded many portions of the search, including the faces and bodies of many of the law enforcement officers involved. Foreman creates commercial videos with faces and bodies of plaintiffs. So after the search was concluded, Afroman used portions of the recordings of the search from his wife's phone and his surveillance cameras to create music videos about the search. These music videos clearly portrayed the images, likenesses, and distinctive appearances, personas of many of the officers involved in the search, including those of all plaintiffs. So let's play some of those. If you guys don't know, let's play some of those videos. We'll play the lemon pound cake one. Let's play that. I can't play the audio, but I can play the video. So while I'm reading this, let's play the video so you guys have that visual. So it's to Under the Boardwalk. So you guys all know that song. I'll put closed captioning on. Let's see here. All right, so here's lemon pound cake. And just so you know, it's to Under the Boardwalk, right? All right. All right, so let's see here. Let me go back to here. All right, so after it was concluded, okay, so he made videos. So he created dozens of videos and images of plaintiff's persona and posted them on various social media platforms, including Facebook, YouTube, Snapchat, TikTok, and Instagram. Foreman has used and continues to use the videos and photos of the plaintiff's persona for commercial purposes to promote his Afroman brand, to sell products. Joseph Foreman, Afroman, all right, here, this is done. All right, what else can we, let me play what else. All right, so that's lemon pound cake. Then let's see. I want to get to why'd you kick down my door? Or why'd you break down my door? Let's see. Oh, help me repair my door. That's what it is. Will you help me repair my door? All right. So this is, will you help me repair my door? Let me check in with the live feed as well to see if they've come back yet. Not yet. Okay. All right. So this is, will you help me repair my door? So he's just asking them to help repair his door. All right, so let's continue on. We've got Instagram posts containing images of Foreman wearing merchandise and promoting merchandise with images of plaintiff Sean Cooley. Caption, I am pressing up merchandise for my up-and-coming Canada tour with Officer Poundcake shirt. Do you like the most? Oh, I'm sorry. Which Officer Poundcake shirt do you like the most? The one to the left or the right? Let me know so I invest my money in the more popular shirt. Instagram post containing images of merchandise. Some of the merchandise contains images of plaintiff Sean Cooley. Caption, Canada, get ready for the most haunted to be wanter. For the most hunted to be wanter. The most blunted rapper in the world. For the first time, I will have a branch new merchandise available on the month-long Canada tour. Bring your merchandise money. I will sign everything that is bought. T-shirts $35, hoodies $70, and beanies $30. The next Instagram post containing video of fans and defendants singing Lemon Pound Cake while a fan wears merchandise that contains images of plaintiff Sean Cooley. Then we have interview of VLAD TV, during which Foreman discusses the use of the search as material for songs. Foreman admits to using images and clips from the search in videos and promotion. Foreman states that his Will You Repair My Door song, which is what we're watching right now, went viral. Foreman states that his lemon pound cake clip went viral on TikTok. Foreman says everybody understood what I was talking about when I said lemon pound cake. That's the cop on the viral video, TikTok, that was going through the house that wanted a slice of the lemon pound cake. Includes images of plaintiff Sean Cooley on video. Then we also have Instagram post that portrays plaintiff Sean grooms next to an image of Quasimodo, the Hunchback of Notre Dame. Caption, good morning, ladies. The Hunchback of Adams, KK County, said to get my new album, Lemon Pound Cake, September 30th. Then we have an Instagram post that portrays Judge Gabbert, the judge who signed the search warrant, next to an image of Droopy. Caption, this is the judge that signed the warrant that said kidnapping. His name is Roy Droopy Gabbert. Vote him out before he signs a fictitious warrant, then send some overreacting paranoid KK cops to your house, jeopardizing the lives of you and your family, stealing your money, and disconnecting your home video security surveillance system. Excuse me. Vote out Judge Roy Droopy Gabbert. Then go get my new album, Lemon Poundcake, September 30th on all platforms. Instagram post that portrays plaintiff Lisa Phillips next to an image of Mona Lisa. Caption, good morning, ladies. Here she is, the condescending C word there. Adams KK County Sheriff Lieutenant Mona Lisa to serve and disconnect your home video surveillance security surveillance system, so you won't have proof of the Adams County Sheriff Department stealing money and other things around your house, even possibly planting false kidnapping evidence. I used to speak to this lady when I dropped my kids off to school. I always wondered why she never spoke back, just looked at me with the same condescending look you see in the picture. I spoke to her again at the metal detector in the Adams County Courthouse. Her voice was 3 octaves lower than mine. Wow, so he knew her before. Has anyone in Adams County verified her? If you haven't, you should, or she might whip out something bigger than yours. If this lady is your friend, I wouldn't leave her alone in my house. Or I'll put it this way, if you leave and your video system is messed up when you get back, you know who did it. Why would a good cop want to disconnect a video surveillance? My new name what nice name did you come up with her? I'm good, but I will admit yours might be better than mine. What you got? YouTube video depicting most or all the officers involved in the search, set to music and used by Foreman to promote his brand and sell products. So this is them breaking through. All right, let me check to make sure they haven't come back yet. All right, nothing yet. They have not come back. I'm assuming they're eating lunch. I will get to the disconnecting my video camera next. After this one's up. All right. Defendant, okay, this one's over with. Let me, all right. And next up, we'll do why are you disconnecting my video camera? So this one will show his allegation of Lisa disconnecting his video camera. All right. Defendant Foreman created many other videos posted on various social media platforms that use the personas of each of the plaintiffs for commercial purposes. That is, to promote his live performances, his music, his other merchandise, and his Afroman brand. Foreman created, performed, posted, and publicized these and other depictions of plaintiffs' personas for commercial purposes without the authorization of any of the plaintiffs to do so. Foreman created, performed, posted, and publicized these and other depictions of plaintiffs' personas for commercial purposes through, in cooperation with, or with the assistance of other defendants, all of whom knew that the use of plaintiffs' images and identifying characteristics was not authorized by plaintiffs. Defendants' actions were willful, wanton, malicious, and done with consciousness or reckless disregard. So that's them in this video. That's them going through his CDs. They're going through his going through his clothes to find money, going through his CDs there. All right, as a result of defendants' actions, plaintiffs have been subjected to, ridiculed, even in the further performance of their official duties by members of the public who have seen some of the defendants' above described postings. And do you think that so they're not saying they're not saying that they want these videos. Well, they are saying they want these videos taken down, but on the verdict form, it didn't say take the videos down, right? It didn't say that. It just said we want 1 million, 1.5 million, 1 million, and then 400,000 divided by 4. So they're not saying that they want these videos taken down, right? So even if they are given money, even if they're awarded money, they're not saying take these videos down, right? Did you guys hear that? I didn't hear that in the jury instructions. I may have missed that. Did you guys hear that? If Debbie, are the jurors from a different county? No, I don't think so. Not as far as I know. I think they're from Adams County. Barry says, I mean, a lot of songs were bad, but if they're being name called while they're out on duty, if the shoe fits, right? Yeah. Did you guys hear if what happens if, okay, so what if they award them some money, say $100? He can still keep these videos up. There was nothing in that verdict that said take the videos down. Janet, no, they do not have to be unanimous. It's only 6. They only need 6. They only need 6. 6 out of the 8. 6 out of the 8. Yep, when he was accused of kidnapping and then having narcotics, So these videos will not disappear, Cowboy Logic says. They are now in the public domain. The cops made a bad situation. It's just 6 out of 8. They had 10. They let 2 go, Dead Beef. So they had 10. They let 2 go. Remember, there's 2 alternates. Remember, it was 17 and 19, I believe. So they let 2 go. Well, all right, let's get back here. Hey, Squid Kid, how are you? All right. All defendants had knowledge of the unauthorized use of plaintiff's personas as prohibited. Oh, you know what? I want to show this other one. So this is his latest one. This is the Bataram hymn of the police whistleblower. This one's pretty funny too. This is to My Eyes Have Seen the Glory. You guys know this song, right? All right. So this one is My Eyes Have Seen the Glory of the Coming of the Lord. So this is the song that's based off of that. So, all right, let's continue on here. Let's see. All right. Defendant's actions constitute the unauthorized commercial use of plaintiff's personas. Defendant's actions were willful, wanton, malicious, and done with consciousness or reckless disregard for the rights. As a result of defendants' violations of the statute, plaintiffs have been damaged, and the amount of profits made by defendants by the unauthorized use of their personas have suffered embarrassment, ridicule, emotional distress, humiliation, loss of reputation, and are entitled to injunctive relief and other remedies under the statute. So he said he only made, well, we don't know how much he made. It'd be interesting to find out how much he's made. It would be interesting to see if he's made. They're asking for 1.5 plus. What's their total? What are they told? What's their total here? So they are asking for. That's the rebuttal. Let me get to here. 1.5, 1 and 1. So that's 3.5 plus 400,000. So basically 1, 2, 3, about 4, what's about 3.9 million? They're asking for 3.9, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, they're asking for 3.9 million. That's what they're asking for. Do you think that he's made 3.9 million on this, I wonder? Bama says, some of the images were made in his home. Aren't they his? Well, they're talking about the personas, I guess, the likeness, the people. So yes, anything that's, well, and they were made in his home. All right, then there's that. All right, then there's that. So they were in his, you're right. So he used all the video, all the likeness, quote unquote, likeness of the plaintiffs are from his security cameras. So you're right, there's that. These are all the videos were used from his security cameras. So that's an interesting question. That's an interesting question. And yes, an apology does go a long way, Janet. That is true. All right. So here's count 2, invasion of privacy or misappropriation. Plaintiffs repeat the allegations contained in paragraphs 1 through 38 in using plaintiff's persona as alleged herein. Defendants have appropriated for their own use and benefit the reputation, prestige, social standing, public interest, and other values of plaintiffs' names and likenesses, which have intrinsic value, contravention of plaintiff's right to privacy. So that's the guy, there's the judge that signed it. That's the judge that signed it. So these are all coming from his security camera, right? These are all coming from his security camera. So he's saying that they're saying Afroman has appropriated for their own personal use and benefit the reputation, prestige, social standing, public interest, and other values of their name and likenesses. But it came from his security camera. So that's a tough one, right? That's a tough one. All right, conscious or reckless disregard for the rights of the plaintiffs. As a result of defendants' invasion of privacy by misappropriation, plaintiffs have been damaged monetarily and have suffered embarrassment, ridicule, emotional distress, humiliation, and loss of reputation, and are entitled to injunctive relief and other remedies. Tweety, we think about an hour. It's not accurate, Tweety, but you see we've got a verdict clock going there. I don't know how accurate it is because we don't really know. Unfortunately, the stream wasn't live. We don't have a live stream right now, so we don't know. It's as best as we can do. We're going with an hour. We're going with they started at 12 noon. That's the best we can do. Hellrider, he's broke, so if he loses, he's done. Sean says, can Afro refile his lawsuit? Is there time limitations? I think he's countersuing. I believe he is going to countersue. I think he's going to countersue. So, he is going to countersue. All right. In their depictions and descriptions of plaintiffs on social media postings and elsewhere, defendant made statements that were false and that they knew to be false, and which portrayed plaintiffs in a false light, subjecting them to undue ridicule, embarrassment, mental distress, and danger. So did they prove that? Did the plaintiffs prove that they were subject to undue ridicule, embarrassment, mental distress, and danger? I think seeing Lisa crying on the stand, that was, right? I think what we saw on Lisa on the stand is pretty damaging. Debbie, if they show it, if they show it, he could countersue. I think he is. 200,000 is not going to cover 4.2. Is that what he said he made? Is 200,000? Hellrider, is that what he said? Amy, yes, he did throw. He He was asking, I think he was asking them to repair his door or something like that. I think it was something like that. And yes, it was the same judge. Judge Hine threw it out. So, Pammy, yes, his actions are despicable, but I back his right to speak freely. His net worth is per Google. Oh, wait, his net worth is 200,000? His net worth is 200,000? Seriously? Net worth of 200,000. It's not going to cover. It's not going to cover. You're right. I mean, obviously. All right, let me check in with the live feed. Do we have? Yeah, still nothing over here. All right. Failed says you can't justify or condone a grown man acting like this. There's a difference between using freedom of speech compared to abusing freedom of speech. Yeah, we've been talking about that all day. You know, like 2 Live Crew, Lenny Bruce, Richard Pryor, George Carlin. You know, were they, or just look at politicians. You know, they go after each other all the time. You know, are they, especially during election cycle? You know, are they abusing their freedom of speech? I wonder. Where do you guys stand with that? I mean, we've seen some nasty election cycles where politicians, you know, really go after each other. So, Failed thinks that this is a case of abusing freedom of speech. He's pushing the boundaries. There's no question about it. You know, he's pushing the boundaries. He's going to see how far he can take it, and that's kind of what artists do, though, right? Whether you agree with it or not, that's what artists do. Whether it's visual art, actors, actresses, directors. Look at what some movies. You know, movies push those boundaries all the time of what we see, what we don't see, or what we can see. Video games. Visual artists, you know, there was the one, what was the one where there was, I was in New York at the time. It was Piss Jesus, right? It was the Jesus in a yellow substance. I mean, that upset a lot of people. You know, I mean, so artists, quote unquote artists, whatever you want to call that, they push the boundaries all the time, and they have been since the day, you know, since day one. Larry Flint, exactly. Larry Flint, right? Yeah. He was pushing the bounds. Two Live Crew, you know, they pushed the bounds of what was considered NWA, like they were talking about in the closings. You know, artists push boundaries all the time. Sherry, I don't think they did. I don't think they showed it to him. I don't think so. David Allen Coe. Let's see, who's David Allen Coe? I should know that name. Oh, he's an American songwriter. Okay. Yep. I know, I'm going to get there. Thank you. Thank you, Richard, and thank you, Aaron. So David Allen Coe, he's a country, blues, and rock and roll. I don't know him. Did he get in trouble? Did he get in trouble for something? His rebellious spirit, controversial prison background, unapologetic, challenged mainstream country. Yeah. Well, there's Blaze Foley. You know, he wrote a song about Ronald Reagan. He's the president, and I don't care. You know, I mean, we have to decide. Well, this will be interesting. Be interesting to see what the jury comes back with. All right. Let's see, but that's what makes it their art. It's their expression. And again, it's like, you know, we all have free will, right? We all have free will. We all have the ability to turn something on or off. And I think for me, did this cross that line of having these people be able to turn something on or off? Like if I don't agree with something, I'll just turn it off, right? If I'm watching somebody, whether it's whatever it is, if it's a song, YouTube channel, politician, movie, whatever it is, I'm like, yeah, that just doesn't appeal to me. I just turn it off. I don't care. I'll just turn it off. But did these plaintiffs have that ability to turn it off? So that might be a sticking point for me, where I'm like, all right, he's expressing himself. He has the right to express himself, and I will fight for that right to express yourself. But then on the other side of that, it's like, did they have the ability to turn this off? And it seems like they did not. It seems like they did not have the ability to turn this off. Let's see. Cowboy Logic. Let's see. Okay, I gotcha. I'm gonna hide that. I'm sorry. The YouTube's gonna smack us for that, but I appreciate that. So he's a top of the genre, 70s released album full of All right, I gotcha. I've never heard of him, so I'm sorry. I had to delete that because YouTube's gonna smack us for that. So apologies for that. But thank you for dropping that in our chat, and I see. You could always just reword that, you got to pay attention to YouTube, unfortunately. Let's see. Hellrider, did anyone ever tell you that you have a John Lennon feel? Oh, thank you. And he was from Ohio as well? Gotcha. Sean says, in the UK, we don't have free speech. We have freedom of expression, but there is a line you can't cross. Yeah, it's like, well, you can't yell fire in a crowded movie theater. They use that all the time. That's a very, very popular, famous line that people say, oh, freedom of speech, freedom of speech. Well, you can't yell fire in a crowded room. You just can't. Yeah, Tupac for sure. Like I said, NWA, Public Enemy, back in the day, those guys were under the crosshairs of what were they glorifying violence against the police, or were they giving commentary on what they saw every day? Those were huge issues. They said, hey, this is what we see every day. So is it life imitating art, or is it art imitating life? What comes first, chicken or the egg? Yep, fight the power for sure. Rage Against the Machine. It's all genres. Look at the protest songs in the 60s. Every generation has their artists that push the boundaries, that speak their truth, and we as a society have to determine what's acceptable and what's not acceptable. What's acceptable, what's not acceptable. Yeah, that was Lennon saying that that they're more famous than God. I know a lot of people really got up in arms about that. I took that as, and I don't know rightfully right or wrong, I took that as he was Lennon was making a commentary on young people were more fascinated with pop music than they were with God and religion. That's the way I took it. I don't know I think a lot of people took it as, oh, he's comparing himself to God. I took it as, no, he's making a comment on young people are more into music and pop music than they are with God. But I don't know. I have no idea, because he's not around to ask anymore, obviously. 03 says, SCOTUS ruled that the First Amendment let me try that again. City of Houston, 1987, SCOTUS ruled that the First Amendment protects significant amounts of criticism and challenge towards police officers. Yes, Blaze Foley. Yeah, I'm the president and I don't care. And it was written about Ronald Reagan. It's a great song. I mean, it's truly a great song. Whatever your feelings are about politicians and Reagan, I actually like this song. I think it's a pretty cool song. But as songs go, but just as a song. Mrs. What GVS? What gives? What? Sorry, I'm just going to go with Mrs. Watt. It's only slander if it's false. If it's true, then you shouldn't be doing or saying things you don't want others to find out about. All right. Are mods okay? You guys all right? Mods okay? All right. Let me just make sure our mods are okay. All right. All right. I want to get. Let's get through this. But Richard sent the search warrant. So I want to get to that as well. What page am I on? Oh, I think I'm on 16. Am I in 16 of? Hold on. 14 of 17. All right. Let's get through this, and I want to read the warrant. All right. Count 4: invasion of privacy. Plaintiff, let's see. Some of defendant's postings are described, gave publicity to matters concerning private lives. Oh, that was a joke. See, that one I would say those were jokes. Having relations with your wife or your ex-wife. That one I think. Oh, and the PDF file. Well, if it's not true, it's just a joke. To me, I would say those are jokes. Defendant's actions were willful, malicious, wanton. All right. So here's injunctive relief. As described above, defendants continue to violate plaintiff's rights and subject them to undue ridicule, mental stress, and danger by posting untrue and demeaning depictions of them on social media and elsewhere. Plaintiffs will suffer irreparable injury to their reputations, their mental health, and their legally protected rights as defendants continue to willfully and maliciously violate their rights. The continued injury to plaintiffs outweigh any potential injury to defendants that would result. All right, as to count 1, they're looking for an excess of $25,000. So here they're asking for, in count 1, they're asking for $25,000. Count 2, they're asking for $25,000. And this is for all of them. Count 3, $25,000. Count 4, $25,000. Count 5, an order permanently enjoining all defendants from continuing to violate. Okay, so here it is. So here, well, this is the charge. This isn't necessarily the. This wasn't on the verdict. So I thought this would have been on the verdict. Maybe if they're, I thought this would be on the verdict form to say, hey, stop, take these videos down. So count 5, an order permanently enjoining all defendants from continuing to violate plaintiffs' rights and from publishing plaintiffs' personas for commercial purposes, publishing false information and information that puts plaintiffs in a false light, and publishing, typo there, missing the G, unreasonable private information about them. All right. As to all counts, further costs, attorney fees, and all other relief to which they may be entitled. Plaintiffs demand a trial by jury on all issues so triable. All right. Let me just do a check-in, make sure that they haven't come back or anything. All right, they have not yet. All right, mods are okay. Good. All right, Richard sent the warrant. Okay, Richard sent the warrant. Okay. All right, let's get this. Thank you, Richard, for sending this. Appreciate it. All right, so here's the warrant. I'm going to read from the warrant. And warrant. All right, hold on a sec. All right. Affiant further states on August 21st, 2021, during a conversation, confidential informant number 1 stated that she has known Joseph Foreman, aka Afroman, aka Fro, for approximately 10 years, where she originally started working as his personal assistant. Confident informant number 1 continued to state she routinely traveled the United States with Afroman to concerts and marijuana dispensaries where they could obtain large amounts of marijuana to be transported back to Adams County, Ohio. Confidential informant number 1 further stated she and Afroman have been intimate for approximately 8 years, where she, being confidential informant, visited the farmhouse, being Afroman's residence. Confidential informant number 1 stated during these last 8 years, she has consistently observed large amounts of money and marijuana at Afroman's residence. Confidential informant number 1 further stated Afroman has a basement referred to as a dungeon in which he, being Afroman, keeps women locked in, forcing them to urinate and defecate in a bucket as punishment for upsetting or disobeying him. Interesting. Confidential informant number 1 further stated that she was last at Afroman's residence approximately 1 month ago, where she, being confidential informant number 1, observed a female known as Joe exiting the dungeon. Confidential informant described Joe as a short, dark-haired woman, possibly Hispanic. Confidential informant number 1 also indicated that she believed Joe is from California, although Afroman paid confidential informant's estranged husband to pick up Joe in Mississippi. Well, that's interesting. Didn't see that one coming. All right, so from the news report, when sheriff's deputies in Adams County, Ohio, raided Afroman's house last year, they were looking for more than just marijuana, which the rapper is famously fond of. The deputies were searching for evidence of outlandish claims from a confidential informant that the house contained a basement dungeon. Adams County Sheriff's Office executed a search warrant on Afroman's house last August on suspicion of substance charges, trafficking, and kidnapping. Afroman was not charged with a crime, and the kidnapping angle was never explained. But now public records obtained provided shed more light on the raid, which has since led to a bitter legal battle between Afroman and deputies. According to the search warrant affidavit, the sheriff's office received a tip from a confidential informant that Joseph Foreman, better known as Afroman, was not only trafficking large amounts of marijuana, but he also has a basement referred to as the dungeon, in which he keeps women locked in, forcing them to use a bucket as punishment for upsetting or disobeying him. Body camera footage of the raid shows the deputies, after the initial excitement of busting down the front door, ambling through Afroman's house, rifling through his clothes and CDs, and trying to find false walls and secret rooms. But the hours-long search turned up no evidence to corroborate the claim of a basement dungeon. Part of the problem may have been that, as Afroman's label told Vice, the house did not have a basement. Oh, then there's that. There was no big stash of weed either. According to search warrant documents, deputies recovered a glass jar containing green leafy vegetation, shake, according to deputies on the body camera footage, THC wax, and several pipes. The deputies also seized more than $5,000 in cash, which they were ultimately forced to return. The return amount was $400 short, which an investigation later determined was due to a counting error by deputies. This article has extensively written about how police departments are unreliable. They'll use unreliable, confident informants and unverified tips to launch violent, unconstitutional raids. In one statement on Afroman's behalf, Adam Munoz, the director of operations for Music Access, Afroman's distributor, says the search warrant's allegations are entirely false. If there was any indication they were true, he would have been arrested during the unlawful police raid. Afroman has yet to be charged with any crime. He subsequently used surveillance footage of the raid and cell phone video taken by his wife to lampoon the deputies. He released 2 music videos for songs mocking them, Lemon Poundcake and Will You Help Me Repair My Door. He also sold merchandise with images of the deputies and used the footage to promote his products and tours. The mockery offended the deputies so much that 7 of them filed a lawsuit against him in March. The deputies argue Afroman used their personas for commercial purposes without permission, causing them to suffer embarrassment, ridicule, emotional distress, humiliation, and loss of reputation. The lawsuit also named Munoz's company. Munoz called the suit a desperate cry and said it originally misstated his company's name. Ouch. The Ohio chapter of the American Civil Liberties Union filed an amicus brief in support of Afroman's motion to dismiss the suit, arguing it's a blatant example of what's known as a strategic law against public participation, also known as SLAPP, S-L-A-P-P. There is nothing the First Amendment guards more jealously than criticism of public officials on a matter of public concern, regardless of whether the criticism is harsh or vulgar or presented in a series of catchy music videos. David Carey, Deputy Legal Director of the ACLU of Ohio, says, "The fact that Afroman may profit from his work does nothing to alter the First Amendment's protection, any more than a newspaper loses its protection by being sold." And that's another thing. Newspapers are famous for getting lawsuits, right? Look at Johnny Depp. Look at and Amber Heard. He sued what was the Mirror or something in England. So yeah, I mean newspapers. I mean the current president threatens to sue media organizations all the time, and other media organizations have been sued by voting. I mean it's just crazy, right? News organizations get sued all the time. I totally forgot about that. Here I'm thinking about music, like musicians and visual artists and actors and actresses. No, reporters and news organizations get sued all the time for slander and all that stuff. Look at the National Enquirer, right? All right, let's see. The fact that Afroman may profit from his work has nothing to do any more than a newspaper loses its protection by being sold. And the idea that public law enforcement officers have protectable rights to personal privacy while conducting a search of someone's home is nothing short of absurd. There are a few scenarios that present less of a privacy interest than that. One of Afroman's lawyers has previously said he intends to countersue. So, there you have it. All right. Do reporters have to prove actual malice? Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know. Everything okay? Yeah, I don't know. Hey, Horse Welfare, how are you? Tai Lung says, I don't want the community to call me names, so I'm going to bring it to their attention some more. Froggy Frog, that's a news source. Comedian rapper, not a viable news source. All right, let's see here. Let me catch up to you guys. What are you guys talking about? All right, let's see what else. All right, we're at 19,968 subs, you guys. We're getting close. So if you can help us get to 20,000 subs while we're watching, that would be really, really appreciated. And you guys can say you were part of helping our channel get to 20,000 subscribers. So much appreciated for your support, for listening to us, and being a part of this really interesting case. I find this case really interesting as a musician, as a lover of the arts, as a lover of free speech. I find this case very interesting. So thank you guys for supporting us and watching with us. Still nothing from the jury. They've been deliberating unofficially for an hour and a half, although I'm not sure when they actually started to deliberate. But anyway. Amber, what's our next big trial? Well, I'm thinking, the next big one, I guess the Charles Jones, April 7th, April 8th. April 8th. So Charles Jones will be our next big one out of Tampa. He's the rapper Julio Fulio who got shot and deleted by his rivals, his ops. So that's going to be our next big one. And then Courtney Clenny. Courtney Clenny's at the end of April. April's going to be really big. April's going to be really, really big. But if this trial is over today, we have Davion Murphy, who's one of the defendants. That's tomorrow. He has a pretrial hearing. And then we have Shanda Vander Ark. She's got her continuation of her Ginter hearing on Friday. So we're gonna cover that one too. And then next week we'll see what's out there. I know there's a couple trials that started today, so we'll see what's out there. Mrs. Watt says Battle Ram hymn is awesome. Gretchen, that's pretty specific and severe allegations that they found no evidence of. I agree. Let's see. Jenny G, I picked 1 to 2 hours as well. Aussie says stuff. Richard, I wonder what Shanda will pull this time. Yeah. Definitely join us Friday for sure, because Shanda's on the docket for Friday, and Davion Murphy for Thursday for tomorrow. I'm pretty sure that'll be streamed. You think that'll be streamed? We think her. All right, so Erin and I had talked about this before, and she reminded me that Shanda's on Friday. So on Thursday, depending on what happens here, but we may still be in verdict watch, who knows. But on Thursday, we're going to show Shanda's first Ginter hearing. Ginter hearing. And then on Friday, we'll show her current one. So we'll kind of get back in the world of Shanda Vander Ark, I guess, is the only way I can say it. Kelsey says, whatever happened to Raul Valley? He's got a hearing coming up. Were there civil cases? There were. I don't know anything about that. He's got a hearing next week, the 25th. So if they stream that. So he's got a new lawyer. He found a new lawyer, I think in January. And his lawyer's trying to get some of the charges thrown out for double jeopardy. And he's got a hearing next, did I say Wednesday? Yeah, the 25th. So we'll cover that if it's streamed. I'm hoping it's streamed. So we'll cover that. Joe By, Shanda Vander Ark is out of Michigan. She basically, with the help of her older son, starved her younger son to the point where he passed away. She's pretty bad. She was found guilty, and she's trying to get a new hearing based on ineffective counsel. So she's trying to get a new hearing. So join us on Thursday, and we'll let you know. You can catch up with us and her on Thursday, but she's pretty bad. Horse welfare. The jury's watching the videos and eating lemon pound cake. Hey Joan, how are you? Haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you. Ari, good to see you as well. The officer's case should have been thrown out as frivolous. Allison, hopefully you heard what I just said. Don't know about Shanda. She kept her young teen in the basement, punished him. She basically, they were feeding him hot sauce sandwiches with bread, basically just bread and hot sauce. And she basically just let him waste away. Jesse, I think it's a good sign that they're taking so long. Joe Biden, it's tough. Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. But we cover all kinds of trials, and we try to bring justice to the victims, no matter how tough it is to look. Aussie, I was asking what we were talking about, being smart. Oh, you said stuff. Gotcha. Debbie, yes, we're at 19,976. So we're getting there. Any updates on Murdoch? I watched it, but we're really not following it. So I'm not quite sure. Not quite sure what's going on with Alex. Yeah, Allison, it's tough. It's tough. Yeah, she threw up while she was giving her testimony. Sparkling Princess, which is what we love about this channel. Variety. Sherry, she will come up with something to stall, right? Cowboy Logic, if there's ever an arrest in Nancy Guthrie, that will be huge. Yeah. All right, I may grab some food here, just quickly eat. What do you guys want to watch? Let me think what we can watch. I could put on opening statements again. Let me put on opening statements while we wait. I can do that. I'll put on opening statements so I can go grab some food. Let's see. Did we have opening statements? Okay, yeah. Oh, wait. Nope. Don't want that. That's somebody else's. All right. I'm going to put on opening statements, and then I'm going to go grab some food while it seems like we somewhat have a break. Debbie, eat for you. Is the food ready? Lunch ready?
No.
Oh, not even close. Okay. I guess I'm going to stay with you guys for a little bit longer then. All right. Thank you, Aaron, for providing this. All right. So here's the jury instructions. Yeah. Proposed jury instructions. All right. So let's check this out. Let me see. Docs. All right. Can I, I have to interact with it maybe? Interact, okay. Oh, I should have done it here. Okay, there we go. I did it the wrong way. All right. Hold on a sec, guys. I screwed this up. Sorry, guys. This is my bad. I messed this up. Okay, there. Let me come back here. All right. All right, here we go. All right, proposed jury instructions. All right, I wanted to see this. Okay. Comes now the defendant, Joseph Foreman, by and through his counsel, notifies this honorable court that the following are his proposed jury instructions for the defense on the upcoming jury trial, to wit. Members of the jury, you must now decide whether the plaintiff has proven their claims against the defendant. The plaintiffs have brought 3 claims: defamation, invasion of privacy based on false light publicity, and 3, invasion of privacy based on unreasonable publicity given to private lives. I will now instruct you on the law applicable to each of these claims. Defamation. The plaintiff claims that the defendant defamed him, her, it, causing injury. Defamation is a false written or oral statement that injures, damages another's reputation. The defendant alleges defamatory statement consisted of proof of claim. So we have defamation in general, then we have proof of claim. To establish defamation, the plaintiff must show that a false statement or fact was made. 2, that the statement was defamatory. And 3, the statement was published. 4, the plaintiff suffered injury as a proximate result of the publication. And 5, the defendant acted with the requisite degree of fault in publishing the statement. All right, so what do you think about that? Do you think they've proven any of that? Do you think they proved that it was a false statement? It was defamatory? It was published? Well, I think we can agree that it was published. All right, I think we can all agree it was published. And that the plaintiff suffered injury, and the defendant acted with the requisite degree of fault. So, truth as a defense. While a plaintiff must prove falsity as an element of a defamation claim, a publisher may also completely defend a defamation act by showing that the gist or imputation of the defamatory statement is substantially true, and hence the statement is not false. All right, I'm not 100% sure he did that. If you find that the defendant has proven the statements at issue are not false, you must find in favor of the defendant on the defamation claim regardless of other factors. Published means that the defendant's statements was read, heard, and understood by a person other than the plaintiff. If only the plaintiff read, heard it, the statement was not published. Tai Lung says, is his home security cams and public records of body camera? Harry, I wonder if the jurors are back there laughing at the officers. They may be. Who knows? 03, I think if this doesn't go his way, it would chill the freedoms of the average citizen to speak out against the government. All right, let's see what else here. So let's see. Invasion of privacy, false light publicity. So the plaintiff claims that the defendant violated his or her right to privacy by publicizing false information To wit, list false information publicized. Okay. This places the plaintiff in a false light before the public. So I think this could apply to Lisa, right? Was Lisa gay? Was she a lesbian? You know, it doesn't seem like she was. So that I could see that, and maybe then also Brian Newland with his brother. I think that's on the record. I think the only thing that they could get this on would be Lisa. That would be the only one where I'm like, well, you're saying that you're attacking her well, not her gender, but her choice of partner, her lifestyle choice, and you don't, that I could see would fall under this. I could see that falling under false light publicity. But I don't think the other ones fall under that. I mean, lemon pound cake, that doesn't fall under this. I don't think so. I would go with only for Lisa. All right, proof of claim. Before you can find for the plaintiff, they must first prove that the false light in which the plaintiff was placed would be highly offensive to a reasonable person. So that's a good one, because a lot of you are very, very offended by the Lisa video. And a lot of you are saying you're not offended by it. You're protecting, freedom of speech. So I think Lisa's going to be the one where they may get him. They may get him for, Debbie, you do too? Yeah, I think they may get him on that. Orientation is not really a lifestyle choice. Thank you. Or that's the word I was looking for, Squid Kid. Thank you. I was trying to find the right word and I was stumbling over it. Thank you for correcting me. I was trying to find the right wording and I didn't find it. So thank you for that. So I think that I'm thinking that they may get her on that. I'm sorry, they may get him on that. They may get him on Lisa's video. They may get him on Lisa's video. Because that one, a lot of you are saying, yeah, thanks, Squid Kid. You have no idea what's going on here. I've got like 20 things I'm trying to keep track of. So I thank you for the correction. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they come back with Lisa, they give her, and they're asking 1.5 million. I wouldn't be surprised if they find him, liable for that. Because it wouldn't surprise me. That would be the one that would not surprise me. The other ones, I'd be like, well, yeah, Now let's see, false light. False light means the defendant knows that the plaintiff, as a reasonable person, would be justified in the eyes of the community, is feeling seriously offended and aggrieved by the publicity. Oh, they're definitely feeling seriously offended and aggrieved. No question about that. The plaintiff's privacy is not invaded when the unimportant false statement is made, even when it is made deliberately. It is only when there is such a major misrepresentation of the plaintiff's character, history, activities, or beliefs that serious offense may reasonably be expected to be taken by a reasonable person in his or her position. Yeah, I don't think they're going to get, I was going to say Professor Poundcake. I don't think they're going to get Officer Poundcake. I don't think they're going to find in his favor. And Cooley, I think Lisa's going to be the one. Maybe Newland, but Newland, yeah, I think it's going to be Lisa. I think they're going to probably be like, yeah, that may have been a bridge too far. That could have been, maybe he pushed it just a little bit too much. That's where I'm leaning. What do you guys think? Do you think that they'll, well, we took a poll. Let's see. The poll we took, 602 votes. Appreciate that, you guys. What video song did Afroman go too far with? None of the above, 68%. Lisa was the 19%. And then lemon pound cake was 5%. So I think, and it wouldn't surprise me, but you guys tell me, drop some comments, let me know. Do you think that it's going to be Lisa that they're going to, it's either going to be Lisa or anybody else or none? Well, 68% of you say none. None of those songs went too far. So, Winnie, I just hope it doesn't turn into a Sue Fest on other artists. I do too. Kimbers, you voted Lisa. Jad Ziadax, I think there's doubt about how hurt offended the plaintiffs are. They haven't asked for the content to be removed just for money. They didn't, but the charges, as we just are reading, are asking for that, even though it's not. Well, actually, that was on the that was the jury instructions. All right, let's see what else. Publicize. Before you can find in favor of the plaintiff on this claim, you must first determine whether the information was at issue was publicized. That's a no-brainer, right? We know that this was publicized. We know for sure that this was publicized. I think that one I think is a no-brainer. Let's see. Shirley, in your opinion, if they are cops, they know they are going to be called names. They should grow some. Dead beef. Afroman went too far with Lisa. Alex, you would find on the PDF claim, but not on the lesbian accusation. Interesting. PDF is pretty rough to go around saying. So you guys would find on that one. Okay. So that's where you guys would land. So that's Brian Newland. So you guys would say Brian Newland. What are they asking for Brian Newland? They're asking for $1 million for Newland. So 1.5 for Lisa, 1 million for Randy and Brian. What was Randy? What was his deal? Oh, that's the one where he he had relations with Randy's wife. That one was pretty tough too. So that's the one where he used to have relations with his wife doggy style. Right. Randy Newland was the one that was really, really upset. Oh, we should watch his testimony again. Let's watch his testimony again. I want to see his testimony again. He was really, really upset. Can they rule on 1 or 2 people? I think, Debbie, yeah, they have 7 defendants, so they can rule, nothing on 6 of them and 20 million on another. I mean, yeah. Yep. All right, I want to watch Randy. So we have Brian Newland and we have Randy Walters. Oh, 1980. All right, you guys, we're 20 away from 20,000. Wait, do we have anything going on here? Nothing there. Let me just check the feed again just before we go watch something else. All right, nothing yet. All right, Randy Newland was really, really upset, right? He was very upset. He's the one with his wife. And his kids would come home. He's the one that has the biracial, 2 kids Hispanic and I believe 2 kids African American. Let's check him out. Let's see, that was yesterday's testimony. All right, nope, not that one. Okay, there he is. All right, I want to watch. Okay, so this is Randy Walters. Yeah, Brian Newland and Randy Walters. All right, let me pull this one up. Where's my replay at? There it is. All right, this is the other guy that's asking for $1 million. All right, hold on a sec. All right. So this is, oh, that stinks. I mean to do that. All right, so this is Randy Walters. He's the guy holding the shotgun there. So that's Randy Walters on the bottom right.
Show me the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. As this, you shall answer unto God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
I'm Randy Walters.
And Mr. Walters, how are you currently employed?
I am a sergeant with the Adams County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been a sergeant?
I'm not for sure the date that I was promoted to sergeant. I've been with the Sheriff's Office since 2010, I think it was.
Since 2010?
Yes,
How long have you lived in Adams County?
my entire life.
You went to school here?
Yes,
Do you have family here?
yes I do.
You have a wife and children?
I have a wife, 4 daughters, and 2 little boys, or 2 sons.
So 6 kids altogether.
Yes.
Are all of those your own kids?
We are a little bit of a mixed bag. I have 3 biological kids and 3 children that I adopted through foster care, yes.
What are the ages of your children?
My little boy, who's biological, is 10 years old. My next daughter is 14 years old, who is adopted. And I have a 17-year-old that's adopted, an 18-year-old that's adopted. My 22-year-old son is biologically mine, and my oldest daughter, who's 26, is mine. They're all mine, but biological and otherwise.
Yeah.
And I've had the girls since my 14-year-old was about 2 months old.
And this will become relevant, I think, just a little later, but I'm going to ask you about the race of your adopted kids.
So 2 of my adopted daughters are biracial Hispanic, and my youngest adopted daughter is biracial African American.
And your youngest is the 14-year-old?
No, she's 14, yes.
And in the fall of 2022, she would have been
Around 11, I think.
around 11 or so? How'd you get into law enforcement?
My father was a police officer, and it's just something that I've always worked towards doing.
And you're the rank of sergeant right now?
I am.
And you took part in this search of Mr. Foreman's home back in 2022, is that right?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us just a little bit about what your role was in that search, just generally?
I was called in to assist with the search, and you have what's called an entry team. I was asked to come in and help with the entry team on the search.
Did you have anything to do with counting or keeping the money that night?
No.
Have you been accused of stealing money from Mr. Foreman's home?
Yes.
Can we look at Exhibit 27, please? Before I don't know if we can do this, Natalie, but can we see the date and the number of views on this?
It's in the bottom. It's really hard to see with the way that the media playing system works because it's blocked by this gray bar, and the gray bar doesn't go away. Well, let's pause.
All right, so let's just play it and see what happens. Thank you.
I pay taxes. I work.
Could you see anywhere on there the date on this
video? It says 3 years ago, 727K on the views.
So it says 3 years ago, that would have been sometime in 2023, I guess, and did
Your
you...
Honor, I'm going to ask, is there a specific date and time on this?
This one, just with the way that it played on YouTube, it doesn't show the specific date, but I can represent that it was the 23rd of October 2022.
I would object to you representing Your Honor.
Okay.
So we don't know the exact date from this image of when it was done?
From this image, no.
Okay.
2023.
3 years ago, and did you say 727,000 views?
Yes.
All right. Now, we have 3 other exhibits that show the same clip on different platforms and dates. Is that right, Natalie? I'm just trying to figure out the most efficient way to do this. Can you bring up Exhibit 28 and just show us the first slide? Right. Now, when do we know when that one was posted? Can we see that?
I cannot make out when that one was posted, no.
Can you tell what platform that was posted on?
That's on YouTube, and it seems like 974,000 views.
All right. And is there any indication of a date that you can see?
Not with the words it's covering it up now.
We'll have to figure out how to do that, because...
Yeah, when it was, it says down below it, October 24th, 2022.
October 4th? Or
whatever she did, it took the line down and you can actually see it.
It doesn't go away while the video is paused. It has to be playing for the bar.
Yep. To 512,574.
Thank you.
On the views.
October 4th, 2022. We got a date on that. Let's go to Exhibit 29. And before we... Okay. Do we know what... Can you tell what platform this is?
It says Instagram.
Instagram, and can we find a date?
I couldn't even tell you where to find one on Instagram on that.
All right.
So, well, October 4th, 2022. It says right here.
All right. So,
Your Honor, he says right here, could they please indicate where that is in this?
Yeah, you'll see a logo on the bottom corner. It says Afroman with a symbol in the middle of it. If you look just to the side of that, it says October 4th, 2022 with a heart with 1.1K and messages is 71.
okay.
I cannot read that from here.
Next question. Go ahead.
We got the date on that one. Let's go to Exhibit 30, please.
I work daily, I get rated by Beetle Bailey, Randy Walters, Private Pound. I used to fuck his wife, Doggy Style.
Do we know the platform on that one, Mr. Walters?
Is this the same video right here? It's still up because it's Instagram.
Yes, same one that's still up.
Instagram.
Yes. Instagram, and can you see a date?
September 25th, I believe, of 2022.
All right, thank you. And can we look at Exhibit 26? All right. And I guess we should identify the platform for that one. Can you tell what platform that is?
I believe it's Facebook, August 26, 2023.
Thank you. All right. Did you become aware of these posts, Mr. Walters, at or about the time they were posted?
Yes.
How did you become aware of them?
of my personal post, I found out from my children. When my daughter came home and advised me that she was getting messed with at school because apparently her mom is having sex with Afroman, and since she's biracial, that must be her daddy, along with being a thief.
And how did that affect you?
It's horrible. It's hard when your job that you're doing affects your family, which affects you. When you have a kid come home crying that's already been through a life, and now they're getting hazed and harassed because somebody thinks it's funny. Somebody knows it's not true. Been with my wife for 28 years. She didn't have an affair with Mr. Foreman. She didn't make my daughter with Mr. Foreman. But now my family has to be harmed because of straight up 100% lies. Where in the world is it okay to make something up for fun that's damaging to others when you know for sure it's an absolute lie? That's a problem.
Some of these posts that we've seen call you a thief.
Yes.
Did that affect you or your job in any way?
Yes. We as we've already heard, we can't go to calls, not figuratively every call, but the frequency of it, like people automatically, you're stealing Mr. Foreman's money. You illegally raided him. You've done all these things. You know, your wife's having sex with him. Is that why you stole his money? Never touched his money. It's been proven. He knows.
Did somebody say that to you?
Yes. You can't make these simple street arrests with people that are mouthy. I get that. But now there's just fuel to the rage. And then the fact that at the time I worked night shift, Adams County is a rural county. You do your work in your car a lot of the time. You do your paperwork in your car. Well, try to find someplace safe to sit when you're literally getting death threats because of lies. You're absolutely in fear for your safety to begin with as a police officer. But now intensify that because somebody is lying about a situation that they know the facts of. Now you have to worry about it because the calls, the comments, everything, all lying. It created a situation that was uncalled for, that was unsafe and unhealthy for the officers involved. The problem I have is the respect for my family wasn't near the respect.
This has gone to beyond a narrative.
Overruled.
If Mr. Foreman could ask a question.
Thank you. Responsive. Overruled.
Go ahead. The respect for my family, including my law enforcement family, wasn't nothing like the respect I gave to his children the night of the raid. I stopped what I was doing when his wife, who I know and have been friendly with for years as far as being associates, said, hey, they were next door, somebody pulled in and they're scared. I stopped what I did, what I was doing, and went and checked on his kids to make sure they were safe, because that's a priority to me. But the same respect that was given to his family had no regard to mine or me. And that affects me. Because to see my family in distress because of my job is distressful to me. To have the public send you death threats over lies is distressing. And it was easy. Stop. Stop with the lies. But that wasn't enough. It's happening today. My kids came home yesterday because of new posts, same thing.
I'm going to renew this objection again. It's beyond the narrative at this point, and further, this is not bringing in evidence that is beyond this.
We're not going to allow like videos from yesterday. I get that. Last Friday, we have a video. I get what you're saying about the evolving nature of the conduct. That testimony is consistent with other people's experiences of the harm, but we're not going to bring in the exhibits, we're not going to bring in the content.
But they can testify about stuff that's happening
Yeah.
at this time.
Yeah, it's the effect,
Okay, I
not the
would register an
content.
objection for the record on
Got
that.
it, you're in. Next question.
Had you finished your answer?
Yes.
Any other ways you haven't mentioned that you want to share about how these accusations of a theft and your wife having sex with Mr. Foreman have affected you or your reputation?
It's affected all of our reputations, from a baseless lie till now, that we are not thieves. We didn't steal his money. I never touched his money, but I'm in the group of thieves. We stole his money. I spoke to him on the phone when he was concerned that he was going to be arrested that night. And apparently in some way on the phone, he didn't like my attitude towards not fixing his door. I'm sorry if you felt that I disrespected you in some way. I was explaining to him that we don't have the means to fix his door. We're leaving it in care of his wife. But I also cooled his fears that we're not coming to arrest you. Deputy or Sergeant Newland would like to talk to you. Get your attorney and come and talk to us. There's not going to be an arrest warrant for you. If we need to talk to you, we can find you. We can call you. You can come in. If an arrest warrant would occur, turn yourself in, go through the system, and do whatever. Nobody's chasing you through the woods, as reported. Nobody's doing any of that. The respect that was given to him, which I guess is not required in society, was not put forward to us.
Those are all of my questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
For the record, you stated previously your name was Randy Walters.
Randolph Lee Walters, Jr.
Okay.
I go
And
by
so
Randy.
you go by Randy.
Yes.
Do you mind if I call
Yes,
you Randy?
that's perfectly fine, sir.
So you extended Mr. Foreman a significant amount of respect that night.
I felt that I did.
If I show you some of the surveillance footage, can you explain how that is showing respect?
Sure.
Do you want to sample that?
What's the exhibit number?
This will be Exhibit F, Defense Exhibit F. This will be an excerpt of the security camera footage of Mr. Foreman for the kitchen of his home. From the time in question of August 21st, 2022.
Make sure we get the counter time so we know what the Court of Appeals would know what the jury saw.
Pardon me,
Make sure we get the counter time so the Court of Appeals knows what the jury saw.
So I'll ask a couple questions while I wait for this gentleman. So you took part in the search warrant execution.
Yes.
You were part of the breach team into Mr. Foreman's house.
Yes.
You had a riot shield-like thing?
No, a ballistic shield, sir.
Well, what's a ballistic shield?
It's a bulletproof shield. It's commonplace when doing raids that police officers get shot, and it's a safety device.
So it's a safety device shield about yay long with a little hole, a little window in it so you can carry it forward?
Yes.
So, do you see what has been marked Defense Exhibit F?
Yes, I see something on the screen.
Okay. So on that screen, does that appear to be the kitchen of Mr. Foreman's residence?
Yes.
And you would agree that that gentleman there with the firearm is Mr. Brian Newland?
Yes.
Okay. And so this would be the beginning after breaching the door?
From this, I can't tell what part of the entry it was.
Let me play some more. Okay, so this would be starting the security camera footage of 8/21/2022, starting at 8:13 and 4 seconds p.m. I've stopped it here because I'm going to ask a question. So you talked about a ballistic shield. Is that the ballistic shield you're referring to?
Yes.
And you would be behind that ballistic shield?
Yes.
So putting this image in perspective.
I do like this. This is the part in time where he thinks that he's flipping off the camera. So look at his finger. If you look at his face, then you see that little finger, and then so this is the part where he thinks that he's flipping him off. But more to the point is like, so he's got this ballistic shield. He has this piece of equipment that is supposed to protect him. What about the other guys? What about the other officers? What if somebody comes out with a firearm right now and starts shooting? So only one of you is going to be saved, but the other officers are not. They're going to be taken out. Like when I was watching this, I'm like, why do you get to have the ballistic shield but nobody else does? Or why are they not behind you? I don't understand. I don't understand this concept. If there's anybody, Richard, I know you were, but if anybody knows law enforcement tactics, is this considered a good way to enter a house and then secure a room? What do you guys think? Right? Usually the shield goes in first, one would think. Yeah, he's behind everybody. Right? Kelsey, Tulips, he's not even in front of them. Like, isn't that the whole point? Isn't the whole point of having a shield is that you're shielding everybody else around you? Surely he sent them in front of him. I mean, I'm just talking just general police tactics. Wouldn't they? Hey, Just Shamrock, good to see you. With 7 plaintiffs, if they are awarding damages, I could see this taking a while. He stinks at his job. He doesn't know. Yeah. I'm just thinking from a general standpoint of police tactics, that just doesn't seem right. John, shield is to lead to, yeah, right. Then they go in from one room. Yeah, they go from one room to the next to secure it. Right. I mean, I've watched enough body cams. We've watched enough body cam footage. We get it. That's what you do. Lisa, the shield goes first, and the others unprotected follows. Right. Charlie's Angels cosplay. Tai Lung says. Sherry, I love the chest countertop. Yeah, obviously Afroman loves green, so he's got this green everywhere, his entire house. All right, so let's continue on. We're still waiting, checking in with the feed, and nothing has come in yet. So apparently the jury is still deliberating. So usually a shorter verdict means not guilty. I'm sorry. Sorry. Let me rethink that. Shorter verdicts usually mean guilty, right? Shorter verdicts usually mean guilty. Or somebody's unless they're, well, yeah, we saw that with a lot of trials we've covered, like under an hour, under 2 hour trials, they usually come back guilty. And the longer they go, the more it's like, well, they're somebody might think they're guilty, somebody might think they're not guilty. So they have seven defendants that they have to award money to. So from what I'm gathering from my own internal, struggle, and what I'm gathering from you guys is it might be Lisa that they might be getting hung up on. It's like, she was pretty visibly shaken on the stand. Maybe we should give her some money. So maybe that's what they're going on. I don't know. Green-eyed cat, it's like a green screen. I thought that as well. Yes, shorter deliberation. Shorter deliberation, not shorter verdict. Shorter deliberation usually means guilty. Yes, green-eyed cat. I thought the same thing because it's that perfect green of the green screen. So he basically could shoot videos anywhere and everywhere in his house. So I thought the same thing. Deadpool, let's see. Civil is different. Different longer usually means finding for the plaintiff. Yeah, because they're trying to come up with a monetary amount. Downeyland Shield is supposed to go in first. All right, Richard, thank you. Upon entry, you follow the lead with the shield until all areas of the place is cleared. This is not the way it's done. Yeah, thank you, Richard. I think we can all kind of agree on that. Downey, what's the value of his farm? I do not know. Hopeless Noob, remember these officers believe there's a kidnapping dungeon in the basement. Really seems urgent to clear the scene. My opinion is that they know there's nothing there and are fishing. Green is his color since he's an advocate for 420, Lisa says. MC Wrecker, the green seems to be so he has an ability to use any room as a screen, as he's green screened himself in his latest music video. Yeah, he literally could just shoot a video anywhere and everywhere in his house. Sparkling Princess, someone mentioned earlier they could have gotten the plans to his house, which are public records, and could have seen no basement. Thought that was a good point. Yeah, that's true. Ooh, you guys, we're 11 more subs to go till we hit 20,000. So really appreciate your support. If you're listening and you have not subscribed yet, please help us get to 20,000. It'll be fun to celebrate with you guys that we got to 20,000. All right, let's continue on.
You're behind the riot shield.
Yes.
Officer Sean Cooley's behind you. Brian Newland's in front of you. And Sean Grooms is going forward with the assault rifle.
Mm-hmm.
And you're flipping off the security camera.
No.
That's not your middle finger.
No. Do you know how to use a ballistic shield, or do you like me to tell you?
Let's watch it. Finger went down, right?
There's a light activation on that shield. It's 35 pounds.
The finger went down, correct?
If you think I was flipping him off, you can think that that's not what it was.
Okay.
There is a light activation on the handle of the shield.
Mr. Walters.
Okay, go ahead.
Wait for the question. So you were called a couple names by Mr. Foreman, one of those being, what was it, Beetle Bailey.
Yes, sir.
Does anyone believe you're Beetle Bailey?
Probably not. That's a drawn cartoon.
Beetle Bailey is a cartoon that's in the newspaper.
Sure.
Been there for years. Okay. So that would be an exaggeration. Okay. And when they call you a son of a bitch, that would be an opinion?
I'd assume that would be an opinion.
Okay. Because there's no way we can prove whether you're a son of a bitch or not.
Nah, she's been dead for years.
Sorry. I am sorry about your mother on that. I am. But you would agree, though, that when someone calls someone a son of a bitch, it's not necessarily a statement of fact. It's more a statement of opinion or a description of a person.
Sure.
Okay. The same thing with being called, I think it's Gomer Pyle.
Yes.
Okay. No one would think you're Gomer Pyle from the movie?
Obviously, that's a character in a movie.
Yeah. But you're not that person?
No.
This may sound stupid, but you've been a law enforcement officer for a long time, correct?
Yes.
You've been called many derogatory names, correct?
Over the years, yes.
You've been called a son of a bitch before, correct?
Not published, but yes.
Okay. You've been called other things even worse, correct?
I'm sure over the years I've been called many things.
It would be fair to say that during those years people probably said bad things about you and your family also.
You know, I honestly can't remember bad things being said to my family, but I can remember bad things being done to them.
Do you believe everything you read on the internet?
No.
Do you believe everything you read in the newspaper?
No.
You probably tell your kids, don't believe everything you hear, right?
Especially now.
So, are you testifying and claiming that because Mr. Foreman called you Gomer Pyle, you've been painted in a false light with the public? I'm not taking it one at a time, so I'm going to get to
the
it.
Gomer Pyle?
Yes.
I'm not claiming that, sir.
Okay. You're not claiming that being called a son of a bitch is a claim you're pursuing, that Mr. Foreman's called you?
Correct, sir.
Being called Beetle Bailey, you're not claiming that is part of defamation proceeding on that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And neither one of those three statements have painted you in a false light, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it depends. I mean, it paints you in a different light than what you are, but correct.
Okay. So you're solely being painted in a false light due to Mr. Walters saying he had sex with your wife?
Mr. Walters does have sex with his wife. Mr. Foreman doesn't.
Good catch on that.
Yeah.
So you're claiming that is the defamation statement, is that he said he had sex with your wife?
Yes.
Okay. And that's painted you in a false light?
It's caused tremendous pain in my life.
I'll get to that. We have to go through false light first. So does it paint you in a false light?
Yes, that my wife is cheating on me with Mr. Foreman.
But we all know that's not true, correct?
I don't know.
Wait, you don't know if your wife's cheating on you or not?
You want to go there?
No, I just want to ask that question because you said we don't know.
I've been with that woman since middle school.
I know.
I would hope she wouldn't. But you know what? Once somebody puts it out there for their fun and entertainment, it's out there. And it's a problem.
So it's something we cannot verify the truth of? Is it a thing that can be verified, true or false?
Ask your client.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask for direct the witness to answer the question, yes or no, please.
You don't like his answer doesn't mean he didn't answer.
He didn't answer the question. He's told me to ask another person. That is not an answer to the question.
So ask him another question.
Okay.
That was his answer. You didn't like how it came out, but it was his answer. They can't make him say something else. You can ask him another question.
And so are you claiming that Mr. Foreman saying he had sex with your wife is a private fact about your life?
My family is a private part of my life.
About your wife?
Him having an affair with my wife would definitely be a private part of my life if that was occurring.
And that has affected your reputation?
Yes.
Okay.
And so, am I right in concluding that the other final statement that you are claiming that Mr. Foreman said about you that painted you in a false light is that you're a thief?
Yes.
Okay. And that stems from all the posts that and all the exhibits that Mr. Klingler referenced earlier?
That's what he showed.
The ones that talk about the police officers in general?
Yes.
Okay. Were you ever disciplined due to anything Mr. Foreman said?
No.
Ever passed up for promotion?
No.
This may be a stupid question. Were you a sergeant before or after the
Before.
search? Okay. Because I know you couldn't remember when, so I was just curious on that.
It was from before.
Okay. Have you ever talked to the People's Defender or Informer about the statements?
We were not allowed.
So you were not allowed by the Sheriff of Adams County?
Yes.
Okay. And you had a cease and desist letter sent prior to January 1st of 2023?
I personally made no notification.
Okay.
Everything's been made through my attorney.
Okay. But that would be after January 1st, 2023, to your knowledge?
I'm not for sure of the date.
Okay. If this lawsuit was filed after January 1st, 2023, you would agree then that it would have happened after that?
I don't know if they sent you guys a letter before or after they filed suit.
Okay.
I do not know that.
Okay. So that would be something I should ask another plaintiff?
Yeah, I didn't handle the paperwork. I don't know what date you got that, sir.
Okay. Do you agree that how you act during your job duties affects your reputation?
It does.
And I think I've asked this, but I'll ask again. The public has commented on your job duties in the past?
I'm sure they have.
They've been critical of you?
I'm sure they have.
Did you order Lisa Phillips to disconnect the security camera?
I don't, and I haven't reviewed the body cam since that event.
All right, you guys, I just want to say thank you so much. We just hit 20,000 subscribers. We're actually at 20,001. So thank you guys for subscribing to our channel and getting us over the 20,000 subscriber count. Really appreciate it. It means a lot to us. And thank you for joining us. And let's continue on. So we made it.
I know that the intent, if I can, for the camera system is, in speaking with Detective Newland, that they thought there was some type of operation of narcotics transfers there, so it would be obvious that if there's a surveillance system, that would be on it. That camera system was disconnected with my multi-tool by Sergeant Phillips. I will trust in the fact, because I have not reviewed it, that I said, hey, disconnect it. I don't know for sure that I did, but I know that she used the multi-tool to disconnect it, and it was placed in the central area in that room for evidence to be collected, because it was to be collected. Because obviously, if you thought something was going on in the residence, you collect the surveillance system, you go later and get another search warrant. Mm-hmm. I didn't find out until a couple of days later that that was not actually collected.
It was left at the scene?
Yes.
But it was disconnected?
Yes.
And you were standing
to take
there?
as evidence.
To take as evidence?
Yes.
But it was not taken as evidence?
It was not.
So the only thing taken as evidence, significant evidence, was the cash?
There was a jar of marijuana that was found in like the ball cap room, some cash, and some vapes, as I remember.
Okay. No one was arrested for threatening you, correct?
Not our choice, but no.
That was a choice made by the sheriff?
I can't tell you whose choice it was. I know that the agency as a whole was very upset and very concerned, and between the powers that be, whoever that is, there was no charges filed.
Okay. may sound stupid, but being a son of a bitch is not a crime, correct?
No.
You may have a second, Your Honor. Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Osborne.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Walters, I'm not going to put the body cam up again. I was frankly a little confused about what it was supposed to show, but explain to me what it was that Mr. Osborne said he thought he saw that you were explaining.
May I stand up, sir?
Yeah.
A ballistic shield weighs about 35 pounds. Okay, it's very big. One hand has your firearm, or if you're using it for something. The other hand, there's a bar like this. To activate the lights that's on the front of it, there is an activation switch on that shield. That's what occurred.
So what? So your finger moved or something?
Yes, that's how you activate the shield, and it's also 35 pounds. Once you're carrying it for a while, it takes a toll.
So were you trying to flip the bird to his security camera or something? Or
No.
Were you trying to make a disrespectful gesture in any way?
No.
You were asked a lot of questions by Mr. Osborne about things you might have been called before, criticisms you might have undergone before. Has anyone called you a thief before and published it?
No.
Has anyone ever published a statement that they fucked your wife?
No.
Have your kids come home upset because somebody said Afroman was somebody else was their father at some point before this?
As recent as yesterday. Because everything is brought back up again.
Were you at Mr. Foreman's deposition?
I was not.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Recross?
Your Honor, I had no recross of Mr. Walters.
Okay, go ahead and step down.
Thank you, sir.
So again, just a huge thank you guys for helping us get to 20,000. We're actually at 20,008 right now. So again, thank you. Both Aaron and I really appreciate you guys supporting the channel and being with us and being part of this moment. Hitting 20,000 subscribers is a big moment. So thank you. Really appreciate that, you guys. Yeah, great question. I didn't see the light. Let's see. Do we see the light go on? Do we actually see this light go on? I want to go back and see if we see this light go on. All right. All right, let's see if we see this light go on. All right, here they are coming. Actually, let me rewind it a second.
Yep.
Okay, there's the light. Okay, let me rewind it a little bit more.
Security camera footage of 8:20. Mr. Foreman.
Okay. I'm gonna mute it because I wanna comment on top of this. Thank you, Squid Kid. Green Eye Cat. Yeah, let's see. Okay, so right there, he's got the light on, right? So he's got the light on, and I guess he's in the lead, right? He is lead. And that's Brian Newland. I'm gonna replay Brian Newland's testimony next too. I want to hear his testimony again. Thank you, Dream Horse. Appreciate it. Pammy, thank you, Ambi. Really appreciate it. No, yeah, no worries, Green Eye Cat. No, I want to check this out again too. I don't know if, I guess I guess the light is on. All right, so there's people crouched behind him. All right, here they come. All right, so they're in, and he's in the lead, I guess, with the light on. Right? All right, so he does take the lead. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. He doesn't have the light on. That's his that's either his firearm or a flashlight. So he was not using it. All right. So he's not using. Okay. I thought that light was part of his. excuse me, was part of his shield, but it was not. All right. So he's got like a flashlight. So where's this light supposed to? Okay, I guess he's got a light on there. No, he's looking right at the camera. He's looking right at the camera, and his finger's definitely up. All right. Lazy Boys, thank you for the 5 Trial TV Live gifted memberships. Appreciate that. Downey, thank you. I'm glad that you found us as well. Appreciate that. Blue Star, yeah, he's got a flashlight. Please help me. How do I even remotely pronounce your name? I know it's something cool, but only light I see in his hand, handheld flashlight, which is being held in his opposite hand. The cop is specifically talking about the shield light, right? All right, so Ari has been a member for 4 months. Thank you. Thank you for that. Dude is obviously lying, right? Sherry, thank you for the 5 Trial TV Live gifted memberships. Awesome, you guys. Thank you. Please come on in, new members. Thank you, Cowboy Logic. Glad you're part of it. You guys are all part of it. So I really appreciate that. I appreciate you guys sharing this moment with us. Brat says the finger is extended to the middle of the window, which is where the button he's supposed to be touching. That's what he's saying. So I guess you hold it, right? And then you extend, I guess there's like a bar here. So you're supposed to, well, let's check out ballistic. Hey, we got time. Let's check it out. Let's check out ballistic shields. Let's see if we can find a YouTube tutorial on ballistic shields. Because we have time. Police ballistic shields. Let me try and find somebody who's not going to smack us. Oh, all right. Okay, I think I can use this. Shield operation. Let's see here. Let me see light. Light on and off switch. Let's just see if that comes up. I'm just trying to find, okay, there's the light. How do you turn it on and off? Sorry. Let me see if this helps us. This was 3 years ago. All right. I'm not seeing any light switch. He's saying there's a light switch? I'm not seeing a light switch here.
Take it. That's why a local foundation is working to give life-saving tools to law enforcement. 2 News anchor Sharon Phillips goes in depth for the story of one deputy who nearly died serving his community.
It was October 29th, 2021. Heard of the shooting. He knew he needed to act. The organization provides life-saving ballistic shields to departments that have less than 100 officers or cannot.
So do you see a light switch there? This one must not have a light switch. I don't see a light switch. Do you guys see a light switch? I'm not seeing a light switch. Could be a different shield. Could be a different shield.
Afford to buy them.
The ideal shield is lightweight enough that you can and gives you those options.
Walton says the time has come to equip law enforcement so no lives are lost because they don't have this life-saving tool.
I mean, it could be a different shield. Could be a different shield, but I don't see a light switch on that. But it could be a different shield, right? And there's no light switch on that. He said the handle and the switch were under the window, Failed Forgiven says. The handle and the switch were under. All right. It could be different. Might be lying. Could be. Or it could be a different shield. We'll give him that benefit of the doubt. Could be a different shield. Could be a different shield. All right, let's go to Brian Newland. He's the one where his brother's convicted of inappropriate behavior with children. So then there's that.
And that's the actual malice that you heard about. He doesn't have to hate people. He doesn't have to anything else. If he knows.
All right, I want to watch Brian Newland. Let's see, MC Record, what's the best way to link it to it? Send it info at trialtvlive.com. Do you have something you want to show us? Info at trialtvlive.com. Info at. Amber, I haven't yet, but we'll show that at here, Wrecker. Info at trialtvlive.com. Send it to us there if you have a link. If you guys have any links, or if you want to reach out to us, send it there. Amber, we're gonna watch. People have been sending it to us, so I'm aware of it, and we're gonna show that during her sentencing. So whatever videos that we have between now and her sentencing, we will show then. Sherry, I didn't join for a few months and never chatted back then. I was gifted a membership 3 times and stayed. It's been a total of 15 months. Awesome, Sherry. Thank you. And you make fantastic barbecue sauce too. Sean, that's the setup. I know I was not police, but served in the British Army. Failed Forgiven. When do we convict others for someone else's crimes? If his brother is convicted, doesn't mean he did anything. Fair. Well, I think as Joe said, when he started to look at Brian and he noticed that his brother was convicted, then he looked at that shop with a cop, I think they called it, and he said Brian was holding a little boy, and he said he was like inappropriately, or he was holding him to his butt or something like that. I don't know. That's his That's Joe's position. All right, Wrecker, I'm holding out. I'm holding out. Send me a link. Missy, can you Google if shields have light? How much time can Corey get? Life, I think. I think she's under life. She's in life. And remember, this was 2 years ago too. Do ballistic shields have light? Have lights? Yes, they do. Let me see. Let me check this one out. Armor Express. All right, here's a guy describing it. Let me see if I can. Let me see here. All right. I'm not seeing a so there's the light, obviously. Yeah, I don't see any switch or anything. I get this kind of looks like what he had, right? This looks like what he had. I don't see any switch that would cause him to raise his middle finger. I'm not seeing a switch that would cause him to raise his middle finger. So I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing that. All right, let's see. The one he has no light. Yeah, so I'm thinking that might be a little stretch of the truth. Oh, Kimbers, thank you for the Venmo. Appreciate that. Thank you so much, Kimbers. All right, so seems like he might have been telling an untruth. Rusty, the finger is free speech, but it's also unprofessional, which is the point they were trying to make by asking him why he did it. Most law enforcement agencies specifically have rules against it. Yeah. Supposedly the light is pressure activated by squeezing the handle. Oh, I thought he said he had to move his finger to activate it. Oh, it's pressurized. Like it's pressurized. Is that what it was? All right. Brad, so far the ones I've found have switches built into the handle, not ones where you'd remove a finger from the handle to weaken your grip and get your finger into a limited field of vision. Yeah, I'm thinking that may be an untruth. Maybe an untruth. Thank you, Kimbers. Really appreciate it. Thank you for being with us. All right, so this is Brian Newland. This is the one where his brother was found guilty with, involved with children. So this is the first witness. This is Brian Newland. He's looking for $1 million as well. So let's check this out while we wait.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? As this, you shall answer unto God.
I do.
Thank you. You can be seated.
Since you're a public official, we won't expect to have your private residence address. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is Brian Newland.
And Mr. Newland, where do you live? No street address, just generally.
I live in Adams County, Ohio.
And how long have you lived in Adams County?
From 1995 to 2010, and then from 2015 to current.
What were you doing between 2010 and 2015?
I was in the United States Army.
Honorable discharge?
Yes.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a police officer.
And when did you start in law enforcement?
I originally started in law enforcement in 2014
And what position was that?
as a deputy sheriff
Where?
at the Adams County Sheriff's Office.
And then how long were you a deputy in the Adams County Sheriff's Department?
The Adams County Sheriff's Office was my first full-time job in law enforcement, and that was from 2014 until 2023.
All right. And why did you become a deputy sheriff?
After I got out of the military, I just wanted a job that I thought would be exciting, something different, so I chose law enforcement.
Do you have family here in Adams County?
Yes.
Can you tell us who?
All my family's here. My kids, my grandparents, my mom, my brothers, cousins, aunts, uncles.
Did your children go to school in Adams County, or do they?
Yes.
You were involved in the execution of a search warrant back in August of 2022.
Yes, I was.
And I want to take you back to the night of August 21st, 2022. Were you part of a team that searched Mr. Foreman's home?
Yes.
What was your role in obtaining that warrant?
I prepared the search warrant based off information I was provided, and then I met with the judge and the prosecutor at the time prior to serving the search warrant.
And was a warrant approved?
Yes.
Can you tell us where what the subject of the search was? The property of the search.
It was the residence of Mr. Foreman. I believe the address is 1699 Russellville Road.
Okay, that's here at Adams County, correct?
Yes.
Now, were the other plaintiffs here in the courtroom, were they also deputy sheriffs or part-time deputy sheriffs that participated in that search?
Yes, they were.
And was Mr. Foreman at home during the search?
No.
Were Mr. Foreman's children present during the warrant execution?
No.
Was anyone present other than you and your fellow officers?
At the time of arrival, no.
Was anything seized or taken from Mr. Foreman's home?
Yes, there was some money and a small amount of marijuana and some miscellaneous drug paraphernalia.
Why was the cash taken?
It's common with any type of drug seizure. We seize the money in cases proceeds from drug-related sales or drug trafficking activity.
Was the money potential evidence?
Correct.
What was your role in seizing this cash, Detective?
I'm sorry.
Well, maybe I got ahead of myself. Was cash located in the property?
Yes.
Do you remember how much approximately?
Approximately $4,000.
And did you play a role in taking that cash?
Yes.
What was your role?
I was provided the cash, or provided the money that was located by another deputy. I counted out the money, put it in an evidence bag, and then at the end of the search, I transported it back to the sheriff's office.
All right. Did you take any of the money?
No.
Did you ever take any money from the evidence bags?
No.
Did you ever take any of Mr. Foreman's money?
No.
Was your counting of the cash recorded on your body cam?
Yes,
And have you had a chance to review that?
I have.
Has Mr. Foreman accused you of taking his money?
Yes.
Are you aware that the cash was ultimately returned to Mr. Foreman?
Yes.
And can you tell us why that was?
The prosecutor at the time decided we're not going to pursue any current criminal charges, and the property was released back to him.
Okay. Were you present when Mr. Foreman picked up the cash that had been seized?
No.
Do you know whether any press was invited to attend the return of this cash?
I learned that there was later.
Okay, but you weren't there.
Correct.
Can you tell us what happened when the money was returned to Mr. Foreman?
Your Honor, I would object to that. He's already testified he wasn't there.
Okay, let me rephrase it. That's fair. Was an allegation made that there was less cash than there should have been?
Yes.
And who made that allegation?
I believe Mr. Foreman.
How did you learn about this discrepancy?
The evidence technician that releases property had called me and told me that the account was short.
Tell us what you mean by that. The account was short.
Just that there was more money listed than what there was inside, and that was less money was returned than what was indicated.
And where was this amount indicated?
On the bag.
On evidence bag?
Correct.
So I'm understanding you correctly. The amount of money that was indicated on the evidence bag was more than what was actually returned to Mr. Foreman?
Correct.
All right. And were you able to account for that discrepancy?
I wasn't, no.
What happened?
Once the allegation was made, the sheriff contacted the Claremont County Sheriff's Office to conduct an independent investigation.
Do you know whether an independent investigation was conducted by the Claremont County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And do you know the results of that investigation?
They were to determine that I miscounted the money during my original count.
All right. Did they conclude that any money had been taken?
They said that there was not any money taken.
Now, did that stop Mr. Foreman from continuing to claim you had stolen $400?
No.
Did he accuse anyone other than you of stealing money?
He, at multiple times, he accuses all of being thieves.
Do you know where he made these allegations?
Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, social media.
How did you learn about these accusations on the internet that you were a thief?
Friends and family were sending them to me.
Were the accusations true?
No.
I think you said you've reviewed your body-worn camera from that night?
Yes.
And were you able to tell what happened?
From what it appeared as if I began counting money, I stopped to reshuffle money that was in my hand and then began counting again after putting money down. And that was, at some point, there was a discrepancy in the amount that there was and the amount that I counted.
Was it a miscount?
Yes.
Now, were any charges ever brought against Mr. Foreman as a result of this warrant execution? I may have asked you that. I'm sorry.
No.
Sometime after the execution of this warrant, Detective Newland, did you become aware that Mr. Foreman had posted certain things other than being a thief about you on social media?
Yes.
And how did you learn about these posts?
Friends and family were also sending them to me.
Ms. Bradshaw, could we see Exhibit 16?
Yes. We need to switch it to the HDMI. I'm right. Right, Chris? So it can be.
What is she wanting its card on?
She needs to switch to left law, I believe.
It's left.
All right. We'll bring the laptop up here.
Okay.
You're gonna go to card.
Yes.
Okay, can we blow that up some? All right. Detective Newland, we're showing Exhibit 16. Can you tell us what this is?
It's one of the posts from Mr. Foreman that I was sent about me being a pedophile.
And am I reading the date right? September 2nd, 2023?
Yes.
And I'm not going to ask you to read it, but I will read part of it just to make sure it's in the record and that people are clear on what it said. This is the uneducated can't count pedophile police officer that stole my money. His name is baby-making Brian, child molesting, newborn baby mama, newborn Newland, Detective Brian Newland. I have a song coming out about him. The chorus goes like this. I pledge allegiance to the flag. Brian Newland is a flag. He used to play with little toys. Now he plays with little boys. Watch your little boys around Brian Newland. He's very bold. He will fondle little boys' testicles and butt cheeks right in front of you in broad daylight. This is a public service announcement. Stay safe. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Can we see Exhibit 17, please? Can you just scroll down so we can see the whole thing for a second? All right. So I'm not going to read this whole thing, but it says, in part, if you pay me back the money you stole from me, I won't tell the world about your pedophile pilgrim family, you know, like your brother, that's named Will You Stop Sending Dick Pic Williams, a.k.a. William Newland. If you get arrested in Abbs County, all you got to do is lie on me and Brian will let you go. And is that a picture of your brother beside your picture?
Yes.
And was your brother convicted of a misdemeanor?
Yes.
What was that?
I don't recall what the charge was.
It was a misdemeanor charge?
It was a misdemeanor, correct?
Did you have anything to do with that crime?
No, I did not.
Have you ever been accused or convicted of pedophilia?
No.
Let's look at, let's see, number 18, is that a video?
Yes.
All right. Shall we play the whole thing? Or what, do we have, a clip?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Baby making Brian newborn Newland. Yeah, the serial statutory rapist. With the pedophile brother fired from the People's Police Station. Will you stop sending Dick Pig Williams?
All right, and let's take a look at number 10. Is this a, yeah, okay. Let's see. He used to do hard drugs. It says there in the third or fourth line. Did you ever do hard drugs, Detective Newland?
No.
He snitched on all his friends. Do you have any idea what that's all about?
No.
Now he steals money from traffic stops, bogus raids, and from Adams KK County Sheriff Evidence Room under the camouflage of law enforcement. Did you ever steal money from a traffic stop?
No.
Did you ever steal money from anybody?
No.
Then down below it says, baby making Brian Newland t-shirts on sale. You see that?
Yes.
Let's look at Exhibit 15, please. And can you tell, Detective, is this a picture of you at the entering the or somewhere on the property of Mr. Foreman during the search?
Yes.
And let's take a look at 14. And do you know where this was taken? I guess you weren't there.
It appears to be the inside of the interview room at the Adams County Sheriff's Office.
Would that have been where his money was returned to him?
Yes.
And part of what it says is, when I went to get my money and we realized baby making Brian Newborn Newland had stolen $400 out of the evidence money. Again, did you ever steal any of his money?
No.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 15, please. Or did we do 15?
Yes.
Sorry. Number 2.
Telling the truth and the truth.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Objection.
Yes, Your Honor, I would have an objection to this video.
Tell me what it is.
Your Honor, this objection is video because this video, if I'm not mistaken, was published within the last 2 weeks. The law on this has changed. Ohio has actually passed what's called an anti-SLAPP law, which therefore extends immunity to things, actually, in a way, increasing a person's freedom of speech rights in Ohio. Thus, this evidence to be tried here would be tried under a completely different standard than when this case was started.
Comments, Mr. Clayton?
That law doesn't apply to this case, Judge, or this evidence.
Your Honor, it would apply clearly. He has no analysis other than say that I submitted a written brief to the court on this matter.
I think that was submitted Sunday.
So, like, I'll note the objection, overrule it, and allow it to be played. Got your objection down. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Can you expand it a little bit or not?
I cannot.
So we can see the sign? Okay. Detective Newland, can you see what that sign says?
Yes.
What is it? Would you read it for us?
They stole my money.
Okay. Go ahead and play it.
Videos selling my proof. How can you take me to court when you stole my money and it's $400 short? You vandalized my property, and you filed a lawsuit properly. I'm a rapper, so I'm rapping. What? I can't talk about what happened. Videos I exposed my cause.
So what does that say? Sorry. What did you read? Could you read what that said?
Yeah, Brian Newland stole my money.
Brian Newland stole
from
my
me.
money. And that was just published in the last few days, as far as you know?
Yes.
Can we look at number 3, please?
In suit for telling the truth and the truth, posting videos, selling my proof.
Same basis?
Same basis on it, yes.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Can you take me to court when you stole my money and it's $400 short? You vandalized my property,
I think that's enough for now.
I'm a rapper, so I'm rapping. What? I can't talk about what happened. Videos I exposed my cause.
And that was the same video, obviously. Does it tell where that was posted?
It looks like this one is on YouTube.
And the other one was Instagram?
Yes.
So 2 different platforms, same video.
Yes.
And can we look at Exhibit 9, please? And I'm looking specifically about halfway, a little more than halfway down. Do you see, Detective, where it's posted, not only did he steal my money from my house, he stole money out of the evidence room at the Adams County Sheriff's Department away from my house, making the Adams County Sheriff's Department the new crime scene. I'll just stop there. Again, did you ever steal any money from his house or from the Sheriff's Department evidence room?
No.
What's the platform?
Can you see what that one was, Detective?
I can't see on here.
Is that Facebook? No. It's Facebook? I'll represent that it's Facebook, Your Honor.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So, and we can take that down or whatever. We don't need to keep it up. I don't care. But I'm done with the exhibits right now. Detective, I just want to ask you, the first one we saw with you holding, it looks like a child with a smiley face.
Yeah.
What was that originally a photo of?
That was from one of the shop with the cop events at the sheriff's office.
Well, what's a shop with a cop event?
It's where the community donates money, and then local law enforcement will take lower income children to Walmart and let them shop for Christmas.
And did you participate in that event regularly?
Yes.
And do you know what year that picture was taken from?
I don't recall.
All right. And the little boy you were holding there, can you tell us anything about who that was? Not his name, of course, but who it was?
It was just a cool little boy that got picked for Shop the Cop and chose me to be his officer.
Chose you to be what?
His officer.
And what did you do? Did you do something with him, shop with him, or what?
We put him in the cruisers, turn the lights and sirens on, parade through town, and we go to Walmart and help him shop. And we come back to the fire department or wherever and help them get their toys ready or play or, and feed them pizza, stuff like that.
And you did that more than 1 year?
Yes.
And that was a photo that Mr. Foreman or somebody on his behalf took and used in that pedophile posting?
Yes.
So, Detective, what effect did it have on you when you saw these posts that you're a pedophile?
I was angry, sad, depressed, upset.
Why were you sad or upset? Isn't it just somebody exaggerating or making jokes or making a comment?
I didn't find it funny at all. I work in law enforcement, have kids, have friends, family. I was involved in the schools. And then I'm being blasted all over social media for the entire United States to see that I'm a pedophile.
Did you ever have any evidence that other people were seeing these things, other than the fact that it's on social media? But did anybody ever say anything or do anything to indicate they'd seen it?
I've had comments made to me since day one.
Like what?
If you want the most recent example, yesterday there was a cheer competition in North Adams. I walked my 3-year-old son in to watch his sister cheer, and somebody asked me if that was another little boy I'm touching.
Yesterday?
Yesterday.
Where? What competition?
At the North Adams cheerleading competition.
What other examples?
Every time you go to an event, another comment's made or somebody says something. Another one I can recall was meet the team night for my daughters. We was in line to get slushies and people were making comments behind me.
What comments?
Just called me a thief and a pedophile and why was I there? And then started playing music, playing some of his songs on their phones.
Some of Mr. Foreman's Afroman songs?
Yes.
This case isn't about your kids. They're not plaintiffs, but did this have any effect on your kids that affected you in turn?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this. We had a motion, I filed, the court responded.
He knows better than to ask a question because I don't care about the kids because he didn't bring the kids in, so sustained.
What other indications have you had, Detective, that people are seeing and responding to this accusation that you're a pedophile?
Just what's been said to me. It's been shared, been sent to me. I've had people make comments at games, while in the store. It's just, there's so much stuff's happened, I don't even remember half of it.
So you were a Hamilton County deputy sheriff. Sorry, I said that earlier. You were an Adams County deputy sheriff, and you're not anymore?
Correct.
Why?
I ended up leaving the sheriff's office just because of this, because of being called a pedophile and a thief.
Explain to us just a little more about why that was so upsetting that you actually left your job.
Because the sheriff's office, so I'm from Adams County, is where all my family and friends are from. The sheriff's office was my dream job, my position. I was friends with everybody, and it was where I planned to stay. It's been my career. I dedicated a lot of time, over 10 years, to Adams County. Whether it was calling at 1 o'clock in the morning or working 14 hours, I dedicated a lot of my time to Adams County, and I loved working at the sheriff's office. But it just got to be so much. If you go to a call or take a phone call or you make a traffic stop, something said. You go to Walmart, something said. I stopped going to my kids' games for a little bit because every time I would show up, everybody would be looking at me or something would be said to me, and just spared their embarrassment.
So when did you leave the sheriff's office?
I ended up leaving in October 2023.
You have, do your kids' friends come to your house and hang out?
They don't anymore.
Did they used to?
They used to have huge slumber parties, especially on their birthdays. They'd have 10 or 11 kids over, and essentially once this started, it stopped. I don't recall the last time my daughters have had a friend over, if they've had one ever since then.
Detective, did you ask Mr. Foreman to take down these posts?
I didn't personally.
Did you through your attorney?
Yes.
And have they been taken down?
No.
Are they still there?
Yes.
Those are all of my questions. Thank you.
Is this a good time for a 10-minute break?
Yes.
Then we'll do that. Go off the record, take a 10-minute break. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and fast forward because we certainly don't need to. Oh, actually, they're done. They're done with that clip. All right, so welcome in new members. Thank you for, if you missed it earlier, we hit 20,000 subs a little bit ago. So thank you guys for your support. Thank you for joining us. We're on verdict watch. We're still waiting for the verdict to come in. And I'd like to say that my verdict watch is accurate, but because this feed that we're picking up from the court, we don't know when they exactly started to deliberate. We do know that they started, it was about 20 to 12. And Judge Hines said, we're going to take a 10-minute break because they had some typos or they had to do something with the verdict forms. And then the jury was going to start to deliberate at 10 till. So I waited actually until noon. So I waited until high noon, if you will, and that's when I started the clock. So, and then the jury had to have lunch because I do remember somebody said, "What about lunch?" And I heard somebody in the background say something about yes, lunch was going to be delivered. So. Thank you, Missy. Yes, thank you. Yep, Erin just did a short and she just tweeted 20,000 subscribers. And actually we're at 20,021, so fantastic. Thank you guys. Really, really do appreciate your support. Thank you for watching. Thank you for the gifted memberships. Thank you for the super chats. It really, really helps us. And hitting the like button also helps us as well. And just being with us. Just love to have you guys with us. All right, let's see. The cowboy logic. Those cops saying that they got threats. My last business, I employed 125 men. I got threats on a weekly basis. Grow up, children. Yeah. It's really interesting. This is an interesting case. You know, it's kind of like Colin Gray out of Georgia. We just covered that one, and that's the whole, Second Amendment with right to bear arms. Have a firearm, but do you lock it up? I mean, it's a really interesting case. I wonder if this will have far-reaching effects. I'm wondering, Colin Gray, I think, is going to have far-reaching effects, at least in Georgia, if not anywhere else, at least in Georgia, and it might because now we have two trials: the Crumblies in Michigan and now Gray in Georgia, where parents are being held liable for when their kids go and shoot up a school. So I wonder if this case will have far-reaching effects on freedom of speech, on our First Amendment. All right, let me read this. Hopeless Noob. I'm on board with Afroman. However, accusing someone of being a PDF is a substantial claim that I know is thrown around too lightly. This is the only case that I'm going to fence sit. So you're okay with Lisa? You were all right with Lisa? Yeah, this one. Okay, so he claimed a lot in those posts. He claimed a lot. Not only did he do the whole PDF thing, but he also claimed he did hard Hard substances. Let me rewind that. That he's a snitch. I mean, that's not such a bad thing, right? That you're a snitch. Stealing money. I mean, that's what they were saying, is that all of them were saying it's the stealing money. They're saying nothing else really mattered. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Not that, it all matters. My bad. No, they were saying that it was really just the fact that he was calling them thieves. That's what really, that's what this lawsuit was all about. And there was none of the other things. I'm pretty sure that's what they were saying yesterday. I'm trying to find that one post. I'm having trouble finding that post now. Maybe it's here. All right, he's a thief, cheater, brother of a PDF. I hope this post doesn't bring him any humiliation, ridicule, mental stress, loss of reputation. I'm trying to find the one where he says he's a here it is. Okay, here's the one. All right, here's the one I'm thinking about. So he used hard substances. He snitched on all his friends. So those are some pretty serious accusations, right? And then he steals money, traffic stops. Again, those are pretty serious allegations. Does he have the receipts to back that up? I kind of wish that defense had put on a case and said, here's proof. I think we wouldn't be on the fence if the defense had brought some receipts. Thank you, Debbie. Thank you, Red Snap. Appreciate that. Elaine, you're with the jury 2 to 3 hours. Yeah, unfortunately it's not accurate. I don't know. It's as accurate as I can make it. W2. I'm giving no one any money. Lips are sealed. Let's see. Failed forgiven. All the said based on hate. Afroman could have taken them to court without the videos, and many people would have had a better image of him. Afroman sunk way too low. He did try to take them to court and it was thrown out. So that's why he started making these videos. So I don't know if you knew that or not. He tried, and the same judge, Judge Hine, threw out his case. So he tried to get them to repay for the damages and the stolen money, and it was thrown out of court. So then he, quote unquote, sunk to this level, as you put it. So he tried. So then what do? You try to work the system. The system throws out your lawsuit. So then what? Do you just let it go? What do you do then? What do you do then? In his case, he made these videos. So it's interesting, though. He's calling Brian Newland a snitch. He couldn't make it in hip hop. I guess this is him singing a song or something. He used to do hard substances. I don't know. Does that fall under freedom of speech, or does that fall under false accusations? Does that fall under slander? Teresa, thank you so much for the 5 Child TV Live gifted memberships. Awesome. John Cash, we know you. Come on down. Shannon, Joan, Catherine, Tessa. Yes, or you let it go, be the bigger man or human. The videos show his heart intent. Yeah, I think it's easy for us to say that, but when you've been experiencing stuff like this your whole life, it might not be so easy. I personally would have done something. This is just my own personal opinion. I don't like this drama personally, but also when you've been dealing with this your whole life, either from, seeing it with your friends, your family, your own situation on the news, whatever it is. And I think by his account, he has been dealing with this. Enough's enough. Sometimes you reach that point of enough is enough, and you draw a line in the sand. And maybe this was his line in the sand. Butterfly Wings. What? My teenage years was me singing his most popular songs. He is old school. Ari, what did you say? You can't say the R word there. Did you? No, you didn't. Okay. Not sure why that got. Sorry, Ari. All right. If the brother was convicted of statutory, then where is the lie in calling him the brother of a PDF? I'm not sure why he got hit. Sorry, Ari, for that. Bot did not like that. Anyway, but do we know that? That's what I'm saying. I wish he had brought some receipts. I wish the defense had, and that may have been ruled upon in pretrial. We don't know because we didn't see any pretrial hearings. That may have been ruled upon in pretrial hearings where they weren't allowed to bring that in. I think the judge was saying, the judge said a couple times, he's like, we're not going to talk about that in this trial. This is just about the defamation. There were a couple times where the judge says we're not going to bring in that. And I think, let me think about this for a second. There were a couple times, it was objected to. There was a couple times the judge said we're not going to bring that in. Now, was that, let's see. There was a couple objections to hearsay, attorney-client privilege. Yeah, there was a couple, I thought there was a couple times where the judge said we're not going to bring that in. Ari, if the only issue is with the thief claims, then no other claim should be considered. And thank you for $4.99. Appreciate that. Yeah, that is what they said yesterday. Let me find that out. That was what the lawyer was saying. The plaintiff's lawyer was saying, and that kind of surprised me because I thought they were going for more than just stealing. I think it was it in his closings? I want to think it was yesterday. Trying to find what they, maybe it was today. I think it was just thieves. Let me think, thief. Was it thieves? No. Hold on a sec. I want to find this. All right. Seeking damages based on directed at him. Wasn't called a thief or a liar. The majority of defamation claim is being called a thief. All right. Said the majority of the defamation claim is about him being called a thief, not Officer Poundcake. So that was yesterday's testimony. Others suffered being called a thief. Like, it just seemed like most of this lawsuit is about them being called thieves. But now he's saying that he's a hard substance user. He's a snitch. That seems to raise the bar a lot. Hey, William, good to see you. Welcome in. Horse welfare. I didn't think the jury deliberation would take longer than Corey Richins, right? Let's see. Mama C says, it was on day one. Judge said he wasn't allowed to bring in Afroman's trial was thrown out. Okay, that's what that was. Thank you. Opening statements was the first time the judge objected, John says. Thank you for that. Miss Bree, needed receipts of wrongdoing the sheriff had done. I somewhat sympathize with Afroman. Had a friend experience something similar, and when you're in a small town, it's hard to fight against the law. Yeah, I'm surprised. It wouldn't shock him if he does. I fought the law we'll see what he says, but I fought the law and the law won. We'll see if he goes that route with a parody song. So it was in opening statements that there was the objection. Let me see if I can find that. Well, we watched those openings today. I don't have a specific note for it. Oh, there it is. This won't be about the warrant and why it was issued. This is not the backstory. It's not about excessive force. It's already determined it wasn't excessive. It's a customary action. Okay, you're not going to send a message. It's about how these facts affect these people. All right, so that's what the judge was ruling on, or was talking about during openings. So this isn't about the warrant and why it was issued. So that's one thing. William, fantastic. Always great to have you here. Shirley, it shouldn't be this long. It's about free speech. Barry, the lucky 24% who took over 3 hours. Congratulations. Yeah, I should probably end the poll right now, right? Because people coming in right now are like, oh, I'm going to choose 3+. Oh, wait, I should close. I should end it. All right. All right, well, we should come up with another one now. We need another poll. 838 votes. Thank you for that, guys. Appreciate it. 838. How long will the jury take to come back with the verdict? 21%. Oh, 25% said 3+ hours. All right. Now here's the thing. I don't necessarily trust this feed to give us something live. You know, they may have a verdict and we don't even know about it. I hate to say that, but I keep checking Twitter. I keep checking. All right, 7 minutes ago, coffee house. All right, nothing on Twitter. Nothing on Twitter. Oh, I wanted to show this. Let's go back to the infamous what do you call it? Let's go back to the infamous shield. So here, check this out. Tulips sent this. Oh, I gotta log in. Shoot. Oh, wait, no, I don't. Okay, cool. All right, here, check this out. All right, check this out. Thank you, Tulips, for sending this. All right, so there's the light. And so there's the little, so he's saying that you have to pick your finger up to put down again? No. Or, I'm not quite sure. I guess if you're holding it, you got to pick your finger up to, I don't know, seems a little sus. But, so anyway, there's the ballistic shield. There's the little light switch. So anyway, So there you go. We wouldn't see his finger. Yeah, I don't think so either. I don't know. It definitely seems suspicious, but Tulips, did we see the light go out? I didn't see it. I didn't see a light go on or off. All I saw was his flashlight. I just saw his flashlight. Replay him giving the bird. Let's see if we can find it again. Okay, hold on a sec. It was yesterday. Okay, hold on. See if I can find it. It was yesterday's. Was it yesterday? That must have been the day before. Hold on. Okay, here it is. All right.
Cooley's behind, or sorry, Officer Sean Cooley's behind you.
All right, hold on. Let me just a second.
Brian Newland's in front of you. And Sean Grooms is going forward with the assault rifle.
Mm-hmm.
And you're flipping off the security camera.
No.
That's not your middle finger.
No, do you know how to use a ballistic shield, or do you like me to tell you?
Let's watch it. Finger went down, right?
There's a light activation on that shield. It's 30.
No light. His finger goes down and there's no light. You'd think the light would turn on, right? Your finger goes down, the light should go on, right? Finger goes down, the light goes on. Unless you're somehow putting your hands like, that makes no sense. That makes no sense.
35 pounds.
The finger went down, correct?
If you think I was flipping him off, you can think that that's not what it was.
Okay.
There is a light activation on the handle of the shield.
Mr. Walters?
Okay, go ahead.
Wait for the question. So, you were called a couple names by Mr. Foreman, one of those being, what was it, Beetle Bailey.
Yes, sir.
So anyway, that's his explanation.
What it was that Mr. Osborne said he thought he saw that you were explaining.
May I stand up, sir?
Yeah.
A ballistic shield weighs about 35 pounds. Okay, it's very big. One hand has your firearm, or if you're using it for something. The other hand, there's a bar like this. To activate the lights that's on the front of it, there is an activation switch on that shield. That's what occurred.
So so your finger moved or something?
Yes, that's how you activate the shield. And it's also 35 pounds. Once you're carrying it for a while, it takes a toll.
Well, sir, you didn't activate the light. You didn't activate the light. You did not activate the light. You're sitting there, you just straight up, we just caught you. I'm sorry, but that doesn't make sense. That makes no sense. Your finger goes up and down to activate the light. Okay, where are you activating a light? 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 Hold on a sec. Where are you activating a light? You tell me when a light goes on. Tell me when you guys see a light.
So, putting this image in perspective, you're behind the riot shield.
Yes.
Officer Sean Cooley's behind you. Brian Newland's in front of you, and Sean Grooms is going forward with the assault rifle.
Mm-hmm.
And you're flipping off the security camera.
No.
That's not your middle finger.
No, do you know how to use a ballistic shield, or do you like me to tell you?
Let's watch it. Finger went down, right?
I wish, he said the finger went down. I wish she said, where's the light? If that's a light, if you are activating a light, where did the light come on? Show me in this video where a light came on. Show me where a light came on. Sorry. Calling BS on that one. That one I don't agree with that one. So anyway. Play on Crime, how are you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, no light. Light doesn't go on. Light doesn't go on. Debbie, it was the middle finger all day long. It's just surprising that they trusted a CI that there was a dungeon in the basement when there's no basement. Scent Bunny, like, dude, if you flipped off the camera, so what? Just a minute and stop being shady. Play on Crime. Yep. When did the light come on? 35 pounds is nothing for this guy. Joylo, yep. These guys. Cherry, I really hope the jury gets to review that video in the jury room. Right at the camera, he knew what he was doing. Hellwriter, all the cops seem shady. Well, it certainly doesn't give you a warm, fuzzy feeling. That's for sure. That's just like, come on, man, come on. Brett, note that as far as I could tell, he never denies it is the middle finger, just tries to claim that putting it up to the middle of the window while staring at the camera was about an invisible light. That's true. That is true. Cross-examnesia, that didn't shed any light on the matter. Badoonch. Play on Crime, good. Feeling good here. Thank you. Hopeless Noob, Shield was so heavy he couldn't hold it in front of his team. It just, I mean, if you're going to lie about that, what else are you guys going to lie about? I mean, we literally just caught you in a lie. Why? Just why? Just why? So if you're going to lie about something as petty as that, what else are you going to lie about? Would be my question. Yeah, I wish the defense had been able to be like, well, or the defendant, well, you just said that a light goes on. Where's that light? Where's the light? And notice he didn't have a firearm in his other hand. He said, you have a rifle, you have something in your other hand. He says, you have a firearm or something else in your other hand. He had a flashlight. He came with a flashlight and a ballistic shield that he doesn't even use to shield his buddies. All right, Bama, taking us to your eye doctor's appointment. Sounds good. Meek Sith, yeah, why is he the only one with the shield? Good question. We went over that earlier. Lisa, Winchester Police, don't drive through. Meek, we went through that earlier. He's like just wandering around, and while his buddies are in front of him. Yeah. So. Anyway. All right, jury. We got longer than Corey Richins. Pretty funny. All right, let's see what else. I don't want to play Lisa's again. She's traumatized. I don't want to play Lisa's testimony again. I keep saying Professor. Officer Poundcake. We could do Cooley. Sean Cooley's testimony. Let's do Sean Cooley. Debbie, all for show. All this hubbub for a past middle-aged stoner. All right. Jedzia Dax, if there's a light on the shield, why would he need a flashlight as well? Right. Christy says, it's hard for me to believe his child actually said that Afroman was his dad. Sounds far-fetched. Play on crime, Officer Poundcake, all-time favorite. All right, let's get to him. Barry, when did they end court proceedings for the day? Like 4:15. Yeah. Something else. Can't imagine a civil jury stays longer than normal work. Yeah, it's going to be soon. It should be soon. It should be soon. I think 4:15, and it's 4 o'clock right now, you guys, here on the East Coast. It's 4 o'clock. Professor, I don't know why I keep thinking, Joe By, I don't know why I keep thinking Professor Poundcake. I just want to keep saying Professor Poundcake. I like the alliteration. I'm a fan of alliteration. Bubba Fett. We got a Bubba Fett 007 in chat. How did I miss Bubba Fett coming in? Bubba Fett. You guys' handles are awesome. All right, let's get to Officer Poundcake. We may have to cut in. If we have a verdict. Let's see. All right, Professor Poundcake. I don't know why I keep thinking Professor Poundcake. All right, nope, is that him? Where is he? There he is. All right. Officer Poundcake. No, this dude. He didn't seem too bent out of shape. All right, let's see here.
Thank you.
Let me get to Officer Poundcake. Verdict will come in at 4:20. That would be really funny. Alexa Rose, hello, how are you? CJ says, welcome in. Verdict at 4:20. Yeah, that would be really funny. Do we have a cake emoji? We do not. We do not have a cake emoji, Terry. Well, the professor certainly studied that cake. All right. John Cash, you got gifted a membership. So welcome to memberships. Cat from Canada, I adore Afroman's kitchen decor. It's not just his kitchen, it's everywhere. His entire house. His entire house is green. Radioactive, Professor Poundcake. His entire house is painted that it's green screen green. Green screen green. All right, here is Sean Cooley.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? As this, you shall answer unto God.
I do.
Thank you. You can proceed.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Would you introduce yourself, please?
Sean Cooley,
How is Sean spelled?
SHAWN.
Thank you.
And Mr. Cooley, are you currently employed?
No, sir, I'm retired from the sheriff's office.
When did you retire from the sheriff's office?
I originally retired in 2014. The sheriff, then Kimmy Rogers, asked me to come back a couple times. So eventually I did, and I worked up until about 2 months ago.
So up until 2 months ago, you were back as a deputy sheriff?
Yeah, I started out as a part-time deputy, and then as their manpower dropped, I went ahead and took a full-time position to help them for a while.
And that's here in Adams County, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
When did you begin with the sheriff's department? Sheriff's office?
It would have been late 80s, early 90s.
Okay, long time ago.
Long time ago, yes.
Do you have family here in Adams County?
Yes, sir, I do.
How long have you lived in Adams County?
Over 40 years.
And one of your family members is Justin?
Yes, sir, that's my youngest son.
And he's another plaintiff in this case?
Yes, sir, he is.
You worked with him for a while in the Adams County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I did. Most of the time we were different shifts.
Okay, but I meant you worked for the same Sheriff's Department for a while?
Absolutely, yes.
Are you married?
Yes, sir, I am.
How many children?
4, 2 girls and 2 boys.
Did they go to school here in Adams County?
Yes, sir, they did.
Sean, do you remember giving me a call back in late 2022?
Your Honor, I'm going to object here. I do believe he's starting to move into the realm of attorney-client privilege and opening that. If he opens that door, we do intend to exploit it. And so we would just give the court notice that's what we believe is happening at this time.
Thank you for the heads up. See where it goes.
Thank you, Judge. Let me ask the question this way. Were you looking for an attorney in the fall of 2022?
Yes, sir, we all were.
And just in a nutshell, what were you trying to accomplish by contacting a lawyer?
The posts and the things that were put on the internet about us as far as us being thieves and different things with our image. We had went to the sheriff when this originally started. Mr. Foreman had an attorney, well, he's had 2 attorneys prior to this one. We had the sheriff contacted, try to get it stopped. Then again with the next one, then again with this one. So our only other alternative was to try to file some kind of suit.
And that's why you ultimately decided to file suit to get it to stop?
Yeah, that was our last alternative.
Has it stopped?
It's gotten much worse.
You were part of the team that executed the warrant on Mr. Foreman's property?
Yes, sir, I was.
Did you steal any money?
No, I did not.
Did you have anything to do with the money that evening?
The only thing I had to do with the money, I sat in the kitchen and talked to Mr. Foreman's wife.
Mr. Foreman's wife, Angela?
Yes.
Now, let me just stop you
Or
there.
ex-wife.
Oh, thank you. Ex-wife. Let me stop you there for just a second. How did Angela Foreman end up being in the kitchen of the home that evening?
I don't know which supervisor it was that let her come in.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. If the search warrant is not going to be an issue, if we want to open that door, then I will ask to present that evidence and make that case. But Mr. Klingler now wants to bring up who everybody is there. So if he wants to open that door, I'm going to ask for the same latitude upon my presentation of the case. And I think the court has already made it clear we are not litigating a search warrant.
I'll withdraw the question. I don't need to know how she got there, Judge.
Just for everybody's benefits, they both pushed beyond what I was willing to do, so let's try to keep it focused. Thank you for withdrawing the question.
Thank you, Judge.
Take it again.
You were explaining what you had to do with the money that evening, so go ahead.
I was sitting in the kitchen on a stool, I believe. Brian Newland brought in a package that he said contained money, laid it there, and asked me to keep an eye on it.
Okay.
And
who was in the kitchen? Sorry, who was in the kitchen with you?
Mr. Foreman's wife.
Okay.
Or ex-wife, I'm not sure.
Just the two of you at the time?
Oh, there was people in and out.
Other deputies?
Other deputies coming in and out, going back and forth to their cars to get different items. I think Sergeant Walters came in at one time and talked to Mr. Foreman on the cell phone.
Okay. So, back to the cash. You were asked by Detective Newland to keep an eye on it, and what happened then?
Well, that's what I did, and then a short time later, Mr. Newland came and got it and secured it somewhere.
And that was the extent of your
Yeah, I never touched the
Contact.
money, never was even really close to it.
All right. Now, you mentioned earlier your reason for contacting a lawyer in this case. I want to just jump ahead right now to how these posts that referred to you and the other deputies as thieves, has that affected your reputation in the community, do you believe?
Absolutely, there's no doubt it has.
Well, tell us what makes you think that.
You know, to understand that, you got to go back before this happened. We would go on calls. You'd very seldom ever have any trouble at anybody. Very, very rarely. You might get a drunk that was smart off or something of this nature. Then he starts calling us thieves on the internet, starts selling merchandise with our photo on it. So now when you go into a bar for a call, you've got people in there screaming, hey, you gonna steal all of our money, you know, or you go on a call. I had one guy come out of a bedroom after me, call me a thief and wanted to know why I sold Afroman's money. It just went from being a nice, quiet community, a job you felt safe in, to a place where you had to look over your shoulder every second.
Do you, based on what you've explained and what you've been through, do you think some of these people who called you thieves really thought you were?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Did you receive any phone calls about this?
I would answer the phone at the sheriff's department because they were overwhelmed. I remember one day there was over 300 calls threatening us, calling us thieves. So we would have to go over and help dispatch because they were overwhelmed. There's only 2 dispatchers. So yeah, they didn't call me directly, but I answered the phone. They would cuss me, threaten to kill me, threaten to kill my kids, threaten to kill my wife. And it got to the point to where my wife and my children couldn't even go to Walmart. You couldn't go into a gas station around here. My youngest daughter would hear the dogs bark at night and come in my room, wake me up terrified that somebody was there to kill us. Because even though they were young, they're still on Facebook. They still see this stuff. And it was just one after another after another. And when it would start to slow down, he would go back and do it all over again and get it all stirred again. Just like he did a couple days ago.
Are you aware of posts that are continuing to come out as recently as yesterday?
Some I are.
I'm going to put my objection in place here. And it'll take a second. So Ohio law has changed since April of 2025, providing more protections under the anti-stalking.
Sustained.
With that, we would have a 60-day notice
So
of
I
any evidence.
sustained your objection. You can sit down. Thank you. Like at some point in time, we draw the line. I just drew the line of what's evolving in the public. Like we started this trial yesterday, so let's try to stay before yesterday. You're all doing a fine job.
Thank you, Judge.
Fluid.
Yep.
But the trial can't be that fluid. Stay.
I think that was one of the few moments that Judge Hine sustained. I think that was one of the few moments he sustained an objection. Yeah, I think that was the few moments that he sustained an objection for the defendant, for Afroman. Oh, no, wait, he did one for when Brian Newland was on as well about his kids. All right, so he did 2. He did two times that he sided with the defendant, with Afroman. So just saying, at least 2 that I know of.
Are there any other examples that you can think of as you sit here today of ways that these posts about being a thief have affected you in a negative way?
One of the things that really kind of upset me, I was doing an investigation as a detective, and I had to go all the way up to eastern Ohio on the Pennsylvania border. And when I walked into the deputy's room up there to talk to them, they all knew me, all knew that I'd been called a thief, lemon pound cake. You know, it's everywhere. You can go anywhere, and if people recognize you, they start that stuff, whether they're being sarcastic or what. But
And has your image, your face been posted on some of these posts along with, or in the context of the thief accusation?
Well, according to he has posted my image, yes, several times on the internet. He's sold merchandise, sweatshirts, T-shirts, things of that nature, at all of his venues. Matter of fact, they were for sale at a smoke shop here in town.
Okay. Those are all of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Cross-examination.
John, for the sake of the record, we have to keep things straight because there is another plaintiff named Sean.
Absolutely,
right?
yes, sir.
So, do you mind if I call you Sean or Sean Cooley during this time?
Whatever you'd like. Well, let's rephrase that. Yeah, that'd be fine.
See, I like that moment where he's like, do you mind if I call you Sean or Sean Cooley? And he's like, well, whatever you want. And he's like, whoa, let me rephrase that. I thought to me, that's a glimpse into Sean's personality there, where I don't think he was too offended. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm getting into your mind right now, but just based on that, he seems to be a little bit more laid back. You know, I don't know if he didn't seem to be as upset at being called Officer Poundcake, but just based on that, can I call you whatever I want, Professor? Yeah, profound. Do you mind if I call you Officer Poundcake, Professor Poundcake? I know, right? So just based on that, cross-examination, yeah, just kind of don't call him Officer Poundcake. It was right. It was a very human moment, Gretchen, right? It was a very human moment. And he doesn't seem to be as upset. Now, granted, his wife he's not being, there's no videos of his wife being accused of, or not being accused of, Afroman having relationships with his wife, so I get it. I mean, it's different context, but that was a human moment. I appreciated that. All right, still no verdict, you guys. Still no verdict. Here we are at 4:17. Coming up on 4:20, which of course would be appropriate to have a verdict. Kathy, he's the only one that has humor. Barry, I can understand why he yeeted the counterclaim because Afroman has a better chance nailing these fools on a 1983 claim in a federal court, but in context of his other rulings, it gives the ick. His personality, lighthearted, deputy, right? Deputy Poundcake. Bit of a tell there, yeah. Horse welfare. If Afroman gave me a nickname, I would be selling merch. Would they do this to Eminem? I don't know. Denisha, that was funny. Sparkling Princess, yeah, we did. We got spoiled with Judge Mrazek for sure. Brenda, surprised there's no verdict. I know. I'm going to wait. It would be really, really funny if they come back in 2 minutes. I'm just going to hang out for 2 minutes and see if they come back with a verdict. Usually they end around 4:15. They do end at this time, so I'm still nothing on Twitter, nothing on YouTube. I'm just checking Twitter and YouTube. If you guys see it anywhere else, let me know. I'm checking on YouTube and Twitter. Let me know if I'm just going to wait for another minute. It's 4:19. Let's see if they have some poetic poetic justice, or one way or the other. We'll see if they have a sense of humor. Well, I guess they could tell the judge now, and then it would take them 5 minutes or so to come back with to let us know. Just call him Mr. Cooley. Let's see. We have 420 likes. That's funny. 530 people watching and 420 likes. All right. Meek says 6 of the 8 jurors have to rule independently on each case. I don't see it being quick. Clock ticks. Emailed about one of the Corey jurors. Yeah, we'll cover that. We'll deal with Corey when it's time. Appreciate that, Richard, but we'll get there. When Corey has her sentencing, we'll show whatever, when she has her sentencing, we'll show all of Corey's videos that we can get our hands on. All right. I'm just wondering how late they're going to deliberate. Like they may be, let's see, there's 7. You're right. There's 3 forms per, right? There's 3 pages per form. So there's 3 pages per form. I'm sorry. There's 3 pages per plaintiff. So technically, that's 21 pages they have to get through, right? I think they said there's the light, false light. There's the defamation, false light. What was the other one? Was the monetary value, I think, right? I think it's defamation, false light, and then they have to make a monetary give a monetary amount. So for them to take 4.5 hours, I'm just wondering if they're going to continue. Like they may already be done. They may only have 1 more to go. They may have 2 more to go. They may have 5 more to go. I don't know. All right, we'll continue on. I'm not seeing anything. Not seeing anything on anything here. All right, we'll continue on.
I like to pick right up with this visit to the Pennsylvania border. You said they knew you as Lemon Poundcake.
Yeah, that was what they referred to me as, a person.
And they asked you for your autograph, correct?
One of them did, yes.
And so
Your Honor, if we could have a sidebar about the Exhibit D that defense intends to exhibit.
Okay, sounds good. You can go ahead with defense exhibit D.
Yes, I need technical support. I don't think we'll have to stop this one, so you can make play.
Let's eliminate all doubt.
I'll ask a couple of questions. So, Mr. Cooley, sorry, Sean, you were called Officer Poundcake by Mr. Foreman?
multiple times.
You were
Received hundreds of pound cakes at work from different people.
Okay. And the context of that name comes from a music video that Mr. Foreman created, correct?
I don't know where he got it at, but you'd have to ask him that question.
Okay. Well, I'm going to play what's marked Defense Exhibit V. I'd like you to watch this.
Okay.
Oh, you got to turn it on. Oh.
So, no, hold on a sec. Let me answer. Where was it? Lazy Boys, besides the Lisa song, did he name any of them in his songs? No. Lisa was the one that Lisa and Lemon Pound Cake. All the other ones were, yeah, well, Lisa was disconnecting. Why are you disconnecting my my video camera, my surveillance? Why are you disconnecting my camera? And then the other one was help me pay for my gate. Will you pay for my gate? So yeah, so it's Officer Pound Cake, it's Lemon Pound Cake, and then Lisa. Those are the two songs that he specifically calls them out. But yeah, I mean, it's Under the Boardwalk. I mean, come on, who doesn't like that song? I don't think that one was that one wasn't disparaging, right? That one was not disparaging. The Lisa one was a little brutal. The Lisa one was a little brutal. But this one, this one I don't think this one was brutal. So I wonder what his initial reaction was. Truly, like, what was his reaction when he saw that? I wonder if he's just like, oh, seriously? Or he was like, oh, if he got mad at Afroman, or if he was like, all right, you got me. I don't know. What would you guys do? Legally Blonde, now on sale, $19.99 Lemon Pound Cake. If you woke up and that song was written about you, Harry, you'd be dancing to the song in the jury box. If you woke up and that song was written about you, how would you feel? How would you feel if you woke up and your spouse said, "Honey, there's a song about you," and it's not flattering. It certainly isn't flattering. You'd be wearing the Pound Cake merch. Butterfly Wings, you would have laughed. Cowboy Logic. Kathy Davis had made him famous. People were asking for his autograph. I think he wasted his money filing suit about being called Pound Cake. The Real Zarp, I wouldn't be happy, but I wouldn't sue. Iodine, I'd so own it. That pound cake in the kitchen looked so delicious. How could I be mad at getting called out for staring at it? Illegally Blonde, I'd buy a Lemon Pound Cake shirt. The Real Zarp, this is hilarious. I just want proceeds from it. That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying. That they want the proceeds. Don Clayton, I think we're going to be very disappointed with this jury outcome. Scent Bunny, I'd be changing my handle, selling merch, all of the things. Pisano, as a society, should we become so sensitive to things around us that we censor a song? Horse Welfare, I would have laughed and sold merch. Selena K, I would go out and buy another pound cake to eat. And for all you newcomers, Selena K was at the trial for the Corey Richards. So Selena's a great supporter of our channel. We love and support her as well. It was her first trial. Corey Richards was her first trial. And we had the honor of having Selena call in and give us her insider information and perspective. So big shout out to Selena K, who was interviewed twice. Selena K got interviewed at least twice, right? And by the major news stations, and then, well, not major, but local channels out there. And then didn't you get interviewed by somebody else? How many interviews did you give, Selena? Tennis girl. Maybe Jerry's back there listening to all the tunes and forgot that they're supposed to be deliberating. Tennis girl, we made it to 20,000. We hit 20,000 today. 20,000 subscribers. You were with us when we had like 100, I think. Has Afroman been on a South Park episode? Oh, that's a good question. Has he ever been? Has he ever been on South Park? No, he's never been featured, or he's never been a guest. So he's never been featured and he's never been a guest on South Park. Don Clayton, we should have a poll on what we think the verdict will be versus should be. Mike Morrow, it does. Yeah, it's about freedom of speech. It does. That's what the defense is saying for sure. Cherry Cake, yes, we love Selena K. Yes. 2 times by the local news. Okay. Play on Crime. Sorry, if they want proceeds from his songs, they could have made a deal to fix his house. Richard, you would just laugh. Yes, Jur gave an interview. Yep, we'll show that during her sentencing. We'll definitely show her. Any other videos that come out, we'll show that during her sentencing. All right. Scent Bunny, I'm glad to have a trial where the biggest issue is cake. Nice to have some levity. Well, unless you're Lisa. Lisa took it on the chin yesterday. Lisa definitely took it on the chin yesterday. Was it yesterday or day one? I forget. When was Lisa? She was day one. She was the second witness. She lost it. It was pretty bad. Hitch, wonder what Weird Al's take is. Amy Bella is back. Welcome back, Amy. John Afroman could take chef's spot. Cartman would definitely eat lemon pound cake for sure. Oh, you're going to go to her sentencing as well? Cool. All right. Awesome. Pound cake, 1 pound of each. Cowboy Logic, I frankly think Afroman is a clown. I would still sit down to dinner with him and have a civil conversation. Yeah, we watched a lot of his interviews, and he seems like a pretty cool dude. I don't know. Did he push the envelope? He's mad. So he pushed it. He got pushed and he pushed back. He pushed back the only way he knew how, and that's through his art. Elaine, there will be a rocket sales of lemon pound cake. I think Kat was making it, right? Kat, weren't you making? I think Green-Eyed Cat was making some lemon pound cake or lemon cake or something, right? Weren't you doing that, Kat? I don't know if you're. Oh yeah, today's plan at 11:25. Green-Eyed Cat was going to make easy lemon cake. 1 cup sugar with fresh lemon zest, half cup of oil, cup of yogurt, 2 eggs. 3 tablespoons of lemon juice, and bake at 350. Pretty simple. That's pretty simple. All right. Sugar, yogurt, oil, eggs, flour, baking soda, salt. Bake for 350. Yeah, Barry. I mean, the lady who snubbed Van Gogh got pushed back against and got his ear. I'd rather have a vicious song than an ear and a selfie. There you go. You made a cake this morning, not the pound cake, though. Okay. Yeah, I'm just reading it. The easy lemon cake. That's funny. Jamie, some things you just can't make up. Kathy, you bought stuff to make it? Nice. Legally Blonde. I love lemon cake, pound cake, cupcakes, all the lemon cakes. All right. Let's see. Cowboy Logic. Yeah, close this curtain. Afroman is at the end of the day an entertainer. Absolutely. In that business, it's always about the shtick, of course. He says he's a comedian. He's like Weird Al. He's like Weird Al Yankovic. He says he's a comedian. He's an entertainer. He's a rapper. He's a comedian. That's what he says he is. That's what he says. False light claims. Judge explained that. What did he say? What did he mean by false light claims? You're painted in a false light. It's like it's not flattering. It's bad light. It's false light. It's not flattering. I'm sure there's obviously a very specific legal. What does false light mean? It's a civil wrong. It's a form of invasion of privacy occurring when someone widely publishes misleading information or false information about an individual that are highly offensive to a reasonable person. So it's an inaccurate portrayal. It paints you into a false light. Paints you into a bad light. You're not in a good light. You're in a bad light. So false light claims often arise in scenarios where truth is distorted or context is removed. So you're painted into it's a bad picture, bad light. The lighting is bad. Just think of it like that. It's bad lighting. My friend, how are you? You're having a steak right now. Horse welfare, thank you. Yep, no problem. Shade, basically, yeah, there you go, Sun Bunny, yep. It's, yeah. They're throwing shade on you. You're not in a good light. Think of it like that. You're not in a good light. Weed Nerd says, this sounds like Reno 911 or South Park would be the definition. Bad image of who you are. Yep, that's pretty much it. Bad image. Bad image. We don't know. All we know is there were 10 and there are 2 alternates, so it's down to 8. And all they have to do is have 6 out of the 8. They just have to have 6 out of the 8 come to a conclusion. I am really wondering if they're going to continue on, or is it going to be a Corey Richins type where they're going to deliberate for another hour or two. It's 4:40, you guys. It's 20 to 5. They're used to going home at like 4:15. So they're continuing on. All right. We'll keep watching Sean Cooley, Lemon Pound Cake. All right, here, let's continue on.
Stop it there. So you've seen Exhibit D, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You would admit that's you with the glasses walking by the lemon pound cake on the counter?
Yes.
And that is security footage from the search of Mr. Foreman's residence?
I assume, yes.
But there's no question that's you during the search?
Yes.
There is question or there's
No, that was me, yes. Absolutely.
So during the search, Mr. Newland asked you to watch the money.
Correct.
And you watched that money until he came back and got it.
Absolutely.
I'm going to play what's going to be Defense Exhibit E. If you'd like to sign block.
Is there objection to it? Thank you.
No.
Oh, you did not? Okay.
No.
But you were caught on body cam that time, right?
What do you mean caught?
So other officers who wore body cam, you would be seen on that body cam, correct?
Yes. Well, if I was close to him, I would have, yes.
Well, let me play this clip for you. So, off to the extreme left of here, we just saw a gentleman. Was that you?
Yes, I believe so.
So you are in this body cam footage.
Could you run it back just a second and let me see?
Let me start it over.
Okay, that'd be fine.
So, just for the sake of the record, we see two people in this video. Do you know who the lady is?
Yeah, I believe that's Mr. Foreman's wife, ex-wife.
Who's the other gentleman in the doorway?
I can't tell, but I don't know.
Would it appear to be Kenneth Dick?
It could be. It's just not.
Well, actually, maybe look at this. I think this is a better image of it.
Yeah, it does appear to be Kenny, yes.
Because it is dark on my screen here right now. Okay, so on the extreme left, we see a gentleman there. Is that you?
Yes, it is.
And this would be during the search of Mr. Foreman's residence, correct?
Yes.
Hey, hold on, Neil.
Let me rewind this a second. Looking at the table here in the bottom right-hand corner, is that the evidence bags with the money?
Yes, sir, it is.
Those were the evidence bags you were just testified to, that you watched the entire time for Mr. Newland?
It's a evidence bag, yes.
So it's not the money evidence bag?
It is the money evidence bag, yes.
Okay. And you're watching it right now, you're looking at it?
Yes.
And you're walking outside now?
Okay.
The person's following you? Sean, it would be a fair statement to say you didn't watch that money the entire time that Brian Newland left it in your possession, correct?
No, you are correct. But you can also hear me telling the deputy, keep an eye on that money. If you want to play
Which
it back.
deputy was that?
I don't know. I have no idea, but you can hear me and see me talking to another deputy before I walked out.
The guy walking right behind you would have been the one you
No,
told?
I was looking, the guy behind me would have been behind me. Just play it back and you'll see it.
Okay, well, let's replay.
Hey, hold on, Neil.
Right there.
You said you're not worried no one's here.
No.
Well, let's replay.
I believe I told him to keep an eye on the money before that.
Well, let's play it again. Let's start at, well, let's go back to, would you agree that 0:16 seconds in? it
Yeah,
would
that's
be after
fine.
that?
Yeah. Mhm. Did you hear it say, "What's the money"?
No.
Before it said, "I'm not worried, there's no one in there."
Yeah, that's what you said.
That's why I said yes. Yes.
So the person asked you about watching money. You said you weren't worried because no one was in the place.
It does appear that way, yes.
Okay.
For the record, 35.27 to 36 minutes even. I got it.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, I'm going to say this. I'm going to ask a question. I do not want you to tell me anything you have talked with any attorney with Mr. Klingler or his associate. I do not want to know that. But I do want to know, you said you were looking for an attorney in the fall of 2023, correct?
We all were.
Okay. And so you employed an attorney to send a cease and desist letter prior to sending lawsuit, correct?
No.
Okay.
The testimony was fall of 2022. The litigation was filed in March of 2023, just to make it record.
Let me rephrase that then. So when I mistakenly referred to fall of 23, it was actually fall of 22, correct?
What was for the fall of 22? I'm not sure what
You
you're
started looking for an attorney in the fall of 2022.
I believe, I don't think I'm the one that made the original call for an attorney.
Okay.
It was one of the other deputies. We had discussed it. We had to have permission from the sheriff at that time to do anything.
You took some of the phone calls, the threatening phone calls, correct?
In dispatch.
Yeah. Did you make a report of those?
They were all documented, yes.
And they investigated and traced the calls?
Couldn't trace them. They were all ghost numbers or showed up as no phone number at all.
So nobody was ever prosecuted? No one was called in to...
Well, they couldn't find them. They don't have any idea who they were.
Okay. But you're not saying that was Mr. Foreman making the call, correct?
I don't know whether he did or not.
Okay.
His rhetoric led up to it.
People, during your significant time as a law enforcement officer, the public has criticized your duties, correct?
Yeah, some, yes.
You've been called a lot of derogatory names?
Not really.
Okay. This may sound stupid, but I believe it applies to myself. We're not the thinnest people in the world, are we?
I'm not going to call you fat, but okay.
I was calling myself fat. But you would agree that we're not thin people.
Absolutely.
And you would agree that how you conduct yourself during a search and everything reflects directly on your reputation?
Absolutely.
You don't believe everything you read on the internet, do you?
No.
You actually probably don't believe everything you read in the newspaper, do you?
No.
You would agree that Exhibit D that I played, the song Lemon Poundcake, is a music video for entertainment?
There again, he made accusations that I smoke weed on there, which I don't. So that was a lie as well.
So you are suing based upon him saying you smoked weed in the song?
No, I'm just saying that
so that
goes
statement
along
is
with
not
some
part
of
of
the
this
other
lawsuit.
He's done.
Let's let him finish.
Okay.
I say that goes along with some of the other rhetoric that he's told about us, lies he's told about us.
Okay. Could that be exaggeration to make the song funny?
I don't think it's funny.
Would a reasonable person listening to that believe that Mr. Foreman is stating facts?
You don't know what somebody's thinking. You wouldn't think we'd get 300 calls a day threatening to kill us. Somebody's buying into it.
So when Jerry Reed sung the song, "When you're hot, and when you're not," and the judge said that to him right before he sentenced him to prison, that's an actual fact, or is that a exaggeration
So
for
we're going to
entertainment?
strike all that because we don't know anything about that case, and he's not going to become a witness. So until you establish a foundation that he knows what you're saying, you don't get to testify. So set it up right, I'll let you do it.
Mr. Cooley, what is your favorite genre of music?
60s.
Give me an example of a song.
Free Bird, American Pie.
Let's take American Pie.
Leonard Skinner.
Is the song American Pie, you've listened to it, correct?
Multiple times, yes.
Is it literally about a pie?
No.
It's more about something else.
Yes.
It's for entertainment.
Yes.
And you were entertained by it.
I like the lyrics, yes.
And you don't, in that song, American Pie, do you believe that was fact?
That what was fact?
What was said in that song?
No.
This may sound stupid, but when people talk about dirty defense attorneys, are they just saying I didn't wash my suit, or are they exaggerating?
I don't know what's on their mind.
It would probably be an opinion, though.
There again, I don't know. Maybe they know something on you.
Like I didn't take a shower that day?
Well, that or you've done something you shouldn't be doing.
Oh. So when a person yells crooked cops, they may be just referring to cops in general doing bad things?
It could be.
Okay. Expressing their opinions about what they think?
They could be, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to get this straight. So you're saying that being called Officer Poundcake has colored you in a false light, correct?
No.
Okay, so being called Officer Poundcake has nothing to do with this lawsuit.
No.
So the only thing that you're saying painted you in a negative light is the general comments calling the Adams County Sheriff's Department thieves,
No,
correct?
calling me a thief.
So there is a specific post that calls you a thief.
There's photographs with me on it, and he's accusing all of us of being thieves, so that incorporates me as well.
So it refers to the Adams County Sheriff's Department as a group then, and you're part of that.
Just members of the Sheriff's Department, not the entire Sheriff's Office.
But it doesn't list your name.
Yeah, there's posts that list my name, I'm sure.
You mean you're sure?
I'm pretty sure that there was some that had my name on it. I mean, I don't recall which ones, but
We haven't introduced any to evidence by your attorney. What posts are you referring to? I need a date and time.
I don't know. I'm just saying that there could be. I don't know.
There could be, but you don't know.
Right, right.
Do you mind keeping your testimony to what you know, not what you're guessing at?
Yeah, I have been as far as I can.
As far as you can. So in your defamation claim would be based solely on being called a thief as a group of people, and you're one of those groups.
I'm concerned about me being called a thief as well as my fellow officers.
They get their chance. Let's talk about
Right,
you.
right.
Okay. But that's the sole basis of your defamation claim?
Being called a thief?
Yes.
That's the majority of it, yes.
Okay. But not being called Officer Poundcake?
No.
And okay. May I have a second? Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Redirect?
No regret.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, sir.
Next up?
Next up is Randy Wall.
All right. Well, we rewatched Randy Walters. We watched Brian Newland. Let me think for a second. Trying to find some pretrial stuff we could watch. Aaron found a channel that had their pretrial hearings, but I don't want to play something without asking anybody. Let me see if we can find some pretrial stuff. Let's see here. All right. Sorry, just bear with me. I'm just trying to find. See, we've pretty much have watched everything. The only thing we haven't watched is Justin Cooley, Mike Estep. I mean, I guess we might as well rewatch them. I guess we could rewatch them. Let me see what. Let's see here. Yeah, let's go back here. Now this just starts since we're just. All right, so this is Justin. This is Justin Cooley. This is Sean's son. So this is Sean's son, and it just kind of jumps right in. I would expect they're either going to go home soon, right? It's 5 o'clock. They've been deliberating for 5 hours. They may want to. We'll probably give them another hour, I would think, maybe another hour, 6 hours, and then they may say, hey, you know what, we're ready to go home. All right. Let's check this out.
Okay. So there is more reasons then than Mr. Foreman that caused you to leave the sheriff's department.
It had to do with the handling of this case.
Can you tell me what fact about you that receding hairline or dipshit refers to, please?
I'm sorry?
What private fact of yours does that refer to?
I mean, there's a picture of me, and let's see here, talking about see, I wouldn't trust him with methamphetamine crack ass alone in my house.
So
I find that pretty insulting.
So that statement is what you're suing on?
Well, no. I told you this is one of many.
Well, and that's why we're trying to find.
You keep trying to make it singular. I'm telling you it's not singular, it's plural.
Okay, and so one of them is dipshit, one is receding hairline,
Yep.
and the other is meth heads.
Yes.
Is there any more?
Well, when he's sitting there making accusations against the organization that I, at that time, was working for, destroying community trust, all based off of a lie, that's what ultimately stopped.
And that's community trust in the Adams County Sheriff's Department, correct?
Yes.
Let's go back to what was Plaintiff's Exhibit 5.
Okay.
I unfortunately don't do technology very well. But this was Plaintiff's Exhibit 5. You said this was referring to you. Where's your picture in this?
I said, you asked me earlier.
Where's your picture?
No, and you asked me earlier.
Your Honor, I'd ask the witness to answer the question.
Okay.
You can clarify that there's reasons.
Okay, okay.
Is your picture in this post?
No.
Is that a picture of your father?
Yes.
So this actually pertains more to your father than you?
Correct.
I'd like to look at what was Plaintiff's Exhibit A.
Can you turn a little bit?
Well, here, help me then.
Just turn it slightly. There, right. Yep, perfect.
Okay.
Okay.
So there's no Plaintiff's Exhibit A.
Oh, sorry, Plaintiff's Exhibit 1.
Thank you.
So this would have been Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. It says, in court early. Were you at that hearing?
No.
So this is a post about a legitimate hearing that we have in this case.
Right.
But you weren't present there.
No, sir.
Do you know if your attorney was present?
I don't know.
This kind of goes without saying, you're not a judge.
Nope.
You're not.
Exhibit number?
Oh, are you not?
Thank you.
This would be plaintiff's exhibit number 6, the one about Roy Gabbard. You're not a judge?
Nope.
You're not Roy Gabbard?
Nope.
And other than this referring to the Adams County Sheriff's Department somewhere towards the end, that is the only thing in it that you believe is the plaintiff?
I'm sorry. It kicked on right when you were talking. I couldn't hear you. The AC
Let's
kicked
strike
on.
your question.
Okay, I'm sorry. Poor timing.
This would be plaintiff's exhibit number 8. You said you saw this sometime after.
Yeah, it wasn't the day of. It was sometime after. I don't recall.
How long after?
Within a week, I'd say, probably.
But you're not identified in here?
No.
And it just talks about the department in general.
Correct.
It just talks about a guy that hit Mr. Foreman's mailbox.
Correct.
And you didn't hit Mr. Foreman's mailbox?
No.
Okay.
Were you ever disciplined because of what happened in the raid?
No.
Were you ever disciplined for anything Mr. Foreman said?
No.
Other than your voluntary resignation, have you lost any other income?
I haven't been employed in a year. I've been living off savings. You know, I can't keep gainful employment because I'm going to VA appointments 5 days a week sometimes.
Well, you said that you went to surgery. When did you go into surgery?
I don't remember that. That's been so long ago. It was.
It was a nice time at home. You didn't have
Oh my
any
gosh.
duties.
Yes.
Was it a long time ago?
I don't recall. I'd say it's been over a year, but the dates I'm sorry, I can't recall it.
So, is the allegations of you being a thief come out of the handling of the money during the search of Mr. Foreman's residence?
Yes.
During depositions, I asked you some questions about how money should be counted and cataloged as evidence. Can you explain the process to me of how you count and catalog money as evidence?
Yeah, I mean, you as far as like what the policy is, or because I don't that policy has changed since then, and we had. But usually what you do is we have a special type of evidence bag. That evidence bag, it'll have denominations of bills. Okay. On that, you count it and you mark it. You know, I got 3 20s. I have 1 10. You know, you put that money in the bag and seal it up. Does that answer your question?
Well, so you have these evidence bags. You would count out the money. You'd have it recounted. You would then like put a stack of 20s, 10s, 5s, and then down the denomination?
Yeah, it's not counted by the total on the bag. It's counted by each individual bill and the amount of each bill. So you have 3 20s. Mm-hmm. You don't put the total amount of currency, you put the number of bills.
So you
on that type of evidence bag, yes, sir.
Okay. So let me rephrase my question as we were talking at the same time. So if I look at the evidence bag, I can know exactly how many 5s are in it, 10s, 20s, 100s?
Correct.
And the evidence is sealed when it leaves the scene?
Most of the time, yes. But as long as it stays in your care and custody, as long as it's not something... If this was something that had a fingerprint, of course, you have to protect that fingerprint until you can get it to a lab. I'm not going to say that every time you leave somewhere, something is sealed, because sometimes, I mean, that's an unrealistic expectation. You know, if I got a gun, but I don't have a gun box to put it in, well, that's going in the trunk of my car until I get a gun box to put it in. Okay. I mean, that's the reality of law enforcement.
But if that gun changed hands by 3 or 4 people, they would all sign the box when they got it to show the chain of evidence?
Correct. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So anybody in possession, that must be in the chain of evidence?
Correct.
And that's put on the bag? Or the box in that case?
Well, there's a little thing right on the front. It'll have an evidence chain right below the denominations. It has an evidence chain.
So if you collect a gun, you would sign first. If I hold it, I'd sign second, and so forth and so forth?
Correct.
Okay. Now, what happens if you don't have these special evidence bags and you just have a clear bag?
Can you tell me where you're going with this, why it matters?
This matters, Your Honor, because there is a question about the policies and procedures, and as I said, Mr. Robinson is going to testify, if he's admitted to testify, about an investigation he did. His investigation is very limited, at least from his report would indicate he only watched video footage, never interviewed anybody. So, one of the things I have to counteract that is the fact that the evidence was not handled correctly. And that is what I'm building here. Mr. Cooley is testifying about the exact way in which you would put that in.
What does that have to do with any issue in this case?
Your Honor, the issue of money is, and missing money is at the very issue of, they say they're being called thieves. They're trying to prove it's not a fact. I'm trying to prove that from the evidence and how things were done, you cannot even make that conclusion.
Do you have to call Mr. Robinson?
Yes, we do, Judge. Please ask him to be here at 1.
In one respect, it's your time to spend. I look at this as marginally relevant, but you can spend the time.
Thank you.
Have at it.
So if you had a plain evidence bag that did not have the place for 5s and 10s, would you handwrite in that information with a permanent marker?
Yes.
So even if the bag was plain, you could write 10 5s, 2 20s, and such?
You can.
But that's the way it should be done, though, correct?
Well, I'm not going to say that's the way that happens every time. I mean, it's as long as you can protect that evidence to display in court. That's the purpose. You know, I mean, there's a little bit of flexibility in evidence handling based off the situation, but in general, if cash is seized, then yes, you know, you can put the amount. The amount is always going to be on the outside of the bag. Anybody that took exclusive possession of that, yes, they're all going to sign that.
Okay, and so, and the money's always counted twice, correct?
Correct.
At least twice, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Even the officer himself probably counted twice, correct?
10 times, personal choice there, I guess.
First, you would count it though twice, correct?
Yeah, but
did you ever have possession of the money during the search of Mr. Foreman's home?
to be honest with you, I don't recall. I don't believe so, but I don't recall.
That's ridiculous. Ma'am, sir. Your Honor, I have no further questions for Mr. Cooley at this, or Justin Cooley at this time.
Thank you. Osborne,
No redirect,
step down.
Can I just call Mike Eastep?
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? As this, you shall answer unto God.
I do.
Thank you.
Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Michael Eastep,
And Mr. Eastep, how are you currently employed?
Adams County Sheriff's Office,
How long have you been with the Adams County Sheriff's Office?
over 24 years.
What's your current position with that office?
Road Patrol Supervisor.
How did you get started in law enforcement?
Through the fire service. Actually, some friends in law enforcement were in the fire service and kind of hung out with them, and that's how I began to take an interest in law enforcement.
You live here in Adams County?
I do.
How long have you been in Adams County?
All my life.
Do you have family here?
I do.
You married?
Yes.
Children?
Yes.
The children go to school here, did they?
Yes.
You were part of the team that executed the search warrant on Mr. Foreman's home, is that right?
Yes.
Did you steal any money from Mr. Foreman's home?
No.
We've seen, you've been here the whole trial so far, the last day and a half, right?
Yes.
You've seen all the exhibits?
Yes.
You saw the exhibits that were just shown to Justin Cooley?
Yes.
Did the posts that we've been talking about here in this trial have any effect on you?
Yes.
Explain what you mean, please.
People that we deal with in providing services into the community has called us out, called me a thief. We assisted with a search warrant service here with another agency, and the people who was inside the residence looked at us and says, why are they allowed to do what they're doing? And then they look at us and say, well, you done it to Afroman, they can get by with it, they can do it to us.
Did you ever receive any calls having to do with this case?
Not directly.
Are you aware of calls that were received by dispatch?
Lots of them.
Tell us about that.
My daughter actually works in the dispatch center, along with all the dispatchers that I'm very familiar with, that I work with as co-workers on a day-to-day basis, called and anything from why did you do this to why did you tear down the door, why don't you pay the guy back, you guys are thieves, and on and on and on.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. It's hearsay. He was not there. He did not have the phone calls. He's hearing them actually third hand the way he's described it. He's hearing them from the idea of, from the dispatchers telling him what another person said, so hearsay upon hearsay upon hearsay.
What's the purpose?
The purpose, Judge, is to, my next question was going to be what effect hearing about these calls to dispatch had on Mr. Estep.
Wait. Just for the jury's benefit, if the content of the calls was an important issue, then we wouldn't let it come in. The speaker or the hearer would have to testify. But the nature of the call and how it affected him is probative, relevant in this case. So the general description of the calls in the context of how it affected him is the reason you're allowed to hear. Not the accuracy of the call, but the effect on the person. Something else, Mr. Osborne?
No, thank you, Your Honor. Just for the record.
No, your objection. Thank you.
Thank you. So Mr. Estep, tell us what effect it had on you hearing about these calls that dispatch was receiving about this warrant execution. And
it developed a serious concern of safety to not only to me, but the people working with me on those shifts of the days that I was working. Basically, overwhelming of calls that came through, and they were hardly able to keep up with what we have going on in the services that we're providing with nonsense phone calls.
Are you aware of any effect that these that these posts had on the sheriff's website?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. That is beyond the scope and not even relevant to this. The Sheriff's Department is a government agency. You cannot defame a government agency.
Okay.
For the record.
Mr. Estep, did you, through your attorney, ask Mr. Foreman to take these posts down?
I did.
Have they been taken down to your knowledge?
No.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Go ahead, Charlie.
Mr. Estep, do you mind if I call you Mike?
That's fine.
You've been an officer for a very long time, over 21 years.
Actually, over 24 full-time years and over 38 and a half as a certified peace officer, state of Ohio.
Okay. And during that time, you've never hid your identity as an officer?
No.
Everybody's seen you out in public?
Yes.
Seen you with your wife and kids?
Yes.
And your wife? Strike that question. And so you wear a uniform while you're on duty?
I do.
And you were a sheriff's deputy in 8/21 of 22?
I was.
Okay. And people have criticized your duties before, correct?
Yes.
And you've been called a lot of names by people in 24 years, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Things worse than a thief, correct?
Name-wise, but not not as detrimental how people look at you. I mean, you're seeing, people calling you names directly, but not put out there to be detrimental in something that is criminally related.
So people have come up to you and asked you if you were a thief?
I've had phone calls and I've had it happen.
When was the first time that happened? To you personally during your career?
In my entire career?
Yes.
I never had anything until this came about.
You never had anybody
Not
ask you
told me.
about being a thief and when
No.
your wife was charged with theft?
No.
When your wife pled guilty to stealing from her employer?
Tell me why you would do that to the jury.
Your Honor, I
Why
would
you
ask
do
this.
that to the jury?
Your Honor, I'm asking a question that builds on his reputation. He says he has never been called a thief before, yet he keeps saying that everybody treats him differently. This goes to his reputation. He is used to this. Has happened before. To say that this is the only thing causing the problem has ever hurt his reputation, he's opening up the door so that I can ask the question about what's affecting his reputation.
Thank you. Mr. Kramer?
We're not going to, I assume, have a trial about every family member and what every family member of these plaintiffs might have done in their lives. This is a case about these deputies and about Mr. Estep. It's not about his wife. It's not about his family. We're not going to try a case here about what somebody else might or might have done or whether they might or might have not been guilty. It's about what he experienced as a result of these.
And how it affected his reputation, which is exactly at issue. He is talking about his reputation, how it's been affected. He's opened it up. Your reputation is your entire life, everything you do in the community. Your family affects your reputation. You can't say that you have... If my brother gets in trouble and people ask me about that...
This case is about what he did to his reputation, not about what...
What was his reputation like before this started then?
So I let you play this out in front of the jury so they can understand how to separate the evidence. There's no claims here for your benefit, ladies and gentlemen, for family member injuries. Right? But how family members' reactions to claims affect a person's relevant. So you get to hear that my daughter was upset when I was called a derogative term for the benefit, for the relevance of how it's me. Right? Now, take that to this step. If we allow, and we will, testimony about the wife's prior experience, it only goes not to the character of that person, but how it affects the witness. So, like, we're not here to try to decide whether or not the spouse has a character flaw or not, but how the whole thief reference should play into his claim for damages, right? Their law school example and arguing with each other is what lawyers do, but you need to understand how to see it. So I'm going to allow this so you can see how it does or does not affect him alone. Just don't get caught up that your spouse's character is your character, because it's not. Enough said. Overrule the objection, and then you can renew them as you feel appropriate. Go. Re-ask the question.
He answered the question, Your Honor.
Been re-asked it because he shouldn't have.
Okay. So restating the question, Mr. Eastep, your wife did steal from her employer, correct?
Yes.
And it was a felony sum of money, correct?
Yes.
Which is over $1,000.
Yes.
And you were part of the search of Mr. Foreman's residence, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever have any contact with the money?
I noticed money in a coat pocket and I pointed it out to Detective Newland.
And is that the money that Mr. Newland testified earlier that was upstairs?
That should have been some of it, yes. I didn't do the collection of it.
You just pointed it out in the pocket?
Yes.
Another officer took it out of the pocket?
I assume.
Okay. Do you remember which officer you pointed it out to?
I told Detective Newland.
You realize that during that search, everything you said was captured on your body cam, correct?
Absolutely.
Did you ever make derogatory remarks during the search warrant about Mr. Foreman?
Not that I can recall.
But we'll lay the foundation. Mr. Eastep, on October 21st, 2022, did you have a body cam on during the search of Mr. Foreman's residence?
Yes.
Okay. Was that body cam active the entire time?
Yes.
Does it have audio and video recording capabilities?
Yes.
If I show you a clip of that body cam, can you
Sure.
identify it?
Sure.
For the benefit of the record, this would be marked Defense Exhibit B. And for the sake of the record, the file would be ACSO3_OK0019_21252.mp4. This is a clip of that file.
Is there a way to note what portions or time a clock, or when you plug it in, there's a clock time?
It should have the date, time, and the timestamp it goes through on it.
So the court of appeals should know that you didn't play the whole thing, you just played X amount of time.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's what I'm looking for.
As there's over 8 hours of body cam footage, we have to.
We just have to make a note. Tell me where you're starting it, when you're starting the time clock.
Is this?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Your Honor, this would be marked body cam in the upper left-hand corner. In the bottom left-hand corner, it has 8/21/2022. Sorry, 8/21/2022, starting at 20:56:02.
That's where you're gonna start playing.
Actually, Your Honor, hold on a second here. It would be starting at 20:56:00.
Thank you.
Mr. Eastep, I'm going to ask you a few questions before I play this. Can you see what's been marked Exhibit B?
Yes.
So, when your body cam is recording, does it record in color?
Yes.
Does it also record in black and white?
Yes.
Okay. Now, looking at this, does this appear, as you can recall it, to be the inside of Mr. Foreman's bedroom?
Yes.
And is the... I don't know why I did that. Did you happen to see the date in the bottom corner of it?
Yes.
Is that the correct date for when you searched?
Yes.
So this would be a copy, a segment of your body cam taken that day?
Yes.
I love technology.
Your Honor, maybe approach.
What's it have to do with?
It has to do with what I think might be coming up. I wasn't aware that this was going to be shown, but I'm concerned about something.
Sure. Stand up, don't leave, just stretch. Try your chair.
Yeah, I think this is the witness, the officer that calls Afroman someone who enjoys relationships addict. I think. They all had something derogatory to say about him, pretty much, right? Just fast forward here. Still no verdict. We're 5.5 hours in, and if they took a lunch break, I guess you don't consider them deliberating for a lunch break. I always get confused with that.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
I asked for the, just to refresh, Mr. Yusef, this is your body cam from that date and time we talked about earlier?
It's a body cam. I mean, I can't identify the person. I mean, the number. Let's see. Not sure. Can't.
When you say number, there is a number there? ACS?
Okay. Yes.
So that is your body cam?
Yes.
And this is of 8/21/22?
Yes.
So you see you flip something? Or your maze. CDs.
I'm going to stop it for a second, just for the sake of context, as there is things happening sort of below the camera.
Mm-hmm.
Were you searching through CDs
Yes.
and DVDs?
I looked at them. I didn't really search through them.
But that's what you're looking at right now.
Yeah.
I never probably looked at that stuff because some of the stuff I think was mentioned in there. Well, he's just denying it. Says.
On your body cam during an official search, you called Mr. Foreman a sex addict?
I couldn't clarify. I heard addict. I couldn't clarify.
Would you like me to replay it?
Yeah.
Mr. Bite, can we turn up the volume? For the sake of the record, since this is roughly about a little under 3 minutes long, we're going to just back up and play something. We really shouldn't let me touch anything technology. I shouldn't break it by touching it. So, for the sake of the record, I'm going to start the playback at 33 seconds in.
I know Brian probably looked at that stuff because some of the stuff I think was mentioned in there. Well, he just denied it when he comes to say.
Mr. Eastham, do I need to play it again?
I still can't decipher it. I mean, whatever.
Can we get the hearing aids from Mr. Eastham? Mike, we're going to give you a hearing here. This
That could be
should have a
good.
better thing. Can you hear me, Mr. Eastham? Is it too loud for you?
Mm-mm.
For the sake of the record, I'll start at 31 seconds in.
You turn that down.
There's a dial on your
Right here in the,
Center.
right. Kind of.
Would you be ready, Mr. Eastham? Okay, we're starting at 38 seconds in after stopping.
I know Brian probably looked at that stuff because some of the stuff I think was mentioned in there. Well, he just denied it when he comes to say.
Were you able to hear at that time, Mr.
Yeah.
Eastham? Would you agree that you called Mr. Foreman a sex addict?
Yeah.
Okay. You would agree that this is a public record?
Yes.
So the body cam is available to the public?
Upon request.
Okay. And Mr. Foreman cannot edit any of it, can he?
No.
Do you believe how you do your job duties reflects on your reputation?
Yes.
So someone seeing this could reflect badly on your reputation based on what you did?
Possibly.
Now, this is going to be very stupid questions, but Mr. Klingler referred to previous posts when he was asking you about how they affected you. Did any of those posts name you by name?
No.
They just referred generally to the Adams County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
So you're just seeking damages based upon what he said about the Sheriff's Department?
No. It's what's been directed to me.
What was directed to you?
Being called a thief.
Okay. Other than that, anything else?
No.
Was there a direct post of you being called a thief?
No. Just directed by the people in the community.
I'm going to get your steps in today, Mr. Foreman. Mr. Eastep, I'd like you to take a look at the screen in front of you. You're going to see what's been marked Defense Exhibit C. Have you seen that post?
Yes.
And that is the singular post that Mr. Foreman made in reference to you, correct?
Yes.
Where you were called, and I quote, Colonel King Kong Bundy.
Yes.
King Kong Bundy was a wrestler, correct?
Yes.
Damn good one, correct?
I don't know about that. Can't answer that.
There was a t-shirt made calling you King Kong Bundy, correct?
Yes.
You told me about an incident where a friend of yours made a joke about that, correct?
Wasn't a friend. It was one of the firemen on the fire department that I was chief of.
One of them wore a shirt to the Christmas party?
Mm-hmm.
They thought it was a joke, correct?
I don't know if they thought it was a joke. I mean, I don't know what the true intent of it was, but they wore it. I saw it.
Have you ever had jokes made at your expense?
Oh, yeah.
Made jokes at other people's expense?
Yeah,
So it's a reasonable assumption they bought it as a joke against you?
I would hope.
Okay.
But it's not a good joke.
And I'll wrap up that day. So after the search, you went home, correct?
Yes.
And you left directly from the search to go home?
Yes.
After a 19-hour shift?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mike, what's your wife's name?
Renee.
How long have you been married to Renee?
Since 2000. I think 2000.
Since 2000?
Yes.
26 years?
Yes.
Did this felony that Mr. Osborne brought up occur before or after this search?
Long before.
Long before?
Yep.
Did you stay married to Renee in spite
I did.
of this? Do you think her problems with this felony hurt your reputation?
No. I never got no backlash. I wasn't a part of it. I didn't support it. You know, she paid the consequences and she moved on with life.
And you're still with her?
I'm still with her.
This body cam footage that we saw, did you ever publish that body cam to the world?
No.
Did you ever post that body cam on the internet?
No.
Did you ever share that body cam, and specifically that part of the body cam where you refer to Mr. Foreman as a sex addict? Did you ever share that with anybody?
No.
We saw Mr. Osborne just showed you a post of you being called hunchback or something.
King Kong Bundy.
Vince would like, we can put it back up so he gets the term correct. There is going to be specific names for specific people, and we need to keep things as orderly as possible as to who's called what.
What did he call you in that?
Colonel King Kong Bundy.
Thank you. Colonel King Kong Bundy. Was that post made in the context of all these other posts that call the Sheriff's Department thieves?
Yes.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Rick Cross.
Mr. Eastep, look at what's been marked. This is the post where you're called King Kong Bundy, correct?
Yes.
Does it call you a liar? Strike that. Would you read the entire post?
It says, "Good morning, ladies. This guy was easy. Introducing Colonel King Kong Bundy. LOL. Let me know if you have a nickname better than mine. What you got?" And then
So, well, you don't need to read the rest. I'm just worried about Mr. Foreman's statement.
Okay.
So he didn't call you a liar in this post?
No.
Didn't call you a thief?
Nope.
So all the other posts that you would refer to are solely about the sheriff's department being called thieves?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may have a sidebar.
Yep.
All right, so we're still waiting. Seems like they're still deliberating. Wait, hold on, let me get myself back up here. All right, seems like they are still deliberating. We're following a couple people on Twitter, and I keep refreshing the YouTube feed, YouTube page, I should say, of where the feed is coming in. And I'm also checking a couple news sources, and they're still deliberating. Still deliberating, apparently. There was, I think a couple of you guys were posting. One of the reporters 22 minutes ago posted that he was talking to Afroman. He posted it 22 minutes ago, but he probably had the interview a little bit before that. All right, so there's a lot of new people in our chat. I just want to lay some ground rules for you guys. Please no all caps. We don't like all caps. It just kind of looks like you're spamming or you're just yelling at us. So we're going to delete those and or time you out. So please no all caps. And also just be respectful of each other. Be respectful of the chat. Be respectful of people in the courtroom. I know it's easy to yell, but we do ask that you be respectful to all parties in the courtroom. And if you can follow that, great. If you can't, we will delete your comments, and we don't want to do that. You know, we want to make sure that this is a respectful, kind, courteous place for everybody to be. And we just asked a couple ground rules: no all caps, and just be respectful to each other and respectful to the people in the courtroom, which means just don't attack them how they look, the way they talk, the way they dress. So pretty simple, pretty easy, and we appreciate that you guys are here to support us. So thanks, guys.
This witness is going to step down. We're going to take like a morning break. Thanks for good work so far. Enjoy yourself. We'll be back in about 10 minutes.
All right, so they're taking a break here. Let's see. All right, so we have Michael Eastep comes up next. We're trying to get some pretrial hearing stuff. So we've reached out to another channel that has it. So we're hoping we hear back from him or from them. It'd be really nice to check that out. Yeah, I just want to know if it's 5:48. We're not. Yes, I know. And no politics. Yes, Gordon. No politics, for sure. Yeah, we're not a political channel, you guys. You know, if you're here to spout politics, we're not about that. You know, we just want to watch trials. We just want to watch trials, enjoy each other's opinions and company. So, if you want to talk politics, just go somewhere else. We're not about that. Sparkling Princess, we do try to keep the chat courteous of each other. Hey, we all have different opinions. I get it, but just be courteous. If you start yelling at each other, you know, we're going to ask you to stop, and if you don't, you know, we're going to start to delete your comments. And I don't want to have to, you know, time you guys out. But those are our ground rules, and hopefully you guys are cool with that. All right, so it's almost 6 o'clock. I don't know if they what's generally do juries deliberate during lunchtime, because they took a lunch. I remember they took a lunch. Hey, LC Linda, good to see you. Trolls are political, though. Well, that's why we will take care of them, and that's why we have mods. That's why we have mods, and you know, they will take care of that. Red Snap, that's true. That is true. We're not. All we do is we just want to watch trials. So all we want to do is just watch trials. We don't want to pick on somebody. So just keep that in mind. No, not necessarily. We like difference of opinions. I'm happy to have difference of opinions. I just don't want people attacking each other. That's all. So that's and don't attack the channel. It's pretty simple. Don't attack the channel. Don't attack our mods. Don't attack other people in the chat. You have a respectful conversation. Be adults. I'm just asking you to be adults. If you can be an adult, cool. If not, then go somewhere else. It's as simple as that. Sure Life, thank you. Congratulations. You were #1 sub in the beginning. Yeah, Sure Life, you've been with us from the very beginning. That is for sure. Appreciate your support. All right, Meek, does civil trial deliberation extend to the next day? It may. I don't think they have to come up with a verdict today. I don't think they have to. I mean, they can come back tomorrow, I think. Seashell, you're welcome. Appreciate it. Yeah, I don't think they have to necessarily come up with a verdict today. I think they can deliberate. What's another civil trial? How long did Johnny Depp? How long did they? What was Johnny Depp and Amber Heard? Let's see. How long did they deliberate for? Let me see here. They went for 12 to 13 hours over 3 days. All right. So, yeah, Sure Life and Pammy for sure. So, yeah, it was a few days. It was Katie Cat. It was 3 days, 12 to 13 hours over 3 days. They started on Friday, and it was a Memorial Day weekend. So they went on Tuesday, May 31st, and then they concluded June 1st. So they went over 3 days. RJ, yeah, it was some time. So that was a pretty long one. We didn't cover that. We watched it. We did a Ego Takes the Stand episode of Johnny and Amber. So that's a pretty long one. Scent Bunny, yes. Yep. Jamie, they're going to take as long as they want. Yep. Let's see. Yep. Take as long as they want to. They have 7 defendants, right? They have 7 defendants. We don't know, Jamie. That's the thing. We don't know what we didn't see any pretrial hearings. I didn't see if any. I'm looking, scanning the YouTube to see if there's anything available. Cross-Examnesia, thank you for some lemon pound cake. Thank you for your 20 pounds. 20 pounds for some lemon pound cake. Appreciate that. Captain Sunshine, thank you for doing the verdict watch. I voted in the poll for damages for Newland, but I wouldn't award him more than 420. That would be really funny. That was really funny. That's a good one. John, is a Brady charge ever read to a jury in a civil trial? Would they? Well, they'd have to say that they're a hung jury. They'd have to say we haven't come to a decision. I guess it's possible. John, I think it's possible. Yee, I'm Poundcake. I guess it's possible for them to say, you know, for them to take this long, they are figuring out how much. Scent Bunny, it does feel long, seeing as how some of the trial was here. There must be some mixed opinions. Let me see. Has a jury ever, has a civil trial ever been, let's see. Has a civil trial ever been hung jury? Let me just see. Has there ever been a hung jury in a civil trial? Let me see. Civil trials can and do result in a hung jury, although they are less common than in criminal. While rare, civil hung juries do happen. 1999 study, 1999, found that 1.6% of juries in civil trials are hung. Usually it occurs when jurors cannot agree on a liability or damages. So the process, the judge may issue an Allen charge or dynamite charge to encourage further deliberation before declaring a mistrial. All right, now remember, they only need 6 out of 8. Sorry, there's eight jurors deliberating. They only need 6, right? So right, Kendall, yeah, it's only 6. So they only need 6 out of the 8. So you could be like, but what if it's like 4? What if four people are saying, no, Lisa deserves, $10 million, and 4 are saying, are you kidding? She doesn't deserve a penny, right? Then there's that. It could be that. Right, 1.6. Now this is Google, so take it for what it is. Although it's from Wikipedia. Ultimately, it's from Wikipedia. So Meek says it's 5:55. Yeah, it's really funny. The verdict clock actually matches the time. So if you guys are wondering what time it is, they're on the East Coast time, and I started it at noon, so it literally is. So it's 5:57. Excuse me, it's 5:57 there. Well, Jamie, it's your choice. You can come and go as you want, but that's how we get subscribers. If you want to chat, hey, there's some people that make you wait a day or make you pay. So we don't make you pay and we don't make you wait a day. I think it's a minute? We make you wait a minute. So sorry, if you don't agree, you can always leave. So you don't have to hang around. It's all cool. Let's see. Lemon Poundcake. Most channels require you to subscribe to chat, just saying. And you know what? We tried it without that at the beginning, and it just doesn't work. It doesn't work. So if you want to come and chat, we ask you to subscribe. And if you agree, cool. If you don't have to be here. It's all good. All right. Play on crime. Give them the 420. That would be the ultimate statement. That would be cool. Am I a poet? I didn't even know it. Yeah. There you go. Blue Star, yes, it helps keeps the trolls out. That is true. Susie, yes, the jurors are allowed to ask questions. Let's see here. Helps with bots as well. There you go, RJ. See? Yeah. Am I an attorney? No, I am not an attorney. Jose, I'm not an attorney. Roy G. Biv, nice. Took me a moment to get that. Yeah, no verdict yet. My channel, my rules, be cool. It's all we ask. It's really not a big ask, you guys. It's not a big ask. It's really not a big ask. So, thanks for that. Yeah, there's to subscribe. You need to subscribe to chat. You don't have to become a member, but yeah. Pammy, Chatcher, we are in subscription mode. We should be. Yep. Yeah, it's 1 minute. If you want to chat, just takes a minute. Takes 1 minute. All right. So anyway, let's move on. We don't need to keep talking about that. Jose, you think we'll have a verdict today? I really don't know. I can't read this jury. I'm not sure. They've been going for 6 hours, or if you want to say they took a lunch break, they've been going for 5 hours. That's still a long time for seven forms. Well, there's each plaintiff. There's 7 plaintiffs. Each plaintiff has 3 forms. So there's the false light, there's the defamation, and then there's the monetary amount. So for each, that's 21. So they have 21 pieces of paper, if you will, that they have to fill out. So judging by, okay, let's see. Hold on a sec. How late are the jurors staying? We don't know. Judge Hines said he had a case. This is Super Bowl for you guys that are new to the channel. There goes Super Bowl. And then we got little kitty over here. There's Riker over here. Super Ball's right here. For those that aren't familiar with our channel, we have 7 cats. This is Super Ball. She's the oldest one. She's our oldest girl. She's going to be 7 this year. Yep, you're going to be 7, aren't you? Yep, she's going to be 7. Let's see. We were talking about, Judge Hines said that he had a jury that went to like 1 o'clock in the morning, 1:40, something like that. So he's used to letting jurors and juries go long. What's up, kiddo? You got your fans out there. Yep. You got your little fan base out there. Your growing fan base. So judging from our polls, all right, the current one we have going right now, if you were on the jury, how would you vote? So Phillips and Newland, that's Lisa and Brian, 6% for both of them. Lisa Phillips only would be 9%. Brian Newland only 3%. And 82% of you are saying no money awarded for them. So based on our poll, you only need 6 out of 8 people. So that's 80%. We're actually at 82%, 428 votes. So if we were the jury, we would be able to sort this out. We'd be able to sort this out. So I'm not quite sure why they're taking so long. Joan says, I remember one verdict coming in at 2 a.m. Where's Sid? She's around. Houdini's in heat, so I'm taking this little guy to get fixed tomorrow. He's the only male back there, so he's going to get fixed tomorrow. We had an appointment for him in early April, but Houdini went in heat, like she's full on heat right now. And this earliest that they could get the girls in, we have 3 girls. The earliest they could get them in was like April 30th or something like that. And the earliest they could get Roger in was April 7th. So then Houdini went into heat last night or yesterday. And yesterday morning. So we called our vet back and says, you got to help us out. We got to get him in like tomorrow. So they have an appointment for us tomorrow. So I'm going to be going in before we stream. I drop him off around 8 o'clock. So he's going to go in for the procedure tomorrow. So Super Bowl got her name from, she was feral. She's a feral cat, was a feral cat. When she was little, she would like hop around. She would hop around, and Aaron named her. Aaron's like, she's like a little super ball. And she did. She looked like a little super ball. So that's how she got her name, Super Ball. Oh, Sid's right behind me. Sid's back here. Let's see if you can. Sid's back there. So Sid's there. We got Riker's over there. Riker was firstborn, and then Houdini's off camera, and then Roger's over there. So, all right. Yep, snip, snip, Roger. Well, we can't, there's no way we can have more kittens. And their brother and sister, it's like, no. So we got to draw the line. We didn't get Polly fixed in time now, but we have 4 beautiful cats from Polly. But we have to get the 3 girls fixed for sure. So anyway, that's happening tomorrow. All right, let's see. Let me check in on Twitter here if they've got any updates. Do we have any updates here? Nope, no updates. Interestingly enough, though, Ohio, there was an effort to repeal the marijuana restrictions. THC ban fails to make Ohio ballot. So they voted, what was it, in 2024? Yeah, I think Ohio voted in 2024 to legalize cannabis. And ever since then, there have been groups that have wanted to roll that back. So apparently they were trying to get that on the ballot again, so that fails to make the ballot. I guess they didn't have enough signatures to make the ballot. So that's where we stand. All right, so all right. Good luck, sweet Roger. Yes, exactly. Cross-examnesia, you have a tuxedo and a tabby. Let's see. Captain Sunshine says, you're for Afroman, but he did cross a line. But even so, I wouldn't award more than 420 total. I'd be happy if there was no award at all, too. Janet is saying, good luck to you. Hell Rider. Super Ball is your hero. Anastasia is 17. All right, hold on. All right, let me check. Hold on, Super Ball. Hold on. Let me check something here. All right, so Aaron, they've been deliberating since before noon. All right, so Aaron reached out to a reporter that talked to Afroman. As of now, the jury is still deliberating. They've been deliberating since just before noon. All right, so we are accurate in our verdict. Verdict clock is accurate. So the reporter who interviewed Afroman on the street about an hour ago says they're still deliberating. So they're still there. They're still there. Yeah, just Shamrock. That's who Aaron reached out to. That's who I just said that. That's on Twitter. Yeah, he's saying moments ago he was speaking. Let me see if I can find that. See if I can find that. I'm not seeing it on their YouTube page. Let me see if I can find it on. Let me see here. Yeah, that's who replied to Aaron. Reached out. Aaron reached out to him, and he replied back. It's not a video; it's just a photo. So he just talked to him. I'm just seeing if it's on here. See if maybe it's on here. Jury currently deliberating. Oh, this was at 8:30. 8:30 in the morning. Yeah, that's last update at 1:24. All right, that's not telling me anything. All right, so we're just going to follow him on Twitter, which we are already. And there is no video of that, Pammy. And just Shamrock, there's no video. He just was talking. He just said, moments ago, speaking with Afroman. So maybe they'll show it at 10 o'clock news or 11 o'clock news. But right now, there's no video of that. There's no video of that. So. Debbie, your daughter has 3 hairless cats. Feels like petting skin. All right, Janet, have a good one. Gonna take off. Enjoy. Thank you, Sparkling Princess. Appreciate that. Hellrider, make you tear up. Yeah, I've had your days, but yes, mods make this channel fair and clean. Appreciate that. Captain Sunshine, the Lisa video was cringeworthy, but not to the point of damages. The PDF comment, though, is a line too far. So then in our poll, did you vote for Brian Newland? Because there's 3% of you voted for Brian Newland. All right, Aaron's working on another source for videos that we haven't watched yet. Hopefully they will respond soon. Yeah, we're hoping that we can use that video because that's like they got a lot of pretrial stuff, which is great. Barry, I go to pieces later in the afternoon at work if I start a task at 4, it takes an hour and a half, but if you start at 7, it's done in 20 minutes. Thank you, Red Snap. Appreciate that. Thank you, Seashell. Appreciate that. Play on Crime. It's a PDF file. Instead of saying PEDO, we're saying PDF because we don't want YouTube to smack us. So when we say PDF, we mean just think about that PDF file. Think about that. You voted Newland only in the poll. Jamie says the entire search was not protocol from the videos. Joan, you voted for Newland and Lisa to get damages. Thank you, Lemon Poundcake. Appreciate that. Best channel chat mods and peeps here. Appreciate that. Thank you for helping us, maintain what we have created. Appreciate that. Thank you. Red Snap. The mods keep you in check. Debbie, you want a cat for your pup for companionship? Feral cat, or go to your local animal shelter. Yep, race speed peds, but not pedestrians. Vaudir on this is interesting. Would you like a feed on it? Liberty, if you have one that's from a news station, yeah. When it's another content creator, we don't like to just use it because, they might copyright strike us, and that's not what we're all about. We like to ask permission. Play on Crime, yes. Missed that transition. Yeah, I think we did it yesterday. Kathy, we're still waiting. We're just taking a break from testimony. Seashell, you have one question. What is the lemon pound reference? That was one of the officers. There was a song written by Officer Sean Cooley. As he walks by, he looks at the pound cake, and Afroman wrote a song called Lemon Pound Cake. So he's in it, and then he testified. All right, Blue Star, check back in a little bit. Dinner time. It was a song for, not about. It was a song for Sean Cooley. Not, yep. It was written. Sorry, if I said it was written by him, sorry. Sorry about that. It was Afroman wrote a song about. Debbie, shelters are overflowing. Adopt. I cross-post animals for rescue, and it's overwhelming. Save a life. Yeah, definitely. Seashell, it's in our description. We've played it a couple times here on the channel, and then we saw his testimony. We replayed his testimony. So if you want, you can just go back. Let me see here. If you scrub back about an hour and 50 minutes, or there, it's in our description. Why you disconnected my video camera? Will you help me repair my door? Lemon Poundcake and Batteram, him of the police whistleblower. So it's in our description. If you want to watch it, it's in our description. Or if you want to stay here, just scrub back about an hour and 50 minutes. It's at about an hour. Let me see. Yeah, it's about an hour. If you want to scrub back, he takes the stand and it's there if you want to check that out. RJ says, Afroman is who he is. They had to expect some backlash if what they did wasn't on the up and up. Amber, no, we don't know the jury demographics. Probably mostly white. Let me just see. Demographics, let's see. Let me not jump to that conclusion. Let me look that up. Demographics of Adams. Hold on a sec. All right. Has 27,500, characterized by predominantly white. 95.8% are non-Hispanic white. So medium household income is around 50,000. So that's the demographic, 95.8%. 1.5 are multiracial. There's an Amish community. There's 96 households are Amish. So poverty rate is 20%, which is higher. Medium household income is 50,264. I think probably most people probably commute to like Cincinnati, I would think, right? So the population is 27,477. So 27,000, 27.5, and 95.8%. There's a verdict? Is there a verdict? You guys got a verdict? Why are you screaming verdict? Is there a verdict? I don't see any word about a verdict. Where are you guys seeing there's a verdict? So there's a verdict. All right. Hold on. I'm trying to find a live feed. I'm not seeing anything yet. We have a verdict. Let me check. I'm checking right now. I don't see anything on Twitter or on YouTube. So I'm not seeing anything about a verdict yet, you guys. Everybody just calm down, calm down, calm down. Let me check in. Not seeing anything about a verdict. I've got 3 news sources and nobody's saying anything about a verdict yet. Danger verdict, yep. All right. Trying to find it. Aaron is saying that there is a verdict, but let's just give us a second. Let's try and find it for you guys. We will do our best to bring it to you. All right. Jury has returned a verdict. Okay, 5 minutes ago. All right, so a verdict is in. 5 minutes ago, I'm going to stop our clock. A verdict is in. I'm going to stop the clock. 6 hours, 19 minutes. All right, 6 hours, 19 minutes. So a verdict is in. 6 hours, 19 minutes. So it's about 6, so 12 to say 6:15. So, all right, we have a verdict. And let me see now if I can find a feed. So we have a verdict. Now we have to find the feed. All right. Thank you, Barry. Appreciate that. Thank you for the 10 Trial TV Live gifted memberships. Really appreciate that, Barry. Welcome in new members. Welcome in. Welcome in. Thank you so much. I hope so, Horse Welfare. I hope they live stream it. I hope they live stream it. I will be very, very bummed out if they don't at this point. After all that we've gone through. I'm going to check a couple different sources. So let's just hang tight. Try and get a verdict. Try and get a verdict here for you guys. Let's see. Hey, Houdini, how are you? All right, we got one. We got it live. Here we go. Hang tight, guys. Hang tight.
Okay, perfect. I appreciate it.
I think Mr. House. Yeah, no, you're not going to? Okay, with Judge Spencer later. Will be the judge? Okay. So, they just told me.
Relax, comfortable, have a seat, all like this stuff. So you know more than I know probably, but the jury's ready.
That's all I know.
That's all I know too. So process-wise is that they'll bring them out. The verdict forms go to me also.
All right, so they cut the sound, guys. He was just talking about, they cut the sound. Just hang tight. Just hang tight. They cut the sound. Don't worry. I'm sure it'll come back. Don't worry, guys. Sure the sound will come back.
You just want to move that notebook. Just wait until the judge instructs you to give it to
Okay, go ahead and have a seat. So the court was informed the jury reached a verdict, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. So if you'll hand the verdict forms to the bailiff, he'll hand them to me so I can take a look at them. I looked at the form of the papers, essentially to see if they're properly signed. So that's the next thing that happens. Thank you. With regard to decorum, I don't expect any responses from anybody. It's been an emotional case. It's been a well-tried case. The lawyers did what they should do. The parties did what they should do. I just want to remind everybody that how the verdict comes out isn't something of public comment. So if you have an emotional attachment to the verdict, don't express it. Wait till you get out of the building before you let your emotions out. So the verdict forms are properly executed, properly completed. Copies will be made available to the parties. In all circumstances, the jury finds in favor of the defendant. No plaintiff verdict prevailed. So the matter will be concluded with defense verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Klingler. Thank you, Mr. Osborne. Thank you to the court staff and the Sheriff's Department for security in the building. And we'll go ahead and stand in adjournment.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You guys want to go on into the jury room?
Go ahead and relax, whatever it is you need.
Don't forget your coat.
Yep. Have the jury go that way. Have them go back into their room.
If you guys don't mind to hang out in there for a little bit, I can get you, okay?
All right.
Thank you, sir. Everybody is excused.
That's what we're waiting for. Literally, that's what we're waiting for. I was like,
Dang it, and they cut the feed. They're going to cut the feed. This channel is so annoying. Just why cut the feed? That's so annoying, you guys. All right, so at 6:19, basically 6 hours and 20 minutes. Yes, Kingpin, he won. No, they fined for the defendant. There was nothing, no awards. Nothing was awarded to the plaintiffs. Yep, he won basically. Oh, I hate that they cut the feed. Just leave it up. Thank you, Debbie. Really appreciate the end, Barry. Thank you, guys. Thank you for your support. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What a great day. Wow, we're at 20,105 subscribers. You guys are just awesome. Thank you, Pammy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Congrats on the milestone. Yeah, how about that? We hit 20,000 subscribers in Afroman civil trial. Who would have known? All right, we're going to stick around for a press conference. We will stick around for a press conference. Thank you, Pammy. Thank you, Debbie. Thank you, Barry. Thank you guys for all the super stickers and super chats. And hang on, we're gonna try and get a press conference. We'll see if we can get a press conference going. I can't believe they cut the feed. Shakes my fist at the feed. Thank you, Dead Beef. Go buy yourself some lemon pound cake. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Red Snap, he said he was going to. You're blasting lemon pound cake right now. Thank you, Debbie. Jamie, a new song is needed. Oh, I'm sure he's going to write. He'll probably write 20 new songs. He's going to have like 2 new albums are going to come out. Yep, First Amendment is still in order. Thank you, Denisha. Yeah, I loved it too. I thought this was pretty interesting. Linda, 2 verdicts in a row. Jury's got it right. Thank you, Jill. Much love and appreciation to you as well, and to the mods. We'll stay here, Terry. We'll stay here. We're not going to go anywhere. We'll give it a good half hour. Ambi, thank you so much for your Canadian $13.99. Appreciate that. Thank you. Play lemon pound cake on my guitar. Well, it's just under the boardwalk. Let me see. Let me get a. We're going to stay here for a little while. See if we can get a press conference going. Let me see. Is there anything? Ambi, yes, can't wait to hear his next songs. Thank you, Ambi. I9, this was a great bite-sized trial. Thanks so much for covering it. Wouldn't have heard of it otherwise. Denisha, yeah, there will definitely be some new songs. You know he's going to talk. You know he's going to do a press conference. You just know that. We just have to find somebody who's going to cover it. That's what we have to find, because you know he's going to talk. It's Afroman. We know he's going to talk. We just now have to find a source that's going to show it. So we know he's going to talk. We just have to find somebody who's going to show it. So I don't know if it's going to be on YouTube or if it's going to be on a website. So I'm checking a couple sites. Because it's Afroman. You know he's going to talk. You know he's going to talk. Sorry. All right, I'm on Fox 19. That's where he gave his, that he had them come in, followed him in. Let me see if, Fox 19 was the one that he had come into to the police station when he was counting his, when he went to go pick up his money. So we'll check them out. Keep an eye on them. And again, it's Afroman. You know he's going to talk. Like I said, he's going to talk. It's just we have to find where. That's great. He was going to do a news conference. That's great. Tulips, thank you. Great choice. Appreciate you being with us. Downey Lynn, awesome. Thank you for being with us as well. That's really funny. He was going to do a press conference, but then he got high. You guys are too much. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Thank you for that. Cowboy Logic, please. Yeah. Hey, we try to cover a lot of different stuff, a lot of different trials. So appreciate that. Thank you, Red Snap. Cowboy Logic, glad you found us. Vox4 is our bot. That's our bot. All right. So again, it's Afroman. I know he's going to have a press conference. I know he's going to talk. It's just a matter of who's going to stream it, who's going to show it. Sunny Ways, this is your first time here too. Fantastic. Appreciate you being here. Katie Cat, I too am glad you streamed this. I would not have known about this. Appreciate you. Lemon pound cake $7.99 at Walmart. KK, hello, welcome in. Oh, they're talking about spring training now. It might not be till like 7. Well, let's see. We'll keep refreshing. We'll keep checking out. We'll stick around for a little bit. Let's see here. Just waiting to see if a press conference will be held. I'm hoping they'll do a press conference. Oh, can I fast forward? So we're just hanging around for a press conference. We'll give it a few minutes. Usually it takes them, 15 minutes or so before we get a press conference. Now they're talking about weather. Jennifer King, welcome back. The jury found for Afroman. No money was awarded to the plaintiffs. So they found in favor of Afroman. Sunny Ways, you watch a lot of trials. Great. Great. Jamie Kenny, this makes me want to go get some pound cake lemon only and watch the video a few more times. Captain Sunshine, your stream is much appreciated. Thank you. I tuned into a couple others that were too much. I found yours to be chill and respectful. Thank you. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Jennifer, just a few minutes ago, maybe what, 10 minutes? 10 minutes? All right, here we go. Coming up, maybe like 5-10 minutes ago, 10 minutes? Oh, wait, it was, like maybe 10 minutes ago. They're still not talking. They're talking about coming up, but they still haven't said anything about it. All right, we'll hang for a few more minutes. And you know what? The worst case scenario, if they put something out like tonight or tomorrow, we'll go ahead and we'll show it. So tomorrow is going to be Shanda Vander Ark. She has a new Ginter, or a continuation of her Ginter hearing from in November, I think, November or December. That's going to be Friday. That's going to be live. But tomorrow we're going to show, we'll kind of do a deep dive on her again so that we can become familiar again with her case and her trial, and then we'll cover her live on Friday. So the next 2 days are going to be Shanda Vander Ark. So that's going to be pretty heavy. I'm going to warn you guys, if you don't know who Shanda Vander Ark is, she's out of Michigan, and she starved her son, unfortunately starved him to death. So it's sad. It's a sad trial. But again, we don't really, we try not to shy away from those. All right, hold on. Yep. Yes. All right, hold on. Okay. All right, so Aaron found something. It's his verdict, but while we're waiting for, let's watch it again. While we're waiting for the jury to, waiting for a potential, here, let's check this out.
In all circumstances, the jury finds in favor of the defendant. No plaintiff verdict prevailed. So the matter will be concluded with defense verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Klingler. Thank you, Mr. Osborne. Thank you to the court staff and the Sheriff's Department for security in the building. And we'll go ahead and stand in adjournment.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You guys want to go on into the jury room?
Relax, whatever it is you need.
I'll pinch your pose.
Yep. Have to leave the jury go that way. Have them go back into their room.
If you guys don't mind to hang out in there for a little bit, I can get you, okay?
All right.
Thank you, sir.
My brother-in-law was Marine. Never understood what he meant about her wait until I became an attorney.
Everybody is excused.
That's what we're waiting for. Literally, that's what we're waiting for. I was like,
All right, so that's what we missed is him just, we just missed him. That's all we missed because they cut the feed. I wish they had kept that rolling, but that came out of the courtroom feed. All right, not seeing anything available, and like I said, if they do show something, we'll go ahead and we'll grab it later. Tomorrow we can show it. If there is a press conference, I'm sure there will be. Like I said, it's Afroman. He's going to talk. He may talk later, or it may be going on right now, and it's not going to be streamed until later. But we'll give it just a little. We'll give it till 7:00 and see if anything comes out of it then. But anyway, Blue Star. The jury found in favor of Afroman. So essentially, Afroman won. Kathy, yeah, now they're going to try and get him for DUI. Well, remember Stephen Avery? Remember Stephen Avery out of Wisconsin? Yes, Derek, Afroman essentially won. Dreama, thank you. 13 months. Awesome. Thank you so much. And congratulations to us. Yeah, now we're at 20,112. So thank you guys. Really appreciate your support. Thank you so much. Yeah, you guys know Stephen Avery, Wisconsin, right? He was accused of one thing. He got off. He sued the law enforcement there, and then they found him on something else, and then now he's in jail. Yeah, it's you got to be careful. Got to be careful when you when you mess around. Unfortunately, let me just turn on my. Sorry, guys. Put some lights on here. It's getting a little dark here. Yeah, unfortunately, I would be concerned for him because just be careful. Just be careful. I hope that nothing happens. Let me just put it that way. I hope nothing happens. All right, Hell Rider, have a good one. Thanks for being with us. Really appreciate it. RJ says, I have a case on FinLaw that I took all the way to the Supreme Court. Wow, interesting. Pasnola Avery was framed, but he was guilty. Party at Afroman's house tonight, I am sure. Lemon Poundcake, you're happy for him? You of all people. Jim Lee, Liberty and First Amendment 1. Play on Crime. Got to say as well, Aaron has the best thumbnails for trials. The Lemon Poundcake lawsuit, iconic. I'm going to take credit for this one. This one was all me. Aaron art directed for sure. She gave final approval, but I am going to take. I'm going to take credit for this one. This one was me. I will take credit for that. All right, Blue Star. Have a good night. Downey Lynn, he needs to get out. He has a very nice farm, yeah. John Hanky says, is it Hank or Hanky? Sorry, John. Help me pronounce your name. Is it Hanky or Hank? Or Hank? Anyway, John. Afroman's attorney will make an excellent prosecutor one day. Jadzia Dax, I think they'll treat him with kid gloves now, if anything. I hope so anyway. I hope so. Yeah, I hope so. Blue Star, take care. Kathy needs to sell farm and buy one in a different state. Dawn wants some lemon pound cake. I hope nothing happens to him. I don't trust Adam County's deputies, Brenda says. Dream Horse. Feel happy like we all won today, Downey says. Who doesn't want some lemon pound cake? Rock and roll. Good to see you, and you're welcome. Thank you for being with us. Green Eyed Cat. Love how you included the signature green. Yeah, I did my research. I did my research. Yeah, Dream Horse. Rafa goes to the vet tomorrow, so between 8 and 8:30. So I'll drop him off around 8. Play on crime. No worries. No worries. He said he's originally down. He said he's originally from L.A. In one of those interviews, he said he was from L.A. So it says he's originally from L.A. Thank you, Kathy. Dreama, thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. What a day, right? What a day, you guys. Thank you so much, Dreama. Really appreciate that. Christy, this is the best channel on the internet. Love it here. Thank you. And thank you guys for making our channel what it is. Oh, here we go. Yeah, thank you guys for making our channel what it is. You know, we're just here providing the content. You guys are, you guys make it what it is. All right, John, let me see. Your lips are sealed. You were right. No money. All right, hold on, John. Where did that go? I want to make sure I get your names right. Shoot, where is it? It's a long E at the end of your English hanky. Oh, Henka if you're German. So hanky. All right, so which do you prefer? Hanky or Henke? So anyways, I really appreciated this channel, hanging out for the whole time the jury deliberated. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Rock and roll. Hope this makes the news for Afroman. I'm sure it will. I'm sure it will. Lazy Boys, thank you. Red Snap, thank you. No money. Yep, you called it. Butterfly, nothing on Afroman's Instagram. His people posted a clip of his testimony. Yeah, it looks like we might not get one. But that being said, we will, if there is one released, and it happens, sometimes it happens later, might be uploaded tonight or whatever. So we'll definitely follow up with with any kind of news that comes out of this, like any kind of news press conferences or anything like that. So, all right, you guys, I am going to let you guys go. And tomorrow, join us for Shanda Vander Ark. We're going to revisit her. We're going to revisit her out of Michigan. She's going to be live on Friday. So tomorrow, we're going to use tomorrow to revisit where she stands, why she's doing what she's doing on Friday, what she did to get herself to this point. So tomorrow is going to be Shanda Vander Ark, and then Friday will be Shanda Vander Ark. It's a difficult trial, but it's an important one because we always look to find justice for the victims. So we do hope that you guys join us for that. And then after that, next week we're going to have to find a new trial. We need to find a new trial for you guys. So we'll do that. We'll do that over the weekend. We'll find a new trial for you guys. So with that, have a fantastic night. Really appreciate you guys. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for spending your day with us. Thank you for helping us get well over 20,000 subs right now. We're at 20,111. So really appreciate that. Seashell, thank you. Thank you so much. You guys are so sweet. You guys are really sweet. Thank you. Very nice place to belong. Thank you, Seashell. Really appreciate that. So, Horse Welfare, thank you. I think you were the one that brought it to us. You were the one that brought it to us. So, Lazy Boys, it's very sad and infuriating. Yep, it is. Jad Ziadax, thank you. Pammy, good to see you. Barry, thank you. Sparkling Princess, thank you. You're not going to be here tomorrow or Friday. Okay, all right, no worries. Jenny, thank you. All right, yeah, put your good boy pants on. Yeah, it's going to be tough. It'll be tough, but you'll be able to make it through. Sadly, I don't have any cats to show you guys. All the cats have deserted me. I usually show cats at the end of a stream just to kind of, recenter ourselves and recalibrate ourselves, but everybody's deserted me. So I'll have to say goodbye and without any cats. So again, thank you for joining us. Really appreciate you guys. Thank you to our mods for keeping our space, kind, courteous, and respectful. That's all we ask, is that you guys just respect each other. And I really appreciate those that do that. Thank you for that. Thank you to our mods for maintaining that. Thank you to Erin for all the shorts that she does, the graphics that she does, and everything that she does on the back end that you guys don't see. Erin does a lot. She does a lot. So Kitty said, nope, I'm going to go to the after party. Exactly. Dream Horse, it's actually Roger. Rafa's already been fixed. It's Roger's going to get fixed tomorrow. So tomorrow I'm going to take Roger in. Roger Federer is going in tomorrow. And thank you, Pammy. Really appreciate it. Yeah, the cat condo. Yep, we got the cat condo. It's falling apart, but it's still up there. So, all right, you guys, have a great one. I will see you. We'll probably start tomorrow at 9. We'll probably do a 9 o'clock start. I'll check with Aaron, but we'll probably start at 9 o'clock. So, with that, have a fantastic evening. Don't forget to go out, look at the stars, go walk on the beach, go walk in the grass if you have grass. If you don't, have a snowball fight with somebody. But make sure you do something that get yourself recalibrated. And we will see you guys tomorrow, hopefully, I think around 9 o'clock, but I'll check with Aaron. All right, guys, take care. Bye.